Salutations, dear friends. You're listening to Revenger What If. Today's narrative journey takes us through what if Naruto was reborn as the original hybrid king of New Orleans and made Catherine Pierce his queen. If our stories bring you joy, please consider liking and subscribing. Share with friends who appreciate a good story. And so, our story begins. Chapter 1, Blood Awakening. The rain fell in sheets across the French Quarter, drumming against centuries-old cobblestones and washing away the remnants of another night's revelry. Lightning split the sky, illuminating a figure sprawled in an alleyway between Bourbon and Royal Street, his blonde hair plastered against his face, clothes soaked through. For a moment, he remained perfectly still, as if death itself had claimed him. Then his eyes snapped open, startling blue, almost electric in their intensity. Naruto Uzumaki gasped, drawing air into lungs that felt both familiar and strange. He sat up with a jerk, hands immediately patting down his body, confirming he was solid, real. The last thing he remembered was Kurama, he whispered, reaching instinctively for the familiar presence within him. A faint rumble answered in his mind. Still here, Kit. Though something is different. Relief washed through Naruto, but it was quickly overtaken by confusion as his senses began to register his surroundings. The sounds, music blaring from buildings nearby, voices chattering, cars honking, all hit him with painful clarity. And the smells, blood, alcohol, food, perfume, sweat, all mixed together in an overwhelming assault. Where the hell am I? He muttered, pushing himself to his feet. His balance felt off, his body simultaneously stronger and unfamiliar. Looking down at himself, he found he was wearing clothes he didn't recognize, dark jeans, a fitted black t-shirt, and a deep orange jacket that seemed to be the only nod to his former self. A quick check of his pockets revealed a wallet with unfamiliar currency, an ID card with his name and face but a birthdate that made no sense, and a key attached to an address tag. "All right," he said, steadying himself against a wall. "First things first. Figure out where I am, then why I'm here." He stepped out of the alleyway onto a street unlike any he'd ever seen. Buildings lined both sides, ornate and old yet vibrant with light and activity despite the downpour. People hurried by under umbrellas, ducking into doorways that spilled music and laughter. Signs advertised drinks, food, and entertainment in a language he somehow understood despite never having learned it. Naruto stood there, rain soaking him further, as memories began to surface, not his own, yet somehow integrated into his mind. New Orleans. The French Quarter. A city with a dark underbelly of supernatural beings, vampires, werewolves, witches. Words and concepts that should have been foreign yet felt as known to him as chakra and jutsu. "This isn't our world," Kurama's voice rumbled inside him. "Yet it feels as though we belong here. How is that possible?" Naruto murmured, earning a strange look from a passing couple who hurried by. "I sense changes in you, Kit. In us both." Naruto closed his eyes, focusing inward as he'd done countless times before. The familiar flow of chakra was there, but alongside it ran something darker, hungrier. A thirst that clawed at his throat and made his gums ache strangely. His eyes flew open as realization hit him. The implanted memories, the hunger, the heightened senses, they all pointed to one impossible conclusion. "I'm a vampire," he whispered in disbelief. Yet even as the thought formed, he knew it wasn't entirely accurate. The pull of the full moon overhead, barely visible through storm clouds, told a different story. A duality existed within him now, vampire and werewolf both, with Kurama's chakra binding it all together in a way that should have been impossible. A hybrid. The word surfaced from those not quite his memories. But hybrids were supposed to be rare, created only through complex rituals or bloodlines. "We need to understand our new limitations and strengths," Kurama advised, ever practical. Naruto nodded, moving with new purpose toward a less populated area. He found a small, empty courtyard hidden behind wrought iron gates and tested his abilities. The speed came naturally. One moment he stood at the entrance, the next he was across the courtyard. Strength followed, stone crumbling easily beneath his fingers. Chakra responded to his call, but differently now, infused with this new dark power. "This is incredible," he murmured, watching a Rasengan form in his palm, glowing blue as always, but now tinged with crimson at its edges. "Be careful," Kurama warned. "We don't know the rules of this world." As if to punctuate the fox's caution, a scream pierced the night, sharp, female, and abruptly cut short. Naruto's head snapped toward the sound, his enhanced hearing pinpointing its location several blocks away. Without thinking, he moved, body blurring as he raced across rooftops with inhuman speed. The scent of blood grew stronger as he approached, along with the rapid heartbeats of several humans and one that beat differently, stronger but erratic with fear. The scene he dropped into was clear enough, 3 men with strange weapons cornering a dark-haired woman in an alley. The woman's eyes gleamed with defiance despite the stake pressed against her chest, her fangs bared in a final act of resistance. "End of the line, Catherine," one of the men growled. "Thought you could hide in New Orleans? This city belongs to hunters now." "I've survived worse than you," the woman, Catherine, spat back, though blood trickled from wounds that weren't healing as they should. "And I'll dance on your graves after," she broke off as Naruto landed silently behind the hunters. Their heartbeats spiked as they sensed a new presence, but before they could turn, Naruto had moved. His newfound speed combined with years of shinobi training made it almost unfair. One moment the men were armed and ready, the next they lay unconscious on the wet pavement, weapons scattered. He hadn't killed them. Whatever they were, whatever this woman was, Naruto wasn't about to start his existence in this new world with bloodshed if he could avoid it. Catherine stared at him, her expression shifting from shock to calculation in the space of a heartbeat. "Well," she said, her voice a silky purr despite her injuries. "Aren't you full of surprises?" Naruto met her gaze steadily. There was something familiar about her eyes, the look of someone who had survived against all odds, who carried both darkness and strength. "You're hurt." "Nothing that a little blood won't fix," she replied, wiping at a cut on her cheek that was healing far too slowly. "Though these bastards dosed me with vervain. Makes healing difficult." She studied him with increasing curiosity. "You're new. I know every vampire in New Orleans, and you're definitely not one of Marcel's." "Marcel?" The name triggered another implanted memory, the self-proclaimed king of New Orleans, ruler of the vampire community. Catherine's eyes narrowed. "You really are new, aren't you? How interesting." She took a step closer, her movement both cautious and predatory. "But not just a vampire. There's something else about you. Something I can't quite place." Before Naruto could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps made them both tense. Catherine's hand shot out, gripping his arm with surprising strength. "We need to go. Those 3 weren't alone." "I can handle more," Naruto said confidently. Catherine's laugh was short and bitter. "Maybe you can, mystery man, but I'm in no condition to watch the show. Besides," she added, her eyes traveling over him appraisingly, "I have a feeling we have a lot to talk about." The approaching footsteps grew louder, accompanied by voices calling out to their fallen comrades. Naruto made a quick decision, scooping Catherine up before she could protest and leaping to the nearest rooftop with a surge of chakra-enhanced strength. "What the?" Catherine began, but her words were lost as Naruto carried her across the rooftops of the French Quarter, moving with a speed and agility that had nothing to do with vampirism and everything to do with years as a shinobi. When he finally set her down on a balcony several neighborhoods away, she stared at him with undisguised fascination. "You're not just a vampire or a werewolf. What are you?" "That's complicated," Naruto answered, watching as she leaned against the railing, still weak but recovering. "And I'm still figuring it out myself." "Well, while you're figuring it out," Catherine said, gesturing to the door behind them, "this is one of my safe houses. And I need blood before those hunters regroup and track us down." Without waiting for his response, she produced a key and unlocked the balcony door, stepping inside with the confidence of someone returning home. Naruto hesitated only briefly before following her into a luxuriously appointed apartment. Catherine moved immediately to a hidden refrigerator, pulling out a blood bag and tearing into it with practiced ease. Her eyes closed in momentary bliss as the first swallow went down, color returning to her pale features. "You should have some too," she said, eyes opening to fix on him. "You look like you could use it." The mere mention of blood made Naruto's throat burn, the hunger he'd been suppressing roaring to life. But something in him rebelled at the thought. "I'm good." Catherine raised an eyebrow. "Suit yourself. But denial won't change what you are." She finished the blood bag and tossed it aside, already looking stronger. "Now, let's start with the basics. Who are you, and how did you end up in the middle of my little confrontation with those hunters?" "Naruto Uzumaki," he answered, seeing no reason to lie. "And I heard you scream." "Chivalry isn't dead after all," Catherine drawled, but there was genuine curiosity behind her sarcasm. "But that doesn't explain what you are. You move like a vampire, but that jump? The way you carried me across half the quarter? That was something else entirely." Naruto considered how much to reveal. In his experience, honesty usually worked best, but this world had its own rules and dangers. "She's dangerous," Kurama warned. "But also potentially valuable. She knows this world." "I'm new to New Orleans," Naruto said carefully. "Still learning how things work here." Catherine's laugh was rich and knowing. "Oh, honey. You're new to a lot more than New Orleans." She moved closer, studying him with intense brown eyes. "Your clothes are too new, you look around like you've never seen electric lights before, and you have absolutely no idea who I am, which is frankly insulting, given my reputation." She circled him slowly, predator assessing predator. "Catherine Pierce doesn't just share her safe houses with anyone. I'm only doing it because you saved me, and because you're the most interesting thing I've seen in decades." Naruto felt a smile tug at his lips despite the situation. There was something refreshingly direct about her approach, reminiscent of people he'd known in his previous life. "And what does the famous Catherine Pierce know about someone who might be, part vampire, part werewolf and something else entirely?" Catherine froze mid-step, her eyes widening with genuine shock. "That's impossible," she breathed. "Klaus Michelson is the only hybrid, and only because he broke his curse. No one else can be both vampire and werewolf." "Guess I'm special then," Naruto replied with a shrug that belied the significance of the revelation. Catherine recovered quickly, mask of cool calculation slipping back into place. "Special or suicidal? If Marcel or the Michelsons find out what you are." She let the threat hang unfinished. "Who exactly is Marcel?" Naruto asked, deciding to focus on the more immediate potential threat. Catherine poured herself a glass of bourbon, gesturing with the bottle toward Naruto, who declined with a shake of his head. "Marcel Gerard," she said, taking a slow sip, "is the king of New Orleans. Former slave turned vampire by Klaus Michelson himself, and now ruler of the supernatural community here. He controls the vampires, keeps the werewolves exiled, and holds the witches under his thumb." "Sounds like a tyrant," Naruto observed. "He's survived this long by being smart and ruthless," Catherine corrected. "In the supernatural world, that's practically a requirement for leadership." Her eyes narrowed speculatively. "But you could potentially challenge him. If you are what you claim to be." Naruto caught the calculated interest in her tone. "I'm not looking to challenge anyone. I just woke up here, and I'm trying to figure out why." "Woke up?" Catherine echoed, her curiosity clearly piqued. "As in, you don't know how you became, whatever you are." Naruto ran a hand through his still damp hair, unsure how to explain his situation without sounding insane. "I had a life before this. A different life, in a different world. I died there, or I thought I did. Then I woke up here, in an alley, with all these new abilities and memories that aren't mine. He expected disbelief, mockery, or at least skepticism. Instead, Catherine's expression turned thoughtful. Reincarnation with memories intact, she mused. Unusual, but not unheard of in witch circles. Though they usually don't come back as hybrids with something else entirely thrown in. She studied him with new interest. What were you, in this other life? A shinobi, Naruto answered honestly. A ninja. I protected my village, fought in wars, had powers that were different from what exists here. Be careful, Kit, Kurama warned. She's too interested. Catherine set down her glass and moved closer. Show me something, she challenged. Something that proves you're not just another vampire with delusions of grandeur. Naruto considered the request for a moment, then nodded. He held out his hand, focusing his chakra. The swirling blue energy of a Rasengan formed above his palm, casting dancing shadows across the apartment walls. Catherine's eyes widened as she stepped closer, the light reflecting in her dark irises. That's not vampirism or werewolf magic, she breathed. And it's not witch magic either. It's something else. Chakra, Naruto explained, letting the Rasengan dissipate. Life energy that can be controlled, shaped. Catherine's expression was a mixture of awe and calculation that reminded him suddenly, painfully, of Sasuke in their younger days, always measuring power, always planning 5 steps ahead. Do you understand what this means? She asked, excitement barely contained in her voice. You're not just a hybrid, you're something entirely new. Something that shouldn't exist in this world. Her smile grew predatory. And in New Orleans, uniqueness equals power. I didn't come here for power, Naruto countered. Then why did you come? Catherine challenged. If some force brought you here, gave you these abilities, these implanted memories, it wasn't just for you to wander around saving damsels who don't need saving. She has a point, Kurama rumbled. We were brought here for a purpose. Before Naruto could respond, a sharp knock echoed through the apartment. Catherine tensed immediately, finger to her lips as she moved silently to the door, peering through the peephole. Trouble? Naruto whispered, already reaching for chakra. The worst kind, she murmured back. Marcel's right-hand man. She turned to Naruto, decision made in an instant. Hide in the bedroom. Whatever you do, mask your presence. If they sense what you are. Naruto nodded, slipping silently into the adjacent room as Catherine composed herself, running hands through her hair and adjusting her blood-stained clothing before opening the door with a carefully crafted smile. Thierry, she purred, voice carrying clearly to Naruto's enhanced hearing. To what do I owe the pleasure? Cut the act, Catherine, a male voice replied, tense but not overtly hostile. Marcel wants to see you. Now. And if I'm busy? Then you get busy with Marcel instead. He doesn't like to be kept waiting, especially when there's dead hunters scattered across the quarter. From his hidden position, Naruto could sense Catherine's momentary tension. I have no idea what you're talking about, she lied smoothly. Save it, Thierry cut her off. Marcel's not angry, yet. Just wants to know what happened. His city, his rules, remember? How could I forget? Catherine's voice dripped with sarcasm. Give me 5 minutes to change. You have 3. The door closed, and Catherine immediately returned to the bedroom, expression tight with concern. Change of plans, she whispered, though they both knew Thierry could likely hear them if he tried. Marcel summoned me, and in this city, that's not optional. Because of the hunters? Naruto asked quietly. Because someone took out 3 of them without killing them, which isn't vampire standard operating procedure, Catherine replied, quickly changing into fresh clothes with practiced efficiency. Marcel keeps strict control over who can feed and kill in the quarter. Anything unusual gets his attention. Let me come with you, Naruto offered. It's my fault anyway. Catherine paused mid-button. That's suicide, she hissed. Marcel will sense what you are immediately. I can handle myself, Naruto insisted. And I don't like the idea of you taking the blame for my actions. Something flickered in Catherine's expression, surprise, perhaps, at his concern. She recovered quickly, arching an eyebrow. How noble. But unnecessary. I've been playing these games for 500 years. She finished changing and ran a quick hand through her hair. Besides, Marcel and I have history. He won't hurt me without cause. History? Naruto couldn't help asking. Catherine's smile was enigmatic. We've been occasional allies, occasional enemies. The usual vampire relationship. She moved to the door, then paused, turning back. Stay here. I'll return when I can and we'll continue our discussion about your unique situation. And if you don't return? Naruto challenged. Then assume I'm temporarily indisposed and get as far from New Orleans as possible, she replied frankly. This city eats the unprepared alive, or undead, as the case may be. She slipped out, the sound of her voice exchanging barbed pleasantries with Thierry fading as they departed. Naruto stood in a now silent apartment, torn between respecting her request and following his instincts. She's right about one thing, Kurama observed. We are unprepared for this world's politics. Then we should learn, Naruto replied, making his decision. Quickly. Using a simple transformation technique combined with his new vampire abilities, Naruto slipped out of the apartment and onto the rain-slick streets, following Catherine and Thierry at a distance that even enhanced vampire senses would struggle to detect. The rain had lightened to a drizzle, the storm moving on to reveal a star-strewn sky above the city lights. They led him deeper into the French Quarter, eventually arriving at a converted church that pulsed with music and light. Vampires stood guard at the entrance, nodding respectfully to Thierry as he escorted Catherine inside. Naruto paused across the street, assessing the situation. Many vampires inside, Kurama noted. And something else, magic users. Witches, according to your implanted knowledge. Naruto nodded, slipping into an alley to release his transformation. He needed to see this Marcel, to understand the power structure of this new world he'd awakened in. But walking in the front door wasn't an option, not until he understood his own abilities and limitations better. Instead, he scaled the building silently, finding a high window that overlooked what appeared to be a main gathering area below. The space was opulent, filled with vampires drinking and socializing while humans mingled among them, offering their wrists and necks with drugged smiles. In the center of it all sat a man Naruto instantly recognized from his implanted memories, Marcel Gerard, lounging on what could only be described as a throne, his presence commanding even at a distance. Catherine stood before him, her posture a careful balance between deference and dignity. Naruto focused his enhanced hearing, catching their conversation despite the music and chatter. Hunters shouldn't have been in the quarter at all, Marcel was saying, his voice carrying authority without raising its volume. The fact that they targeted you specifically is concerning. I've made enemies, Catherine replied with a careless shrug. It happens when you live as long as I have. And the fact that someone interfered? Someone with enough power to take down 3 hunters without killing them? Catherine's laugh sounded genuine, if a bit forced. Maybe New Orleans has a guardian angel. Or perhaps one of your nightwalkers is showing restraint for once. Marcel leaned forward, his easy smile not reaching his eyes. See, that's what bothers me, Catherine. My nightwalkers know the rules. They report everything unusual. So either one of them is lying to me. He let the accusation hang. Or someone new has come to town, Catherine finished for him. Someone not under your control. The tension between them was palpable, stretching out until Marcel finally broke it with a laugh. Always direct, Catherine. It's why I've let you stay in my city despite your complicated history with the originals. He stood, moving closer to her with predatory grace. So tell me the truth. Who saved you tonight? Catherine hesitated, and Naruto tensed, ready to intervene if necessary. But after a moment, she simply smiled. I have no idea. Whoever it was moved too fast, even for vampire sight. One moment the hunters had me cornered, the next they were unconscious and I was alone. Marcel studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right. But if you learn anything. The threat was implicit. You'll be the first to know, Catherine promised smoothly. Marcel seemed satisfied, gesturing for a nearby vampire to bring drinks. Now that's settled, stay and enjoy yourself. It's been too long since you graced us with your presence. As Catherine accepted the offered drink with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, Naruto settled more comfortably on his perch. He needed to understand this world, these people, before making his next move. Marcel clearly controlled the city with an iron grip disguised as benevolence, not unlike many leaders Naruto had encountered before. For over an hour, he watched the interactions below, absorbing the dynamics of this supernatural community. Marcel ruled absolutely, his inner circle of daywalkers, vampires who could walk in sunlight thanks to enchanted rings, forming a loyal court around him. The Nightwalkers, regular vampires restricted to darkness, served eagerly in hopes of earning such a ring themselves. Humans provided blood and entertainment, some compelled, others there by choice for the thrill. And throughout it all moved Catherine, socializing with practiced charm while clearly gathering information, her eyes occasionally scanning the shadows as if sensing she was watched. Eventually, the gathering began to disperse, vampires departing for the night's hunt or other entertainments. Marcel escorted Catherine to the exit himself, their conversation now too low for even Naruto's enhanced hearing to catch. When they parted, Marcel's expression was thoughtful, calculating. Naruto followed Catherine as she made her way back toward her safe house, staying high above on the rooftops. She moved with purpose but took a circuitous route, occasionally doubling back or pausing in shadows, checking for followers, he realized, admiring her caution. When she finally slipped back into her apartment, Naruto gave her several minutes before entering silently through the balcony door he'd left unlocked. He found her waiting in the center of the room, stake in hand. I knew you'd follow me, she said, lowering the weapon. You have hero complex written all over you. Is that such a bad thing? Naruto asked, closing the door behind him. In New Orleans? Absolutely. She set the steak aside and poured herself another drink. Heroes don't last long in this city. Survivors do. And you're a survivor, Naruto observed. Catherine's smile was sharp. 500 years and counting. She took a slow sip. Marcel bought my story, for now. But he'll be watching me more closely, which means you need to be careful. What's his deal anyway? Naruto asked, moving further into the apartment. Why does everyone just accept his rule? Because the alternative is chaos, Catherine replied simply. Before Marcel, New Orleans was a supernatural battleground. Vampire factions, werewolf packs, witch covens all fighting for territory. Marcel united the vampires, drove the werewolves out, and keeps the witches in check. Through fear. Through strength and clear rules, Catherine corrected. No killing vampires. Restrictions on feeding. No magic without permission. Break the rules, you answer to him personally. She shrugged. It's not democracy, but it works. Naruto frowned, considering this. Where I come from, the strongest protected people, they didn't rule over them. Catherine laughed, the sound genuinely amused. Your world sounds delightful. Here, power means control. She studied him over the rim of her glass. Which brings us back to you, Naruto Uzumaki. You possess power unlike anything in this world. The question is, what do you intend to do with it? Before Naruto could answer, exhaustion hit him suddenly, a wave of dizziness that made him stagger. Catherine was beside him instantly, surprising him with her concern. When did you last feed? She demanded, steadying him. I haven't, Naruto admitted, the burning thirst suddenly impossible to ignore. Catherine's expression shifted to exasperation. Idiot. Newly turned vampires need blood frequently. Add werewolf metabolism to that, and I'm amazed you're still functioning. She disappeared into the kitchen, returning with another blood bag. Drink. Now. Naruto hesitated, staring at the bag with equal parts hunger and revulsion. We need strength, Kurama reminded him. This body requires blood to function now. With reluctance, Naruto accepted the bag, bringing it to his lips. The first taste triggered something primal, veins darkened around his eyes as fangs extended fully. The blood was cold, but it flowed through him like liquid fire, easing the burning in his throat and bringing a rush of strength and clarity. When he drained the bag, he looked up to find Catherine watching him with fascination. Your eyes, she whispered. They changed color. What? Naruto moved to a nearby mirror, startled by his reflection. His normally blue eyes had shifted to a glowing crimson, reminiscent of Kurama's chakra but with slitted pupils like a vampire's. Definitely not a normal hybrid, Catherine murmured, moving closer. Klaus's eyes turn yellow when he embraces his werewolf side. Yours. She shook her head in wonder. Red like blood, but with something else behind them. The revelation was interrupted by a sudden, searing pain that dropped Naruto to his knees. Images flashed through his mind, a dark chamber, ancient symbols, a hooded figure performing a ritual. A voice echoed, words in a language he didn't understand yet somehow comprehended, the fox awakens in new flesh. The balance shifts. Find the doppelganger. Unite the bloodlines. The void between worlds thins. As quickly as it came, the vision faded, leaving Naruto gasping on the floor with Catherine kneeling beside him, her expression torn between concern and wariness. What the hell was that? She demanded. A vision, Naruto managed, the pain receding to a dull throb. Someone, something, knows I'm here. Knows what I am. Catherine's hand tightened on his arm. What did you see? Naruto described the vision, watching as Catherine's expression shifted from concern to shock at the mention of a doppelganger. That's impossible, she whispered. I'm the last Petrova doppelganger. Unless. Her eyes narrowed in sudden thought. Unless Elena had a child before becoming a vampire. Elena? The name triggered another implanted memory, a younger woman with Catherine's face but gentler eyes. My doppelganger, Catherine explained, her tone bitter. My shadow self, according to Klaus. We share the same face because we share the same bloodline, Petrova. Doppelgangers are rare, powerful. Our blood is special. She stood abruptly, pacing the room. If whoever brought you here is looking for a doppelganger, that means they're planning something big. Rituals involving doppelganger blood are always about power, breaking curses, creating hybrids, opening doorways. Doorways between worlds, Naruto murmured, the pieces starting to align. Like the one that brought me here. Catherine stopped pacing, turning to face him with sudden intensity. If someone's opening doors between worlds, that could threaten everything, not just New Orleans, but the entire supernatural balance. Then we need to find out who's behind it, Naruto said, rising to his feet as the last of the pain faded. And why they brought me here specifically. Catherine studied him for a long moment, calculation and curiosity warring in her expression. Finally, she gave a short nod. All right, mystery man. You've convinced me. I'll help you figure this out. Her smile turned sly. After all, anything powerful enough to pull someone across worlds is definitely something I want to know about. For power? Naruto asked directly. Catherine didn't flinch from the question. For survival, she corrected. In my experience, when ancient forces start meddling with reality, it rarely ends well for those caught in the middle. She extended her hand. Partners? Naruto studied her offered hand, weighing his instincts against caution. Catherine Pierce was clearly dangerous, self-serving, and accustomed to betrayal. But she was also knowledgeable, resourceful, and currently his best ally in this strange new world. He clasped her hand firmly. Partners. Catherine's smile was genuine, if predatory. Good. First lesson about New Orleans: everyone needs allies. Even hybrids with mysterious powers from another world. And Marcel? Naruto asked. What happens when he discovers what I am? Oh, he'll either try to recruit you or kill you, Catherine replied matter-of-factly. Marcel doesn't allow powers in his city that he can't control. I've dealt with people like that before, Naruto said, memories of Pain, Madara, and countless others surfacing. They always underestimate the power of those fighting for something more than control. Catherine raised an eyebrow. And what are you fighting for, Naruto Uzumaki? The question made him pause, searching for an answer that felt true to both who he had been and who he was becoming in this new world. A place where people can be free, he finally said. Where supernatural beings don't have to live in fear or under someone's thumb. Where strength protects instead of controls. He hadn't intended it as a declaration, but the words hung in the air with unexpected weight. Catherine's expression shifted through several emotions: skepticism, amusement, and finally something like wistful longing. 500 years running from Klaus, and I've never found such a place, she said softly. Then her mask of practiced cynicism slipped back into place. But I admire the dream. Naive as it is. Dreams have a way of becoming reality when the right person believes in them, Naruto replied, an echo of his old self shining through. Catherine laughed, the sound surprisingly genuine. Well, I can't say life around you will be boring. She glanced at the window, where dawn was beginning to lighten the sky. The sun will be up soon. For now, you should rest. Newly turned vampires need time to adjust, even magical hybrid ones from another dimension. She gestured toward a second bedroom. You can stay here for now. Tomorrow, we'll start figuring out who brought you to our world and why they're interested in doppelgangers. As Naruto moved toward the offered room, Catherine added, and we'll need to get you a daylight ring if you plan to function in New Orleans. Unless your mysterious powers let you walk in the sun. Naruto paused, realizing he had no idea if sunlight would affect him as it did other vampires. Guess we'll find out tomorrow. Try not to burst into flames on my carpet, Catherine called after him. Blood is hell to clean up. Despite everything, Naruto found himself smiling as he closed the bedroom door. This world was strange, dangerous, and nothing like the one he'd left behind. But it was also filled with possibilities, and for the first time since awakening in that rain-soaked alley, he felt a sense of purpose forming. As he stretched out on the bed, Kurama's presence stirred in his mind. Interesting female, the fox observed. Reminds me of that Anko woman, but more dangerous. She's survived 500 years on her wits, Naruto replied mentally. That takes a special kind of strength. Don't trust her completely, Kurama warned. She helps us for her own reasons. Everyone does, Naruto answered simply. But sometimes people surprise you when you give them the chance to be more than what the world expects them to be. As sleep claimed him, Naruto's thoughts drifted to the vision, to Marcel's kingdom of controlled supernaturals, to Catherine's admission that she'd never found a truly free place in 5 centuries of searching. Perhaps his purpose in this new world was clearer than he'd realized. New Orleans needed something different. Not just another king, but a different kind of leader altogether. Someone who understood that true strength came from protecting others, not controlling them. In his dreams, Naruto stood atop the highest building in the quarter, looking out over a city where vampires, werewolves, and witches coexisted without fear. Where power served the community instead of ruling it. Where someone like Catherine could finally stop running. A haven for the supernatural world. And as the dream took shape, somewhere deep in the bayou beyond the city, ancient eyes opened, sensing the shift in the world's balance. The fox had awakened, just as the prophecy foretold. Now the real game would begin. Chapter 2, Fox and Flame. Naruto awoke to the sound of hushed voices. He kept his eyes closed, senses extending outward, an old shinobi habit that served him well in this new form. Catherine's voice came from the living room, tense but controlled. "I don't care what you have to do, Joshua. I need that daylight ring by nightfall." "It's not that simple," a male voice responded, frustration evident. "The witches are being watched more closely than ever. Marcel has Diego following my every move." "Then be creative," Catherine snapped. "Use the excuse that it's for me, a replacement for one I lost. And when Marcel asks to see your current ring? I'll handle Marcel. You just get me that ring." Naruto heard footsteps, the door opening and closing, then Catherine's soft sigh. He opened his eyes, confirming what his other senses had already told him. The bedroom was pitch dark, heavy curtains blocking any hint of daylight. Catherine had prepared it for a vampire's rest. He sat up, noticing fresh clothes laid out at the foot of the bed, dark jeans, a black button-up shirt, and a deep orange jacket similar to the one he'd worn yesterday. Either Catherine had excellent taste or she'd picked up on his preference for his signature color. "I know you're awake in there," Catherine called. Vampire hearing works both ways. Naruto smiled despite himself. Just enjoying the hospitality, he called back, changing quickly before opening the bedroom door. Catherine stood by the living room window, peering through a narrow gap in the blackout curtains. Sunlight outlined her silhouette, confirming she could indeed walk in daylight. She turned as he entered, appraising his appearance with a nod of approval. "Sleep well?" she asked, gesturing to a mug of something warm on the coffee table. "Blood and coffee. Best way to start a vampire's day." "Thanks," Naruto said, picking up the mug and sniffing it cautiously. The combination of rich coffee and coppery blood should have been revolting, but to his new senses, it smelled delicious. He took a careful sip and was surprised by the pleasant warmth that spread through him. Catherine watched him with amusement. The faces new vampires make when they realize what they enjoy now, always entertaining. "Glad I could provide the morning entertainment," Naruto replied dryly. He nodded toward the window. "So I'm guessing sunlight is still a problem for me?" "Most likely," Catherine said, letting the curtain fall closed. "Unless your special nature gives you immunity. But testing that theory seems unnecessarily painful if you're wrong." "I'd heal," Naruto pointed out. "After experiencing excruciating pain and potentially permanent scarring," Catherine countered. "Better to wait for the daylight ring. My witch contact will have one ready by sunset." "Your witch contact didn't seem too confident," Naruto observed, revealing he'd overheard their conversation. Catherine didn't appear surprised. "Joshua is naturally nervous. But he'll come through, he always does when properly motivated." The slight emphasis on motivated told Naruto everything he needed to know about her methods. "So what's the plan for today?" he asked, changing the subject. "Since I'm apparently housebound until sunset." "Education," Catherine replied, moving to a bookshelf and pulling out several aged leather-bound volumes. "If you're going to survive in New Orleans, you need to understand its history and politics." She placed the books on the coffee table and sat down, patting the space beside her. "Consider this Supernatural New Orleans 101. For the next several hours, Catherine guided Naruto through a crash course in the city's supernatural history. She was a surprisingly good teacher, mixing historical facts with personal anecdotes that brought the story to life. Naruto found himself drawn in despite the academic nature of the lesson, especially when Catherine spoke of her own experiences. New Orleans was founded in 1718, she explained, tracing her finger over an old map, but supernatural creatures had been here long before that. The land had power, confluence of ley lines, connection to the other side. The original family arrived in the early 1800s and built it into a supernatural haven. "The originals," Naruto repeated. "The first vampires, right? Created through magic?" Catherine nodded, something dark flashing in her eyes. "The Michelson family. Esther, their mother and a powerful witch, turned her children into vampires to protect them. Finn, Elijah, Klaus, Cole, Rebecca. The first of our kind. She turned a page in one of the books, revealing a sketched portrait of a noble-looking man. Elijah. The honorable one, supposedly. Her voice held a hint of bitterness that Naruto didn't miss. You have history with him. Catherine's laugh was short and cold. 500 years of it. He hunted me across continents at Klaus's command. She turned another page, revealing a different face, handsome, with cruel eyes. Klaus Michael's son. The original hybrid. Naruto studied the drawing with interest. Hybrid? Like me? Not exactly, Catherine replied. Klaus was born werewolf but made vampire through his mother's spell. His werewolf side was bound until he broke the curse, using my doppelganger descendant's blood. Her finger traced the outline of the face, an almost unconscious gesture. He's obsessed with power, control. Creating hybrids to serve him, building armies, destroying anyone who defies him. And he's not in New Orleans now? Naruto asked. Catherine shook her head. No one knows where the originals are currently. They left New Orleans nearly a century ago, fleeing their father Michael, the vampire who hunts vampires. Marcel rose to power in their absence. Her smile was cynical. Though in this world, absence rarely means gone forever. The originals have a habit of returning when least expected. She closed the book and opened another, this one filled with symbols and diagrams. Now for the witches. New Orleans witches practice ancestral magic, drawing power from their dead. Their ancestors remain connected to our world, guiding and sometimes controlling the living witches. That's why they're tied to New Orleans, Naruto realized. Their power comes from their ancestors buried here. Precisely, Catherine confirmed, impressed by his quick understanding. Marcel controls them by prohibiting magic and punishing any witch caught practicing without permission. He has a secret weapon, a way to know when they use magic. That doesn't seem fair, Naruto frowned. Magic is part of who they are. Catherine arched an eyebrow. Fair doesn't enter into it. It's about control. She turned more pages. Then there are the werewolves, driven out of the city and confined to the bayou. The Crescent Pack once ruled New Orleans alongside vampires, until Marcel enacted a decree forcing them out. Naruto absorbed all this information, connecting it to his brief observation of Marcel's court. So Marcel maintains power by keeping everyone divided, vampires dependent on him for daylight rings, witches forbidden from practicing, werewolves exiled. The classic strategy, Catherine confirmed. Divide and rule. It's worked for him for nearly a century. Until now, Naruto said quietly. Catherine's eyes narrowed with interest. Meaning? Naruto set down his empty mug. Something brought me here for a reason. That vision mentioned balance shifting. Maybe the balance Marcel maintains isn't the right one. Careful, Catherine warned. That kind of talk is how revolutions start. Would that be so bad? Naruto challenged. Catherine studied him for a long moment. Revolutions are bloody, messy things. I've seen dozens across centuries. The idealists who start them rarely survive to see what rises from the ashes. You think I'm being naive, Naruto observed. I think you're being, you, Catherine replied, her tone softening slightly. The hero from another world, seeing injustice and wanting to fix it. It's admirable, in its way. She leaned closer. But this world plays by different rules. Here, power isn't about who's right, it's about who's left standing when the dust settles. Where I came from, Naruto countered, the strongest ninja wasn't always the one who could destroy the most. Sometimes it was the one who could endure the most, who could take the pain and hatred of others without letting it corrupt them. Something flickered in Catherine's expression, a momentary vulnerability quickly masked. A beautiful philosophy. But 500 years of running has taught me that endurance without power just means suffering longer. Before Naruto could respond, his senses prickled with warning. Catherine tensed at the same moment, both of them turning toward the door seconds before a knock sounded. "Were you expecting someone else?" Naruto asked quietly. Catherine shook her head, moving silently to the door and peering through the peephole. Her posture relaxed slightly. "It's Joshua. Early with the daylight ring." She opened the door to reveal a nervous-looking man in his 30s, whose eyes widened at the sight of Naruto standing in the living room. "You didn't mention he would be here," Joshua said, voice tight with controlled fear. "Relax," Catherine replied, ushering him inside and closing the door. "He doesn't bite. At least, not without permission." Joshua kept his distance, reaching into his pocket to withdraw a silver ring set with a blue stone. "Here. As requested. Though Marcel's asking questions about why you need another ring so suddenly." "What did you tell him?" Catherine asked, examining the ring closely. "That you lost yours gambling and needed a replacement before he noticed," Joshua replied. "He seemed to buy it, but..." His eyes flicked to Naruto again. "There are rumors spreading about last night. About someone new in town with unusual abilities." Catherine's expression remained neutral. "Rumors are Marcel's bread and butter. He'll investigate, find nothing, and move on to the next potential threat." Joshua didn't look convinced. "The witches are restless. They sense something different in the city. Something that doesn't belong." His gaze settled more firmly on Naruto now. "What is he?" "Someone under my protection," Catherine replied smoothly. "That's all you need to know." Joshua shook his head. "Catherine, whatever game you're playing, isn't a game," she cut him off. "And isn't your concern. You've been paid for the ring. Our business is concluded." The witch hesitated, then nodded stiffly. "Just, be careful. The covens are meeting tonight. Whatever they're sensing has them scared. And scared witches are dangerous witches." After he'd left, Catherine handed the ring to Naruto. "Put this on. It's spelled to protect vampires from sunlight." Naruto examined the ring, sensing the subtle magic infused within the stone. "How does it work?" "The stone is lapis lazuli," Catherine explained. "The spell binds to it, creating a shield around the wearer that negates the sun's effect on vampire skin. The magic is tied to the witch who cast it, but it's permanent unless broken by the same witch." Naruto slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling a slight tingle as the magic recognized his vampiric nature. "Does it work on hybrids too?" "Only one way to find out," Catherine replied with a hint of mischief, moving to the window and pulling back the curtain to allow a beam of sunlight to enter. "Care to test it?" Naruto hesitated only briefly before stepping forward, extending his hand into the light. He tensed, expecting pain, but felt only the gentle warmth of sunshine on his skin. Encouraged, he moved fully into the beam of light, letting it wash over his face. "It works," he confirmed, unable to keep the smile from his face. After hours in darkness, the sunlight felt like greeting an old friend. Catherine watched him with an expression that mingled relief with something harder to define. "Good. Now we can move more freely." She let the curtain fall back into place. "Joshua's warning about the witches concerns me. If they're gathering to discuss you, it could mean trouble. Should we attend this meeting?" Naruto suggested. "Clear up any misunderstandings." Catherine laughed. "Crash a secret coven gathering? That's one way to start a war." She considered for a moment. "But we should know what they're saying. I know someone who might help us listen in." She moved to a closet, retrieving a jacket and purse. "First, though, you need to feed properly. The blood coffee mix is just a stopgap. For a hybrid, especially one newly turned, you need more." "I'm not killing anyone," Naruto stated firmly. "Did I suggest murder?" Catherine replied, looking offended. There are willing donors all over the quarter. Humans who enjoy the vampire bite, the euphoria it brings. No killing required. Naruto still looked uncomfortable with the idea. Catherine sighed, moving closer to study his expression. What is it? The feeding itself, or something else? Where I'm from, Naruto explained reluctantly, there were creatures that fed on chakra, human life energy. They were considered monsters, predators. Now I'm something similar. Catherine finished for him. She nodded in understanding. It's always hardest for those with conscience. But think of it this way, vampires and humans can have a symbiotic relationship. The bite brings pleasure to the human. The blood sustains the vampire. When done with respect and control, no one gets hurt. She held his gaze. The monster isn't the one who feeds to survive. It's the one who enjoys causing pain. Trust me, I've known both kinds. Her words resonated with something deep in Naruto, memories of Kurama, once considered a demon, a monster, now his partner and friend. The fox had not chosen his nature, only how he expressed it. She's right, Kit, Kurama rumbled in his mind. Our nature has changed, but not who we are. All right, Naruto conceded. But I choose who, and how. Catherine smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her face. Fair enough. Now let's go introduce you to New Orleans properly. The French Quarter by day proved even more vibrant than Naruto had glimpsed the previous night. Sunlight gleamed on colorful buildings, music spilled from open doorways, and the air was filled with the sense of food, perfume, and humanity. Catherine moved through it all with practiced ease, occasionally pointing out landmarks or explaining local customs. Naruto absorbed it all, marveling at the blend of old and new. Street performers demonstrated talents that would have seemed like jutsu in his world. Shops sold trinkets and talismans that promised protection from supernatural harm. And everywhere, beneath the surface of normal human activity, the undercurrent of the supernatural world flowed, vampires in sunglasses watching from cafe terraces, witches selling herbs with double purposes, tourists unknowingly brushing shoulders with creatures from nightmare. It's hidden in plain sight, Naruto observed as they turned down a quieter side street. The best magic always is, Catherine agreed. Humans see what they expect to see. A drunk tourist with bite marks is just someone who partied too hard. A witch's spell is street performance. A vampire's speed is a trick of the light. They arrived at a small courtyard cafe tucked away from the main tourist areas. Catherine led them to a table in the corner, ordering coffee with a familiarity that suggested she was a regular. The waitress, a pretty redhead, gave Naruto a curious look before departing. Vampire? Naruto asked quietly after she'd gone. Catherine shook her head. Human, but aware. Sophie owns this place. She caters to the supernatural community, neutral ground where various factions can meet without Marcel's direct oversight. As if summoned by her name, a dark-haired woman emerged from the kitchen, eyes immediately finding their table. She approached with caution, her gaze fixed on Naruto with unconcealed suspicion. This is him, she asked Catherine without preamble. The one everyone's talking about? Sophie Devereaux, Catherine introduced smoothly. Meet my friend Naruto. Naruto, Sophie is one of the more independently minded witches in the quarter. You shouldn't have brought him here, Sophie hissed, though she sat down at their table nonetheless. The covens are in an uproar. They sense something in him that doesn't belong in our world. And what might that be? Catherine asked innocently. Sophie's eyes narrowed. Don't play games, Catherine. You know exactly what he is. She turned to Naruto directly. What are you? You feel like vampire, like werewolf, but there's something else. Something, older. Naruto met her gaze steadily. I don't mean any harm to your covens or New Orleans. I'm just trying to understand why I'm here. Why you're, Sophie broke off, studying him more intently. Her eyes widened slightly. You're not from here. Not just New Orleans, but this world. She lowered her voice. The ancestors are screaming about boundaries being crossed, natural laws broken. Catherine leaned forward. What exactly are they saying, Sophie? Sophie hesitated, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. There's been a prophecy circulating among the elders. Something about a fox spirit crossing worlds, changing the balance. Her eyes fixed on Naruto. They claim he'll either save the supernatural world or destroy it completely. Dramatic, Catherine commented dryly, though her eyes betrayed her interest. The harvest is approaching, Sophie continued. The ritual that connects our young witches to ancestral power. The elders fear his presence will disrupt it somehow. She nodded toward Naruto. They're planning a divination tonight to learn more about him. That's why the covens are gathering. Can we observe? Catherine asked. Sophie laughed bitterly. You want to spy on a gathering of the 9 covens? Even you're not that reckless, Catherine. She hesitated, then added reluctantly, but I might be able to tell you what they discover. For a price. Name it, Catherine replied without hesitation. Protection, Sophie said, surprising them both. Marcel's enforcer, Thierry, has been watching my place. I think they suspect I've been practicing magic without permission. If they find proof. She left the consequences unspoken. Catherine glanced at Naruto, who nodded slightly. Done, she agreed. Any trouble from Marcel's people, you come to us. Sophie studied them both, her expression dubious. A vampire and whatever he is against Marcel's entire organization. Not exactly reassuring odds. We're more capable than we look, Naruto assured her. Something in his tone must have convinced her, because Sophie nodded slowly. I'll contact you after the gathering. She stood, then hesitated. One more thing. There are vampire hunters in town, not the usual amateur kind. They're asking about a woman matching your description, Catherine. Someone's put a serious bounty on your head. Catherine's expression didn't change, but Naruto noticed her fingers tense slightly around her coffee cup. Thanks for the warning. After Sophie departed, Naruto turned to Catherine. The same hunters from last night? Possibly, she replied, her tone carefully neutral. Or others drawn by the same bounty. You don't seem surprised. Catherine shrugged. People have been trying to kill me for centuries. It comes with the territory. She rose from the table, leaving money for their coffee. Come on. If I'm going to have assassins after me again, I prefer to be prepared. They spent the afternoon moving through the quarter, Catherine introducing Naruto to contacts and informants throughout the supernatural community. A tarot reader who served as eyes and ears among the tourist trade. A barkeeper whose establishment served blood cocktails after midnight. A pawnbroker who specialized in magical artifacts. Throughout it all, Naruto noticed how Catherine maintained a careful balance, friendly enough to ensure cooperation, distant enough to prevent real attachment. You've built quite a network, Naruto observed as they left an antique shop where Catherine had purchased several vials of mysterious liquids. Survival requires information, she replied. And in New Orleans, information is currency. As the afternoon waned, Catherine led them to a less touristy area of the quarter, the buildings more dilapidated, the streets quieter. Time for you to feed properly, she explained, approaching a nondescript door marked only with a small crescent moon symbol. Inside, the space opened into a dimly lit lounge. Soft music played, and humans and vampires mingled on plush couches and private booths. The atmosphere was sensual but not tawdry, more exclusive club than brothel. Elysium, Catherine explained. One of the few feeding houses Marcel permits. Strictly regulated, no killing, no turning, no excessive feeding. Humans come willingly for the experience and are compelled to forget anything too explicit. A tall, elegant woman approached them, her smile warming at the sight of Catherine. Miss Pierce. Always a pleasure. Lizette, Catherine greeted her. My friend needs to feed. Someone willing, gentle, and discreet for his first time. Lizette's eyes studied Naruto with professional assessment. Of course. Follow me, please. She led them to a private room furnished with comfortable seating and soft lighting. I'll send someone suitable. Any preferences? This last question was directed at Naruto, who looked uncomfortable with the entire arrangement. Just, someone who truly wants to be here, he said finally. Lizette nodded, apparently approving of his answer. 10 minutes, she promised, departing with a graceful movement that suggested she might be more than human herself. Alone again, Catherine settled onto a couch. Relax. This is perfectly normal in our world. Maybe that's the problem, Naruto replied, remaining standing. Just because something is normal doesn't make it right. Catherine studied him with renewed interest. You really are different, aren't you? Most vampires embrace the feeding quickly, it's the most primal pleasure of our existence. I'm not most vampires, Naruto reminded her. No, she agreed softly. You're definitely not. Before they could continue the conversation, the door opened to admit a young woman with warm brown skin and curly hair. She carried a tray with water and wine, setting it down before turning to them with a smile. I'm Nadia, she introduced herself. Lizette said you needed someone for a first feeding. This is Naruto, Catherine explained, taking charge smoothly. He's new to this and concerned about causing harm. Nadia's smile widened, her expression gentle as she approached Naruto. Don't worry. I've done this many times. I'll guide you through it. She extended her hand. May I? After a moment's hesitation, Naruto took her offered hand. Nadia led him to sit beside her on the couch, her movements confident but respectful of his obvious discomfort. The wrist is easiest for beginners, she explained, pushing up her sleeve to reveal smooth skin. Less intimate, more controlled. Just follow your instincts, but listen when I tell you to stop. Naruto glanced at Catherine, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, he took Nadia's wrist in his hands, feeling the pulse beneath his fingertips. The hunger he'd been suppressing surged forward, his fangs extending automatically. That's it, Nadia murmured. Don't fight it. Just control it. Gently, Naruto brought her wrist to his mouth and bit down. The taste of fresh blood flooded his senses, warm, rich, alive in a way the bagged blood couldn't match. Nadia gasped, but it wasn't a sound of pain. Naruto understood now what Catherine had meant about the bite bringing pleasure, he could feel Nadia's pulse quickening with something very different from fear. He drank slowly, carefully, attuned to her breathing and heartbeat. When they began to slow slightly, he withdrew immediately, licking the wounds to seal them as instinct guided him. Perfect, Nadia breathed, her pupils dilated. You're a natural. Naruto felt the rush of fresh blood energizing him, sharpening his senses even further. The guilt he'd anticipated didn't materialize, Nadia was clearly not harmed, and the experience had been genuinely mutual. Catherine watched the exchange with approving eyes. Better? She asked as Naruto sat back, wiping a trace of blood from his lips. He nodded, surprised by how centered he felt. Different than I expected. Nadia smiled, touching his arm lightly. You're welcome back anytime. She rose gracefully, showing no ill effects from the feeding. Lizette will provide blood bags if you prefer privacy in the future. After she'd left, Catherine leaned forward. See? Mutual benefit. No victims, no monsters. I understand now, Naruto admitted. The fresh blood had cleared his thinking, strengthened his body in ways the bagged blood hadn't. But it still feels like a dependence I didn't choose. Few of us choose what we become, Catherine replied, an unexpected depth of understanding in her voice. We only choose what we do with it. The moment of connection was interrupted by Catherine's phone vibrating. She checked the screen, her expression shifting to alert focus. Sophie. The coven gathering is starting earlier than expected. She rose. We should go. They exited Elysium into early evening, the quarter transitioning from day to night. Street lamps flickered on, and the character of the crowd shifted, more revelers, fewer tourists, the supernatural element growing bolder as darkness fell. Catherine led them through backstreets toward the garden district, explaining as they walked. The covens usually gather at the Lafayette Cemetery, but for major divinations, they use an old plantation house just outside the city. Less chance of Marcel's spies observing. How will Sophie contact us? Naruto asked. She won't need to, Catherine replied with a slight smile. We'll be close enough to observe ourselves. They reached the edge of the quarter, where Catherine had a car waiting, a sleek black sedan with tinted windows. She slid behind the wheel, Naruto taking the passenger seat beside her. You planned this, he observed as she pulled into traffic. I anticipated possibilities, Catherine corrected. 500 years of survival depends on always having a backup plan. They drove in comfortable silence, the city giving way to more suburban landscapes and eventually to darker, tree-lined roads. Catherine finally turned onto an unmarked dirt track, cutting the headlights and engine while still some distance from their destination. We'll go on foot from here, she whispered. Vampire quiet. Naruto nodded, following her silent movement into the trees. The plantation house came into view through the foliage, a grand old structure illuminated by what appeared to be hundreds of candles. Cars lined the long driveway, and figures moved through the gardens, converging on the main house. At least 50 witches, Catherine murmured, crouching behind a large oak. All 9 covens represented. This is serious. Naruto extended his senses, feeling the power emanating from the gathering, different from chakra, yet similar in how it flowed and concentrated. How do we get closer without being detected? Catherine reached into her jacket, withdrawing a small cloth pouch. Cloaking herbs. Not perfect against powerful witches, but it should mask our supernatural signatures enough to get us within hearing range. She handed him a pinch of the mixture, which he rubbed on his wrists and neck as she demonstrated. The herbs smelled bitter but not unpleasant, leaving a slight tingling sensation on his skin. Follow me, Catherine instructed. And stay absolutely silent. These witches won't hesitate to immobilize first and ask questions never. They moved through the grounds like shadows, utilizing Naruto's shinobi training and Catherine's centuries of stealth. The plantation house had numerous windows, many left open to the warm night air. They positioned themselves beneath one such window, where voices carried clearly to their enhanced hearing. Unprecedented in our histories, an older female voice was saying. The ancestors themselves are disturbed by this intrusion. We must determine if it represents a threat, another voice replied. The divination must proceed without Marcel's knowledge. If he learns of this power before we understand it, he would either destroy it or attempt to control it, a familiar voice finished, Sophie's. Either way, the balance would suffer. There was movement inside, the sound of furniture being shifted and objects arranged. Catherine nudged Naruto, pointing to a trellis that would allow them to peek through the window. He nodded, and they climbed with preternatural silence until they could just see into a large drawing room. The space had been cleared, furniture pushed to the walls to make room for an elaborate circular pattern drawn on the wooden floor. Candles marked the cardinal points, and in the center stood a stone bowl filled with what appeared to be water. Witches of varying ages formed the circle, with an elderly woman presiding over the ritual. Agnes, Catherine breathed in Naruto's ear. Elder of the French Quarter Coven. Powerful, traditional, and absolutely ruthless when it comes to protecting witch interests. Agnes raised her hands, and the room fell silent. We gather tonight to seek understanding of the disturbance that entered our world 3 nights past, she intoned. A power not of our reality, bound to forms we recognize yet fundamentally altered. She gestured, and younger witches stepped forward, adding ingredients to the stone bowl, herbs, powders, a viscous liquid that might have been blood. By the power of the ancestors, we seek vision. By the bonds of earth and spirit, we demand clarity. The witches began chanting in unison, a language Naruto didn't recognize but that resonated with something ancient. The contents of the bowl began to glow, then to swirl of their own accord. Wind rose inside the sealed room, though nothing outside stirred. "Show us the intruder," Agnes commanded. "Show us its purpose, its nature, its threat." The glowing liquid rose from the bowl, forming a shifting shape in the air above. Naruto felt a strange pull, as if something were trying to draw essence from him. Beside him, Catherine tensed, clearly sensing the magic reaching outward. The floating liquid suddenly coalesced into a recognizable shape, a fox with 9 tails, rendered in glowing blue. Gasps echoed through the room. "The 9-tailed fox," Agnes whispered, her voice carrying in the sudden silence. "Spirit of chaos and destruction from beyond our world." The liquid fox began to change, incorporating a human silhouette, clearly Naruto's form, the fox spirit contained within him. Then more shapes appeared, Catherine's profile, Marcel's, and several others Naruto didn't recognize. Lines of force connected them all, centering on Naruto's image. "A nexus point," one of the younger witches observed. "The outsider serves as a fulcrum upon which many fates will turn." "But to what end?" Agnes demanded of the vision. "What is its purpose here?" The liquid shifted again, forming a crown above Naruto's image, then a city skyline. Blood-red droplets appeared, raining down on the city, followed by fire that seemed to both destroy and renew. "Kingmaker," Agnes breathed. "Destroyer and creator both." Catherine's hand gripped Naruto's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on the vision with intense concentration. The liquid continued its dance, forming new patterns, a circle broken and reformed, a doppelganger's face that clearly resembled Catherine's, and finally, a doorway through which dark shapes moved. "The boundaries between worlds grow thin," Agnes intoned. "The fox has come as harbinger." "Is it a threat?" someone demanded. Before Agnes could answer, the liquid suddenly contracted, then exploded outward in a spray of droplets that extinguished every candle in the room simultaneously. Darkness fell, followed by shocked silence. "The vision is disrupted," Agnes finally said, her voice tight with alarm. "Something shields the intruder from our sight." "Or someone," another witch suggested. "Could Marcel?" "No," Agnes cut her off. "This is older magic. The ancestors themselves have intervened." Her voice hardened. "They have shown us enough. The fox spirit must be contained before it can reshape our world. Its power cannot be allowed to upset the balance we have maintained for centuries." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the darkness as witches relit candles. "How do we proceed?" someone asked. "We prepare the binding ritual," Agnes decided. "On the night of the full moon, when the veil between worlds is thinnest, we will bind the fox spirit and its host. Once contained, we can determine whether to banish it back to its realm or." She left the alternative unspoken. Catherine tugged at Naruto's sleeve, signaling they should retreat. They descended silently, moving back into the cover of trees before speaking. "That went well," Catherine muttered sarcastically once they were safely distant. "Now you have an entire witch community planning to bind you at the next full moon." "They're afraid," Naruto observed, more concerned than angry. "They sense Kurama's power and see it as a threat to their order." "With good reason," Catherine pointed out. "Did you miss the part about destroyer and creator? Or the blood rain and fire consuming New Orleans?" "Visions can be interpreted many ways," Naruto countered. "Destruction isn't always literal. Sometimes old systems need to fall for better ones to rise." Catherine gave him a measuring look. "You almost sound like you believe you were sent here for a reason." "Maybe I was," Naruto replied quietly. "My entire life, I've been a vessel for Kurama's power, first unwillingly, then as partners. What if that partnership has a purpose here too? The witches sense me clearly now," Kurama rumbled within him. "They fear what they don't understand," just as the humans of our world once feared Jinchuriki. We need to leave, Catherine interrupted his thoughts. Those herbs won't mask us forever, and, she broke off as a twig snapped nearby. They both froze, senses extending outward. Naruto caught the scent first, unfamiliar humans, gun oil, and something chemical that made his nose burn. Hunters, Catherine hissed, her expression darkening. At least 4 of them. They moved silently through the trees, away from both the plantation house and the approaching hunters. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness behind them, followed by low voices coordinating movements. They're tracking us, Naruto realized. How? Blood trace, Catherine replied grimly. Advanced hunters use blood from their target to create a tracking spell. They must have a sample of mine. The hunters were spreading out, moving with the precision of professionals. One beam of light came dangerously close to their position. Naruto could now see their weapons, not just stakes but what appeared to be specialized firearms. Vervain darts, Catherine explained in a whisper. Concentrated toxin that paralyzes vampires. We need to split up, I'll draw them off while you circle back to the car. Not a chance, Naruto replied firmly. We face them together or escape together. Catherine looked like she wanted to argue but nodded reluctantly. Then we need a distraction. Naruto smiled, forming a familiar hand sign. Distraction is my specialty. Shadow clone jutsu. Chakra flowed through him, different than in his previous life but still responsive. 5 perfect copies of Naruto materialized around them, solid and independent. Catherine's eyes widened in surprise. What the? I'll explain later, Naruto promised. They'll draw the hunters away while we escape. The clones nodded in unison before darting off in different directions, deliberately making enough noise to attract attention. The hunters immediately responded, voices rising in confusion as they pursued the decoys. Now, Naruto urged, taking Catherine's hand and moving swiftly through the trees toward where they'd left the car. They reached the vehicle without further incident, Catherine sliding behind the wheel and starting the engine in one smooth motion. As they pulled away, Naruto felt his clones dispelling one by one, 2 evading their pursuers completely, 3 being hit by what felt like vervain darts before disappearing in puffs of smoke. Your copies, Catherine said as they turned onto the main road. They were solid. Real. Not illusions. Shadow clones, Naruto explained. They're physical duplicates that can act independently. That's. Catherine shook her head in wonder. That's not vampire ability. Not werewolf either. That's something else entirely. Shinobi technique, Naruto confirmed. My chakra allows me to maintain abilities from my previous life. Catherine was silent for several miles, processing this new information. Finally, she asked, what else can you do? A lot, Naruto admitted. Transformation, elemental techniques, energy manipulation. Though it all works a bit differently now, merged with the vampire and werewolf abilities. No wonder the witches are concerned, Catherine murmured. You represent something completely outside their understanding of natural law. She glanced at him. You realize what this means? Every supernatural faction in New Orleans will want to either control you or destroy you once they learn what you can do. Let them try, Naruto replied with quiet confidence. Catherine studied his profile for a moment before returning her attention to the road. I'm beginning to think you might actually survive this city. They drove in companionable silence until they reached the outskirts of New Orleans. As they approached the city lights, Catherine spoke again. Those hunters weren't just after any vampire. They knew me, specifically. The bounty on my head has increased significantly if they're using blood tracking spells. Any idea who's behind it? Naruto asked. Catherine's laugh was bitter. I've made enemies across 5 centuries. It could be anyone from an original to a descendant of someone I crossed centuries ago. She paused. But the timing is suspicious. New hunters appearing just as you arrive in New Orleans. You think they're connected? I don't believe in coincidences, Catherine replied. Not in my experience. They had just entered the city limits when Catherine suddenly tensed, eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. We're being followed. Naruto turned to look. A black SUV with tinted windows maintained a steady distance behind them, matching their every turn. Hunters? Maybe, Catherine replied, making a sudden turn down a side street. The SUV followed. Or Marcel's people. Either way, not good. She accelerated, weaving through late-night traffic with supernatural precision. The SUV kept pace, slowly closing the distance. Catherine took another sharp turn, this time into an alley barely wide enough for the sedan. Hang on, she warned, hitting the gas. They shot through the narrow passage, emerging onto a busier street where Catherine immediately blended with traffic. The SUV, briefly delayed by the tight alley, appeared behind them once more. They're good, Catherine muttered. Professional. Then let's stop running and confront them, Naruto suggested. Catherine raised an eyebrow. That's your solution? Head-on conflict with unknown enemies. Better than playing their game, Naruto countered. Find somewhere secluded but with escape routes. After a moment's consideration, Catherine nodded. I know a place. She drove purposefully now, leading their pursuit toward an abandoned warehouse district near the river. The area was deserted at this hour, the decaying buildings creating a maze of potential cover and ambush points. Catherine pulled into an empty lot surrounded by 3 partially collapsed structures, cutting the engine but leaving the headlights on. Now we wait, she said, her voice calm despite the tension evident in her posture. The SUV pulled in behind them, blocking the most obvious exit. Its headlights remained on, creating a standoff of blinding light that prevented them from seeing who emerged from the vehicle. Stay behind me, Naruto instructed, opening his door. I've been fighting my own battles for centuries, Catherine reminded him, but she moved to his side rather than in front of him. 4 figures approached through the glare of headlights, silhouettes resolving into armed men in tactical gear. Their weapons were raised but not yet aimed directly at them, a warning rather than an immediate threat. Catherine Pierce, one of them called. We have no quarrel with your companion. Step forward and no one needs to get hurt. Unlikely, Catherine replied dryly. Who sent you? At least let me know who's paying for my head these days. Our employer values their privacy, the man replied. But they're paying enough that we won't leave without you. Naruto stepped forward, placing himself clearly between Catherine and the hunters. Then you'll be leaving disappointed. One of the hunters shifted, weapon focusing on Naruto. The hybrid. Our employer mentioned you might be involved. Stand aside, this doesn't concern you. I'm making it my concern, Naruto replied evenly. Catherine is under my protection. A laugh rippled through the hunters. Protection? Do you know what she is? How many people she's killed, betrayed, manipulated? Catherine Pierce doesn't deserve protection, she deserves justice. Maybe, Naruto conceded, feeling Catherine tense beside him. But it's not your justice to deliver. The lead hunter shook his head. We have no interest in killing you, hybrid. Our quarrel is with her alone. Final warning, step aside. Naruto stood his ground, chakra gathering within him. Final answer, no. For a moment, no one moved. Then several things happened at once. The hunters raised their weapons. Catherine blurred into vampire speed, moving to flank them. Naruto formed hand signs with practiced ease. Wind style, gale palm. Chakra-infused wind blasted forward, knocking the hunters off their feet and sending their weapons scattering. Catherine capitalized immediately, disarming one completely before he could recover. Naruto moved with blinding speed to engage the others, his enhanced strength and shinobi training making the fight almost unfair. Within seconds, all 4 hunters were disarmed and subdued, 3 unconscious, one kneeling with Catherine's hand around his throat. "Who hired you?" she demanded, her voice cold with centuries of danger. The hunter glared defiance. "Go ahead, kill me. It won't stop what's coming for you." "I'm not going to kill you," Catherine replied with deadly calm. "I'm going to compel you to tell me everything, then forget you ever found me." She locked eyes with the hunter, pupils dilating as she invoked vampire compulsion. "Tell me who hired you to find Catherine Pierce." The hunter struggled against the mental intrusion, his resistance suggesting he'd prepared for this. "We were contacted through intermediaries," he managed through gritted teeth. "Payment in gold. Instructions by encrypted message." Catherine frowned, intensifying her compulsion. "What did the instructions say? What do they want with me?" "Capture, not kill," the hunter gasped. "Need you, alive, for the ritual." Naruto stepped closer. "What ritual?" "The opening," the hunter replied, his resistance weakening under Catherine's mental assault. "Between worlds. Doppelganger blood, hybrid essence, fox spirit, the key." Catherine's eyes widened, her gaze meeting Naruto's over the hunter's head. "Who's performing this ritual? Where?" "Don't know." The hunter's eyes rolled back as Catherine's compulsion pushed too hard against his vervain-weakened mind. He slumped unconscious. Catherine released him, stepping back with a troubled expression. "Well, that's concerning. They know about Kurama," Naruto observed. "About me being from another world. And they need your blood for some ritual involving crossing between worlds." "Just another Tuesday in my life," Catherine muttered, though her attempt at humor fell flat. She looked genuinely disturbed. "This connects to your vision. The doppelganger, the doorway between worlds. But who's behind it?" Naruto wondered. "The witches seemed surprised by my presence, so it's not them." "Someone powerful enough to know about other worlds," Catherine concluded. "Someone with resources to hire specialized hunters with blood-tracking capabilities." Her expression darkened. "That doesn't narrow it down as much as I'd like." A groan from one of the other hunters interrupted their discussion. "We should go," Naruto suggested. "Before they wake up or reinforcements arrive." Catherine nodded, already moving toward their car. "My safe house is compromised if they tracked my blood. We need somewhere else to regroup." "I might have a place," Naruto replied as they got in the car. "The wallet I had when I woke up contained a key and address." Catherine raised an eyebrow as she started the engine. "You haven't checked it out yet?" "Been a little busy," Naruto pointed out with a hint of a smile. Catherine returned the smile, reversing quickly and finding an exit route that avoided the still unconscious hunters. "Well, let's hope whatever brought you here had the courtesy to provide decent accommodations." The address led them to the edge of the garden district, where historic homes stood behind wrought iron fences and ancient oak trees. Catherine's expression grew increasingly impressed as they approached the location, a corner property partially hidden behind a high brick wall covered in flowering vines. "This is..." Catherine's voice trailed off as they pulled up to an ornate gate. "This is the old Montgomery estate. One of the most exclusive properties in New Orleans, empty for decades because of some obscure ownership dispute." Naruto examined the key in his palm, heavy, antique, with a fox's head worked into the design. It fit perfectly into the gate's lock, turning with a satisfying click. The gate swung open to reveal a stunning antebellum mansion, its facade gleaming white in the moonlight. Marble steps led up to a columned porch, and manicured gardens spread out on either side. Despite its apparent age, the property looked immaculately maintained. "Someone was definitely expecting you," Catherine murmured as they approached the front door. The key opened this lock as well, admitting them into a grand foyer with a sweeping staircase. Crystal chandeliers hung from high ceilings, their light coming on as they entered as if by magic. The furnishings were a tasteful blend of antique and modern, clearly prepared for occupation. "This is..." Naruto searched for words, overwhelmed by the grandeur. Fit for a king, Catherine finished for him, running her fingers along a marble-topped table. Whoever brought you here wanted you established with status and resources. They explored the mansion together, finding fully stocked kitchens, a library filled with books both ancient and modern, bedrooms prepared with fresh linens, and, most tellingly, a basement room lined with coolers of blood bags and equipped with what appeared to be supernatural security measures. Impressive, Catherine admitted as they returned to a comfortable sitting room. Your mysterious benefactor certainly didn't skimp on the welcome package. Naruto settled into a chair, troubled rather than pleased by the discovery. This just raises more questions. Who knew I was coming? Who prepared all this? And why? The same entity from your vision, presumably, Catherine reasoned, examining a crystal decanter before pouring herself a drink. Someone with knowledge of multiple worlds and significant resources in this one. She handed Naruto a glass before taking a seat opposite him. The question is whether they're ally or enemy. Or something in between, Naruto added. In my experience, those with the most power rarely think in such simple terms as good and evil. Catherine raised her glass in acknowledgement. Wise observation. She took a slow sip, her expression thoughtful. So. Hunters want me for a ritual. Witches want to bind you at the full moon. Marcel will eventually discover a powerful new hybrid in his territory. And somewhere, a mysterious entity watches, having orchestrated your arrival. Her smile was sharp. Still glad you woke up in New Orleans? Naruto surprised her with a genuine laugh. Actually, yes. At least it's not boring. Catherine's expression softened with unexpected warmth. No, it certainly isn't that. She raised her glass in a toast. To interesting times, then. To interesting times, Naruto agreed, clinking his glass against hers. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, the events of the day settling around them. Finally, Catherine spoke, her voice taking on a more serious tone. The hunter's attack changes things. If someone is actively hunting me for this ritual, I can't stay in one place too long. Stay here, Naruto offered immediately. This place is secure, and together we're stronger against whatever's coming. Catherine studied him, genuine surprise evident in her expression. You're offering me sanctuary? After knowing me for all of 2 days? I'm a good judge of character, Naruto replied simply. No, you're not, Catherine countered with surprising honesty. You see the best in people, even when it's not there. Her eyes held his. I've done terrible things to survive, Naruto. Things that would make your shinobi wars look like playground disputes. I don't doubt it, Naruto acknowledged. But I also see someone who's been running for 500 years. Someone who could have abandoned me after I helped her, but didn't. Someone who's teaching me about this world without any guarantee of benefit to herself. Catherine looked away, uncomfortable with his assessment. Don't mistake pragmatism for kindness. I don't, Naruto assured her. But I also don't think they're as separate as you pretend. Before Catherine could respond, a sharp knock at the front door interrupted them. They exchanged a look of alarm, no one should know they were here. Naruto rose first, moving silently toward the entrance hall with Catherine close behind. Through the ornate stained glass panels flanking the door, they could make out a single figure standing on the porch, male, well-dressed, patient in his posture. Vampire, Catherine whispered, her body tensing. Powerful one. Naruto nodded, having sensed the same. Friend of yours? I don't have friends, Catherine replied automatically. Only useful acquaintances and temporary allies. But her expression betrayed uncertainty as she peered through the glass again. The knock repeated, more insistent. A cultured voice called through the door, I know you're in there. Both of you. I merely wish to talk. Catherine's entire demeanor changed, spine stiffening, face paling slightly. Elijah, she breathed, the name carrying volumes of history and emotion. One of the originals, Naruto recalled from their earlier lessons. The Honorable One, you said. Relatively speaking, Catherine clarified, her composure recovering quickly. He's dangerous, Naruto. More dangerous than Marcel or the witches combined. What does he want? Only one way to find out, Catherine replied, though she made no move toward the door. Naruto studied her reaction. Catherine Pierce, survivor of 5 centuries, suddenly hesitant. This Elijah clearly represented something significant in her past. I'll handle this, Naruto decided, moving toward the door. Naruto, wait, Catherine began, but he had already opened it. The man on the porch was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his posture aristocratic, his expression controlled. Dark eyes assessed Naruto immediately, taking in details with the practiced efficiency of a predator. You must be the hybrid everyone is whispering about, Elijah Michaelson said, his voice cultured and precise. I don't believe we've been introduced. His gaze shifted past Naruto to where Catherine stood in the shadows. Though I see you've already acquainted yourself with Katarina. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied, deliberately positioning himself between Elijah and Catherine. And you're trespassing on private property. A flicker of amusement crossed Elijah's features. Forgive the intrusion. I merely wish to satisfy my curiosity about the unusual energies emanating from New Orleans recently. His eyes narrowed slightly. Energies that seem centered around you, Mr. Uzumaki. What do you want, Elijah? Catherine finally spoke, moving to stand beside Naruto despite her earlier caution. Elijah's expression softened almost imperceptibly at her approach. Katarina. It's been some time. Not long enough, she replied, though without the bitterness Naruto might have expected. May I come in? Elijah inquired politely. What I have to share would be better discussed inside, away from potential eavesdroppers. Naruto glanced at Catherine, who gave a slight, reluctant nod. Come in, Naruto invited, stepping aside. Elijah crossed the threshold with measured steps, his gaze taking in the mansion's interior with recognition. The Montgomery estate. Interesting choice. It chose me, apparently, Naruto replied. Indeed. Elijah moved to the sitting room as if familiar with the layout, waiting for them to join him before taking a seat. I'll be direct. Your arrival in New Orleans has not gone unnoticed, Mr. Uzumaki. Not by the local supernatural community, and certainly not by those of us who monitor disruptions in the natural order. You know what I am, Naruto observed. Not entirely, Elijah admitted. You're clearly part vampire, part werewolf, a hybrid combination previously unique to my brother Niklaus. Yet you possess something else. Something older. Something not of this world. And why would an original vampire care about that? Catherine interjected. Elijah's gaze returned to her. Because, Katarina, the boundaries between worlds are not to be trifled with. The last time such boundaries were breached, the consequences were significant. You've seen this before, Naruto realized. Not personally, Elijah clarified. But our family's grimoires speak of instances when beings crossed from other planes of existence. Rarely with benevolent outcomes. I didn't choose to come here, Naruto pointed out. I was brought here. By whom is the pertinent question, Elijah replied. And to what purpose? He leaned forward slightly. There are forces at work in New Orleans, ancient forces stirring after centuries of dormancy. Your arrival appears to be both catalyst and consequence. Catherine crossed her arms. You didn't come here just to cryptically warn us about ancient forces, Elijah. What's your real interest? A ghost of a smile touched Elijah's lips. Still direct, Katarina. Some things never change. His expression grew serious again. My interest is stability. Balance. Whatever is happening in New Orleans threatens both. Marcel's version of stability, Naruto observed, seems to involve oppression and fear. Marcel learned his methods from my family, Elijah acknowledged with surprising candor. But effective leadership requires more than just fear. It requires understanding of the factions one governs, respect for their needs and traditions. Spoken like someone contemplating a return to power, Catherine noted shrewdly. Elijah neither confirmed nor denied this. Instead, he turned his attention back to Naruto. I came to assess whether you represent a threat or an opportunity. The witches believe you will bring destruction. Marcel's spies report a power he doesn't understand and therefore fears. The hunters seek you as a component in some ritual involving Katarina. And what do you believe? Naruto asked directly. Elijah studied him for a long moment. I believe you are a catalyst for change. Whether that change brings renewal or ruin depends on choices yet to be made. His gaze shifted between them. Including your choice of allies. The implication hung in the air. Elijah was offering some form of alliance, or at least non-aggression. Catherine tensed beside Naruto, clearly understanding the significance of this overture. Why would an original ally with a newcomer? Naruto asked bluntly. I didn't say alliance, Elijah corrected smoothly. Merely, aligned interests, perhaps. New Orleans was once my family's home. We built it, cultivated it, protected it in our fashion. Before abandoning it to Marcel, Catherine pointed out. Elijah inclined his head, acknowledging the point. Circumstances required our departure. But New Orleans has always remained significant to us. You want it back, Naruto concluded. What I want, Elijah replied carefully, is equilibrium. The current situation is unstable, Marcel's rule increasingly challenged, witches planning insurrection, werewolves growing restless in exile, and now a being from another world with unprecedented abilities entering the equation. He rose, buttoning his jacket in a gesture of concluding business. I came to take your measure, Mr. Uzumaki. And to offer a warning, there are many players in this game, most of whom you have yet to meet. Choose your path carefully. His gaze shifted to Catherine. Especially regarding whom you trust. Is that a threat? Naruto asked, rising to meet Elijah's eye level. Merely an observation, Elijah replied calmly. Katarina has survived 5 centuries through remarkable adaptability. Her loyalty typically extends precisely as far as her interests. Catherine remained seated, her expression carefully neutral. As opposed to your family's legendary loyalty, Elijah. How is Klaus these days? Still daggering his siblings when they disagree with him? Something flashed in Elijah's eyes, genuine emotion breaking through his composed exterior. Family is complicated, as you well know. Before either could respond, Elijah moved toward the door with preternatural grace. I'll take my leave. But we will speak again, Mr. Uzumaki. Events in New Orleans are accelerating, and you appear to be at their center. At the threshold, he paused, looking back at Catherine. Be careful, Katarina. Whatever is hunting you now knows about your connection to Mr. Uzumaki. That makes you both valuable and vulnerable. With that parting observation, he was gone, the door closing behind him with barely a sound. Silence filled the mansion for several moments after his departure. Finally, Catherine released a breath she seemed to have been holding. Well. That was unexpected. You have history with him, Naruto observed, retaking his seat. Catherine laughed, the sound brittle. You could say that. Elijah was the first Michael's son I met in 1492. Before Klaus, before the running, before everything. Her gaze grew distant with memory. He was kind to me, in his way. Until I betrayed his family by escaping rather than dying in Klaus's ritual. He still cares for you, Naruto noted. I could see it in his eyes. Catherine's expression hardened. What Elijah feels is the echo of a human girl who died 5 centuries ago. Katarina Petrova. I haven't been her for a very long time. She rose, pacing the room with nervous energy. His appearance complicates things. If Elijah is in New Orleans, the rest of the Michael sons won't be far behind. Is that so bad? Naruto asked. He seemed reasonable. Reasonable? Catherine echoed incredulously. Elijah Michael's son is the most dangerous kind of monster, one with principles. He'll do absolutely anything, no matter how brutal, if he believes it serves the greater good or his family's interests. She stopped pacing, facing Naruto directly. And if he's taking an interest in you, it means one of two things: either he sees you as useful to whatever game he's playing, or he considers you a threat to be neutralized. There's no middle ground with originals. Naruto absorbed this, connecting it with everything he'd learned about the supernatural politics of New Orleans. Then we need to be prepared for either possibility. Catherine eyed him with something between admiration and exasperation. You really aren't afraid of them, are you? I've faced gods and demons, Naruto replied simply. The originals may be powerful here, but they're still just people with power, making choices. I understand those. For a moment, Catherine simply stared at him. Then, surprisingly, she laughed, genuine amusement lightening her features. You are either going to save this city or get us both killed spectacularly. Let's aim for the first option, Naruto suggested with a smile. Catherine's answering smile faded as she glanced toward the windows. Dawn soon. We should rest while we can. If Elijah's in town, Marcel will know by morning, and the balance of power will already be shifting. Naruto nodded in agreement. You'll stay. Catherine hesitated, clearly weighing her options, her instinct for self-preservation against the practical benefits of alliance. For now, she finally decided. Hunters are looking for me anyway. Might as well have a powerful, dimension-hopping hybrid as a bodyguard. Is that all I am? Naruto asked, only half joking. Catherine's expression softened almost imperceptibly. No, she admitted quietly. You're also the most interesting person I've met in centuries. And in my experience, interesting is rarely safe but always worthwhile. With that ambiguous answer, she moved toward the staircase. I'll take the east bedroom. It has the best escape routes. She paused at the bottom of the stairs. Naruto, thank you. For the protection earlier. Not many people would have stood between Catherine Pierce and danger. Before he could respond, she was gone, vampire speed carrying her upstairs in a blur of movement. Naruto remained in the sitting room, processing everything that had happened since he awakened in that rain-soaked alley just 2 days ago. You're forming a connection with the doppelganger, Kurama observed in his mind. She's not what she pretends to be, Naruto replied silently. There's more to Catherine than survival instinct and selfishness. Perhaps, the fox conceded. But remember why we're here. Something larger is at play, rituals, boundaries between worlds, ancient forces awakening. The doppelganger is part of that equation, not separate from it. I know, Naruto acknowledged. But so am I. And I think we're stronger together than apart. He moved to the window, watching as the first hints of dawn lightened the eastern sky. New Orleans slept, unaware of the forces gathering within its boundaries, witches planning binding rituals, originals returning to reclaim their territory, hunters seeking doppelganger blood, and ancient entities manipulating events from the shadows. And at the center of it all, a shinobi from another world, reborn as something unprecedented in this reality. Whatever purpose had brought him here, Naruto was increasingly certain it involved not just surviving this supernatural landscape, but transforming it. As the sun crested the horizon, illuminating the city in golden light, Naruto made a silent promise to himself, and to Kurama, to Catherine, and to all the supernatural beings caught in cycles of fear and control. This world may play by different rules, but that didn't mean the rules couldn't change. And if there was one thing Uzumaki Naruto had always excelled at, it was changing the rules entirely. Chapter 3, Shadows of Power. Morning sunlight streamed through the ornate windows of the Montgomery estate, casting long shadows across polished wooden floors. Naruto stood in what appeared to be a training room at the back of the mansion, a space with high ceilings, mirrored walls, and a sprung wooden floor that would have suited either dance or martial arts. He moved through familiar kata, testing how his new hybrid body responded to movements ingrained through years of shinobi training. Enhanced strength made control challenging, a punch that should have stopped short nearly shattered one of the mirrors. Enhanced speed meant adjusting his timing, what felt like normal movement to him now happened faster than human eyes could track. "You're adapting quickly," Kurama observed from within. "This new form has advantages our old one lacked." "And limitations," Naruto replied aloud, having confirmed he was alone in this wing of the mansion. "The thirst is distracting." "A predator's instinct," the fox agreed. "Not unlike my own nature. Control comes with acceptance, not denial." Naruto nodded, centering himself before forming a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 perfect copies materialized around him, more than he'd intended. His chakra control still needed calibration in this new form, the energy flowing differently when mixed with vampire and werewolf power. "Spar with me," he instructed his clones. No holding back. What followed was a blur of movement as Naruto tested his limits against opponents who knew his every technique. Punches that would have killed ordinary vampires were blocked or dodged. Chakra techniques manifested with new potency, a standard Rasengan leaving a crater in the reinforced floor, a wind technique shattering windows despite his attempt at restraint. After nearly an hour of intense training, Naruto dispelled his remaining clones, absorbing their experiences and insights. He stood alone in the now damaged room, breathing heavily despite his vampire stamina. "Impressive," came Catherine's voice from the doorway. She leaned against the frame, arms crossed, observing with undisguised interest. Though the interior decorator might disagree. Naruto turned, offering a slightly sheepish smile. "I needed to understand my new limitations. Or lack thereof." "Clearly," Catherine replied dryly, pushing off the doorframe to approach. She wore tailored black pants and a deep burgundy blouse, her hair falling in perfect curls, the image of casual elegance despite their tumultuous previous day. "You've been busy. I, on the other hand, have been making calls." "Anything useful?" Naruto asked, accepting the towel she offered. "Several things, none of them good." Catherine moved to one of the unbroken mirrors, adjusting an already perfect curl. "First, Marcel has called a meeting of his inner circle. Word of Elijah's presence has spread, and he's preparing for whatever comes next. And we're not invited, I'm guessing." Catherine's smile was sharp. "Actually, I am. As a respected elder vampire with valuable insights into the Michael sons. Translation: Marcel wants to pump me for information while keeping me where he can see me. Could be an opportunity," Naruto observed. "Or a trap," Catherine countered, though her tone suggested she'd already decided to attend. "Second item, the witches have accelerated their plans. The binding ritual they're preparing for you is being moved up. New moon, not full moon. That's..." Naruto quickly calculated. 4 days from now." Catherine nodded. "They're afraid, and fear makes people act rashly. Sophie sent warning through our mutual contact." Naruto absorbed this, wiping sweat from his face. "And Elijah?" "Nothing direct," Catherine admitted. "But my sources say he's taken residence at the old Michael-son compound in the quarter. He's making no secret of his return." Testing Marcel's response, Naruto concluded. "Precisely." Catherine turned to face him directly. "There's more. The hunters who tracked us last night have disappeared. All 4 of them, gone without a trace. No bodies, no trail." Naruto frowned. "Someone cleaning up loose ends? Or silencing those who failed," Catherine suggested. "Either way, it confirms that whoever is directing them is powerful and thorough." She moved closer, her expression growing more serious. "Naruto, this city is a powder keg, and your arrival has lit multiple fuses. Marcel's rule is being questioned. The originals are returning. Witches are mobilizing. And somewhere in the shadows, someone is manipulating events around both of us. You sound worried, Naruto observed, studying her with interest. I thought Catherine Pierce always had an escape plan. I do, she confirmed without hesitation. Several, in fact. But. She paused, seemingly weighing her next words. Running isn't always the answer. Sometimes the threat follows no matter how far you go. Now who sounds like the idealist? Naruto teased gently. Catherine's laugh was surprisingly genuine. Hardly. I'm a pragmatist above all else. And pragmatism suggests that right now, standing our ground may be smarter than running. She glanced around at the damaged training room. Especially with your particular talents on our side. Naruto nodded, appreciating her candor. So what's our next move? I attend Marcel's gathering, Catherine decided. Learn what I can about his plans regarding Elijah's return. You, meanwhile, have an appointment of your own. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I do. Sophie Devereaux contacted me this morning. There's a faction of witches who disagree with Agnes's approach to you. They want to meet, discuss alternatives to the binding ritual. She held his gaze. It could be a trap, of course. Of course, Naruto agreed with a slight smile. But we need allies. And witches who are willing to talk instead of immediately binding me seem like a good place to start. Catherine nodded, approving his assessment. The meeting is at noon, neutral ground, St. Anne's Church. Deconsecrated years ago, now serving as a community center of sorts. She handed him a phone. I've programmed my number. If anything feels wrong, I can handle myself, Naruto reminded her gently. I know, Catherine replied, surprising him with her sincerity. But handle doesn't always mean fight. Sometimes the smartest move is retreat and regroup. Is that the 500-year survival strategy? Naruto asked. One of its key principles, Catherine confirmed. She moved toward the door, then paused. Naruto, be careful with the witches. Even the friendly ones. They serve the ancestors first, and the ancestors rarely welcome change. With that warning, she departed, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts and the shattered remains of his training session. She cares what happens to you, Kurama observed, his mental tone thoughtful. More than simple pragmatic alliance would warrant. Catherine's complicated, Naruto replied, moving to clean up some of the damage. 500 years of running and betrayal don't vanish overnight. Neither do they completely erase what lies beneath, the fox countered. I sense genuine concern in her. Perhaps even something more. Naruto didn't respond to that observation directly, instead focusing on preparing for his meeting with the witches. After showering and changing into clean clothes provided in his suite, once again including an orange accent in the form of a patterned dress shirt, he examined the mansion's library for any information on New Orleans witch covens. The collection was impressive and surprisingly relevant, containing numerous texts on local supernatural history and politics. One book in particular caught his attention, a handwritten journal dating back nearly a century, detailing the power structures and internal politics of the 9 covens. Someone really did their homework preparing for my arrival, Naruto murmured, leafing through pages of invaluable intelligence. By the time he departed for his meeting, the sun had reached its zenith, bathing New Orleans in humid heat that seemed to intensify the city's many scents. Naruto walked rather than taking one of the vehicles in the mansion's garage, wanting to experience the city properly and map its layout in his mind. St. Anne's Church rose before him after a 20-minute walk, a weathered stone structure with boarded stained glass windows and a sign announcing community programs. Despite its dilapidated exterior, Naruto sensed power here, old magic lingering in the stones themselves. As he approached the entrance, the doors swung open of their own accord. A silent invitation, or perhaps a display of power. Naruto entered cautiously, his senses alert for any sign of ambush. The church's interior was cavernous and dim, light filtering through gaps in the boarded windows to illuminate dust motes dancing in the air. Rows of damaged pews led to an altar area where 5 figures waited, 3 women and 2 men of varying ages, all watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. Naruto Uzumaki, the central figure, greeted him, a woman perhaps in her 50s with silver-streaked dark hair and penetrating eyes. "I am Josephine LaRue of the Garden District Coven. Thank you for coming." Naruto inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you for the invitation. I understand not all witches share Agnes's desire to bind me." "Agnes acts hastily, but not without reason," Josephine replied diplomatically. "Your presence disturbs the balance we have maintained for generations. The ancestors sense something in you that does not belong in our world." "I didn't choose to come here," Naruto reminded them. "But I'm trying to understand why I was brought and what purpose I might serve." A younger witch with close-cropped hair and intense eyes stepped forward. "Purpose? You speak as if your arrival was ordained. As if you have some divine right to disrupt our world." "Vincent," Josephine cautioned, though her expression suggested she shared his concern. "No, it's a fair point," Naruto acknowledged. "I don't claim any right or destiny. I only know that something powerful enough to pull me across dimensions did so for a reason. I'd rather understand that reason than fight blindly against forces I don't comprehend." His candor seemed to surprise them. A third witch, younger than Josephine but older than Vincent, moved closer, studying him with scholarly interest. "The entity within you," she said. "It's ancient. Powerful. Not demonic, exactly, but primal." "Kurama," Naruto supplied the name freely. "The 9-tailed fox. Where I come from, he was one of 9-tailed beasts, beings of pure chakra created at the beginning of our world." "Chakra," Vincent repeated. "The energy you manipulate. We sensed it during your confrontation with the hunters. It's not magic as we understand it. It's life energy," Naruto explained. "In my world, trained individuals could mold it, shape it for various techniques." Josephine made a subtle gesture, and Naruto felt magic rise around him, not attacking, but examining, probing. "Your chakra intertwines with vampire and werewolf essence," she observed. "An unprecedented combination. Which is precisely why Agnes fears him," added the fourth witch, a young woman with sharp features. "The ancestors cannot predict what such a being might do." "What do you want, Naruto Uzumaki?" Josephine asked directly. "Why remain in New Orleans? Why involve yourself in our affairs?" It was the fundamental question, and Naruto took a moment to consider his answer. These witches hadn't attacked him on sight, they deserved honesty. "Initially, I just wanted to understand why I was here," he admitted. "But the more I learn about New Orleans, about Marcel's rule, the subjugated witches, the exiled werewolves, the more I believe perhaps I'm meant to help create something better." Vincent scoffed. "Another would-be king with promises of paradise." "Not a king," Naruto corrected firmly. "Where I came from, I work to protect people, to bring peace between warring factions. I see the same divisions here, the same pain caused by fear and power imbalance." "Noble sentiments," Josephine acknowledged. "But Marcel's rule, while restrictive, has brought a century of relative stability. Revolutions rarely end well for witches. What if there was another way?" Naruto suggested. "Not revolution exactly, but evolution. A new balance where all supernatural factions have voice and protection." The witches exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them. Finally, Vincent spoke again, his tone marginally less hostile. "Pretty words. But words are wind. Marcel promised protection too, before he banned our magic and executed our people for practicing their birthright." "Then judge me by actions, not words," Naruto countered. "Tell me what the witches need most, and let me try to help. No binding required." Again, his directness seemed to catch them off guard. Josephine studied him for a long moment before responding. The harvest ritual approaches, she finally said. A ceremony that occurs once every 300 years to maintain our connection to ancestral magic. For young witches must be sacrificed and then resurrected, their deaths renewing the flow of power, their resurrections proving the ancestors' blessing. Marcel has forbidden the ritual, the younger female witch added bitterly. He fears what renewed witch power might mean for his rule. Without the harvest, our magic will continue to weaken until it fails entirely. Naruto frowned. He's preventing a necessary ritual. Even knowing it will destroy witch magic. That's precisely why he's preventing it, Vincent stated flatly. A coven without magic poses no threat to vampire rule. The girls are prepared, Josephine continued. They understand their role, the honor of their temporary sacrifice. But Marcel has threatened to kill any witch who participates, permanently, with no resurrection possible. Naruto absorbed this information, connecting it to his growing understanding of New Orleans' supernatural politics. When must this ritual be performed? The window closes with the autumn equinox, Josephine replied. 3 weeks from now. After that, it will be too late. Our connection to the ancestors will weaken beyond repair. And if someone ensured you could perform this ritual safely? Protected the participants from Marcel's interference? The witches again exchanged glances. Hope warred with skepticism in their expressions. You would stand against Marcel and his nightwalkers? Vincent challenged. For witches you've just met. For balance, Naruto corrected. For what's right. No supernatural group should face extinction because of one man's fear. Josephine raised her hand, silencing Vincent before he could respond. A generous offer, Mr. Uzumaki. But why would you make it? What do you gain from helping the witches? Allies, Naruto answered honestly. I believe New Orleans can be better for all supernatural beings. That requires trust, beginning with actions, not just promises. And what would you ask in return? Josephine pressed. No one offers aid without expectation. Only this, Naruto replied. Call off the binding ritual. Give me time to prove my intentions through actions rather than condemning me based on fear. The fifth witch, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, an older man with eyes that suggested he had seen far too much in his lifetime. And if Agnes refuses? If the French Quarter Coven proceeds with the binding? Then I'll deal with that when it comes, Naruto said simply. But I'd rather have some witches as allies than all as enemies. His answer seemed to satisfy the man, who nodded slowly. You're either very brave or very foolish, Fox Spirit. Perhaps both. I've been called worse, Naruto replied with a slight smile. Josephine stepped forward, extending her hand. No formal alliance yet. But a truce. We will argue against the binding ritual, advocate for patience. In return, you will help ensure the harvest proceeds without Marcel's interference. Naruto took her offered hand, feeling magic tingle against his skin, not an attack, but a recognition, an acknowledgement between powers. Agreed. As they shook hands, a sudden pulse of energy rippled through the church, magical wards activating in warning. The witches tensed immediately. Vampires, Vincent announced, his hands already moving in defensive gestures. Multiple, approaching fast. Josephine turned to Naruto, suspicion flaring. A trap? Not mine, Naruto assured her, extending his senses outward. He counted at least 8 vampires surrounding the church, moving with coordinated precision. Marcel's people? Likely, Josephine confirmed grimly. We've been betrayed. Someone informed him of our meeting. Get to safety, Naruto instructed, moving toward the entrance. I'll handle this. This is consecrated ground, weakened though it may be, Vincent reminded him. We have some advantage here. No need to reveal your involvement, Naruto countered. Let them think I came alone. Before the witches could argue further, the church doors burst open. 6 vampires entered in fighting stance, led by a tall, muscular vampire with cold eyes and a confident smirk. Well, he drawled, gaze fixing on Naruto. The mysterious newcomer Marcel's been hearing so much about. Consorting with witches now? That's against the rules in this city. I don't recall agreeing to Marcel's rules, Naruto replied calmly, positioning himself between the vampires and the witches. And I was just leaving, so why don't we avoid unnecessary conflict? The lead vampire laughed. That's not how this works. Marcel wants to meet you, and we're your escort. The witches, on the other hand. His grin turned predatory. They know practicing magic without permission has consequences. Naruto sensed the witches behind him preparing defensive spells. The witches were simply answering my questions about local history, he lied smoothly. No magic involved. Your quarrel is with me, not them. The vampire's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Defending witches? Interesting priority for a vampire. He stepped closer, inhaling deeply. Except, you don't smell quite right. You're something else, aren't you? Something Marcel will be very interested in examining. Last chance, Naruto offered quietly. Walk away, tell Marcel I'll meet him on neutral ground if he wants to talk. The lead vampire's response was a blur of movement as he launched himself at Naruto, fangs bared. The attack was fast by human standards, painfully slow to Naruto's enhanced perception. Naruto sidestepped gracefully, one hand catching the vampire's outstretched arm, the other delivering a precise strike to the chest that sent the attacker crashing into a row of pews. The remaining vampires hesitated for just a moment, shocked by the casual dismissal of their leader. He's mine, the leader snarled, extracting himself from shattered wood. The rest of you deal with the witches. That command eliminated Naruto's restraint. As the vampires moved toward the witches, he formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 perfect duplicates materialized around him, each immediately engaging a different vampire. The church erupted into chaos, vampires finding themselves overwhelmed by opponents who matched their speed and exceeded their strength. Naruto himself focused on the leader, who attacked again with greater caution. This time, Naruto didn't simply defend. He met the vampire's charge with one of his own, moving with a burst of speed that left afterimages in his wake. His fist connected with the vampire's jaw, enhanced strength sending the leader flying into the church wall hard enough to crack the ancient stones. Before the vampire could recover, Naruto was there, lifting him by the throat. I tried to be reasonable, Naruto said, allowing his hybrid nature to surface, eyes shifting to crimson, fangs extending. Now you can deliver a message to Marcel for me. The vampire struggled in his grip, fear replacing arrogance as he sensed the power difference between them. Around the church, Naruto's clones had similarly subdued the other attackers, the fight ending almost as quickly as it had begun. Tell Marcel that the witches are under my protection, Naruto continued, his voice carrying to all present. Tell him that the old rules no longer apply. And tell him that if he wants to talk, he can come himself rather than sending lackeys to threaten people on sacred ground. He released the vampire, who staggered back, hand going to his bruised throat. What are you? He rasped. Naruto let his hybrid features recede, blue eyes returning as he stepped back. Someone trying to avoid unnecessary violence. Remember the message. The lead vampire looked around at his defeated companions, calculating odds before apparently deciding retreat was the wiser option. Marcel won't stand for this interference, he warned, trying to salvage some dignity. This is his city. For now, Naruto replied simply. With a final glare, the vampire signaled his followers, and they departed as quickly as they had arrived, leaving the church in tense silence. Naruto turned to find the witches watching him with expressions ranging from shock to calculated interest. That was illuminating, Josephine finally commented, stepping forward. You defeated 6 vampires without breaking a sweat or using lethal force. I try to avoid killing when possible, Naruto explained, dispelling his shadow clones with a gesture. Even when dealing with threats. A philosophy at odds with vampire nature, Vincent observed, though his tone held less hostility than before. And now you've openly declared protection over witches. Marcel will see that as declaration of war. Not war, Naruto corrected. Just, renegotiation of terms. To his surprise, Vincent actually smiled, brief but genuine. I begin to see why the ancestors are concerned. You represent fundamental change. Change was coming regardless, the older male witch noted. The original's return ensures that. Perhaps better it comes with someone who shows restraint than with those known for their brutality. Josephine nodded in agreement. We should depart separately, avoid being seen together further. Marcel will have eyes throughout the quarter now. She turned to Naruto. We will honor our agreement. The Garden District Coven will oppose the binding ritual, argue for observation instead. And I'll ensure the harvest can proceed safely, Naruto confirmed. As the witches prepared to leave through various exits, Josephine lingered. You've made a bold opening move in a game centuries old, Mr. Uzumaki. I hope you're prepared for the response it will provoke. I'm adaptable, Naruto assured her with a slight smile. Indeed. She studied him one final time. The witches have long awaited someone who might break Marcel's grip on this city. I did not expect it would be someone like you. With that cryptic observation, she departed, leaving Naruto alone in the damaged church. He took a moment to center himself, reaching out mentally to Kurama. We've chosen our first allies, he observed to the fox. The witches are powerful but fickle, Kurama replied. Their loyalty to their ancestors may eventually supersede their gratitude to you. That's why we need more allies, Naruto acknowledged. Balance requires all supernatural factions having voice and protection. And enemies? The fox prompted. Marcel will not surrender power willingly. The originals have their own agenda. And somewhere, our mysterious benefactor watches, perhaps manipulating all sides. One challenge at a time, Naruto decided, moving toward the exit. First, we need to warn Catherine that Marcel knows about me. Catherine Pierce had spent centuries perfecting the art of appearing at ease in dangerous situations. As she entered the abattoir, Marcel's headquarters in the heart of the French Quarter, her posture and expression betrayed nothing of the tension she felt internally. The courtyard was filled with vampires, Marcel's inner circle and trusted daywalkers occupying privileged positions near their leader, nightwalkers and newer recruits forming a respectful perimeter. Music played, blood and alcohol flowed freely, creating the atmosphere of celebration that Marcel cultivated to maintain morale. Marcel himself held court from a balcony overlooking the gathering, his smile charismatic as ever as he spotted Catherine's arrival. The guest of honor, he called out, raising a glass in her direction. Catherine Pierce, survivor of 5 centuries and friend to our humble community. Friend was stretching it considerably, but Catherine returned his smile with practiced charm, accepting a glass of champagne from a passing server. Marcel. Quite the gathering for a Tuesday afternoon. Marcel descended to the courtyard with fluid grace, moving to greet her personally. Special circumstances call for special meetings. He clinked his glass against hers. And your insights are particularly valuable given recent developments. His emphasis made clear the subject of the gathering, Elijah's return and whatever it might portend for Marcel's rule. Catherine sipped her champagne, maintaining her composed facade. I assume you mean Elijah Michelson's appearance, she replied. News travels fast. In my city? Instantly. Marcel guided her toward a quieter corner, though still in view of his followers. You have history with the originals. More than most vampires who've lived to tell about it. Catherine arched an eyebrow. Is this an interrogation disguised as a social invitation, Marcel? I thought we had a better understanding than that. Marcel's smile remained in place, though his eyes hardened slightly. Call it a concerned friend seeking counsel. The Michaelsons and I have, complicated history. They built this city, you took it over when they fled, Catherine summarized bluntly. Not much complexity there. They abandoned New Orleans, Marcel corrected. I saved it, built it into a haven for vampires. And now Elijah returns, alone, making no demands but his mere presence a statement. He studied her over his glass. Why now, Catherine? What brings an original back after a century's absence? Catherine considered her response carefully. Truth, half-truth, and misdirection needed precise balance when dealing with someone as perceptive as Marcel. Elijah has always been the family's diplomat, she offered. If he's here alone, he's likely assessing the situation before the others arrive. Others? Marcel's tension was visible now. You believe Klaus will follow? Eventually, Catherine confirmed, knowing this information was valuable enough to appear cooperative. The Michaelsons consider New Orleans theirs. They may have left it for a time, but they never truly abandon what they believe belongs to them. This last observation she delivered with the bitterness of personal experience. Marcel absorbed this, calculation evident in his expression. And what exactly might have drawn their attention back to New Orleans now, after all this time? The question carried dangerous undertones. Marcel already suspected the answer might relate to Naruto's appearance. Catherine needed to redirect without obvious deception. Power vacuums draw predators, she replied with a casual shrug. The supernatural world has been in flux. Mystic falls, expression magic, the cure rumors, hunter awakenings. The originals may simply be consolidating their position, returning to familiar territory. Marcel nodded slowly, seemingly accepting this explanation. And what of the other rumors? A new power in the quarter. Someone neither vampire nor werewolf, yet somehow both. And there it was, the true purpose of her invitation. Catherine took another sip of champagne, buying seconds to formulate her response. I've heard whispers, she acknowledged. Though rumors in New Orleans are as common as drunk tourists on Bourbon Street. These are more than whispers, Marcel countered, his tone hardening. My men encountered this individual today. At St. Anne's Church, meeting with witches. He took down 6 vampires without breaking a sweat, then declared the witches under his protection. Catherine allowed appropriate surprise to show on her face, though internally she cursed Naruto's impulsivity. Bold move, she commented neutrally. Though perhaps foolish against established order. Very bold, Marcel agreed. Especially for someone new to my city. His eyes fixed on her with sudden intensity. Someone allegedly seen in your company recently. The trap snapped shut with practiced precision. Catherine maintained her composure, years of survival instinct kicking in as she calculated her options. Denying association with Naruto would only delay the inevitable and position her as dishonest. Admitting close alliance would make her a target. A middle path was needed. Ah, she said with a knowing smile. So this is why I'm really here. You think I'm involved with your mysterious newcomer. Are you saying you're not? Marcel challenged. Catherine set down her glass, meeting his gaze directly. I'm saying that as a survivor, I make it my business to know all the players in any city I visit. Yes, I've met him. Naruto Uzumaki, unusual hybrid with abilities I don't fully understand. But I'm hardly his keeper or spokesperson. Marcel studied her, trying to detect deception. And what's your assessment of this Naruto? Threat? Opportunity? Passing curiosity? Catherine considered her next words carefully. Her survival instincts screamed to distance herself from Naruto completely, but something deeper, something she wasn't entirely ready to acknowledge, held her back. He's powerful, she admitted. More than he appears. But also, principled, in his way. Not driven by the usual vampire ambitions. Principled, Marcel repeated with a hint of skepticism. Like declaring protection over witches he's just met. Interfering in established order. I didn't say his principles aligned with yours, Catherine pointed out with a slight smile. Marcel laughed, though the sound held little humor. Fair point. He moved closer, lowering his voice. Catherine, you've survived this long by choosing your allies carefully. This newcomer has picked a fight he can't win. New Orleans has rules for a reason, they maintain peace, protect our kind. Your definition of peace seems rather one-sided, Catherine observed, unable to resist the jab. Marcel's expression hardened. I built something that works. Vampires safe and fed, witches contained, werewolves exiled where they can't trigger their curses in populated areas. The alternative is chaos. The war zone New Orleans was before I took control. Perhaps, Catherine allowed. Or perhaps there are models beyond dictatorship and anarchy. Spoken like someone who's never had to actually govern, Marcel replied, though without real heat. Ruling requires hard choices, Catherine. Compromises. Sometimes choosing stability over freedom. Before Catherine could respond, commotion at the entrance drew their attention. Marcel's vampires were reacting to a new arrival, tension rippling through the gathering as conversations fell silent. Elijah Michelson stood in the entryway, impeccably dressed as always, his expression pleasantly neutral despite the suddenly hostile atmosphere. He surveyed the courtyard with the calm assessment of someone who had seen centuries of such posturing. Marcel, he greeted, his cultured voice carrying easily across the now silent space. Forgive the interruption. I would have called ahead, but I seem to have misplaced your number over the last century. Marcel's posture shifted subtly, shoulders straightening, chin lifting as he prepared to face this most significant of challenges. Elijah Michelson, he replied, voice pitched to carry to his followers. Welcome back to New Orleans. Though customarily, guests wait for invitations. Invitations? Elijah's smile was pleasant but his eyes remained cold. To the home my family built. I wasn't aware such formalities applied. The subtle power play hung in the air, Elijah's implied ownership against Marcel's established claim. Catherine remained perfectly still, observing the dynamics with keen interest while calculating her own best position in this evolving situation. Marcel stepped forward, arms spread in a gesture that appeared welcoming but established dominance of the space. New Orleans has changed since your family abandoned it. New leadership, new rules. His smile matched Elijah's for pleasant insincerity. But we respect our elders. What brings you back after all this time? Elijah moved further into the courtyard, vampires parting before him with the instinctive deference due to an original. His gaze swept the gathering before settling on Marcel. Curiosity, primarily, he replied smoothly. News reaches us of unusual happenings in our former home. Hybrid energies. Witch unrest. Hunters employing rare blood magic. His eyes flicked briefly to Catherine before returning to Marcel. It seemed prudent to investigate personally. Hybrid energies. Marcel repeated with convincing confusion. Klaus is with you then? I travel alone at present, Elijah clarified. Though family is never far from my thoughts. The subtle thread in his words was unmistakable. Marcel absorbed this, maintaining his confident facade. Well, whatever rumors brought you back, I can assure you New Orleans is stable and prosperous under my care. Any irregularities are being addressed. Indeed. Elijah's tone suggested polite skepticism. Including the powerful new hybrid currently establishing himself in the Garden District. The one declaring protection over covens and challenging your authority. Marcel's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Elijah clearly had better intelligence than expected. Catherine watched the exchange with growing tension, awaiting the moment when her name would inevitably enter the conversation. As I said, Marcel replied carefully, irregularities are being addressed. New Orleans has faced challenges before. Not like this one, I suspect, Elijah countered. His gaze finally landed fully on Catherine, acknowledging her presence properly. Katerina. Always at the center of significant events. How consistent of you. Catherine inclined her head slightly, maintaining her composed expression. Elijah. Just observing, as always. Are you? His tone made clear he didn't believe that for a moment. Your connection to the newcomer is already widely discussed. And there it was, the direct challenge to her carefully maintained neutrality. Marcel turned to her with renewed suspicion, and Catherine felt the weight of dozens of vampire gazes. I've made his acquaintance, she acknowledged smoothly. As I have with many powerful beings over the centuries. Information is survival. Elijah's smile held centuries of knowledge about her methods. Indeed. Though you rarely offer sanctuary to mere acquaintances. The revelation hung in the air. Elijah somehow knew about Naruto staying at her safe house. Catherine's mind raced, recalculating her position in this increasingly complicated game. Perhaps we should discuss recent developments more privately, Marcel suggested, his tone making clear it wasn't really a suggestion. My office would be more suitable for sensitive matters. An excellent proposal, Elijah agreed pleasantly. Though I believe Catherine's insights would be valuable to such a discussion, given her unique perspective. Marcel clearly hadn't intended to include her, but nodded his agreement after a moment's consideration. Of course. Catherine has always offered valued counsel. As the three moved toward the stairs leading to Marcel's private quarters, Catherine felt the delicate balance of her position shifting. She had intended to maintain plausible distance from Naruto while gathering information. Now she was being pulled directly into negotiations between Marcel and the originals, with her connection to Naruto openly acknowledged. Adapt or die, she reminded herself, the mantra that had kept her alive for centuries. If she couldn't maintain strategic ambiguity, perhaps it was time to choose sides more definitively. The thought was surprisingly less terrifying than it should have been. Naruto sensed the ambush before he saw it. He had been making his way back from St. Anne's Church, taking a circuitous route to avoid being tracked to the Montgomery estate, when his enhanced hearing caught the subtle sounds of movement on the rooftops above, too coordinated for birds, too stealthy for humans. Vampires, tracking his progress through the less populated edges of the French Quarter. Rather than evading, Naruto decided to confront the situation directly. He turned down an empty side street lined with shuttered businesses, positioning himself in an open area where he would have room to maneuver if necessary. I know you're following me, he called out, voice pitched to carry to supernatural ears. Why not come down and talk face to face? For a moment, nothing happened. Then figures began to appear, dropping from rooftops, emerging from doorways, stepping out from alleys. 12 vampires in total, forming a loose circle around him. Unlike Marcel's daywalkers at the church, these vampires moved with less discipline but greater aggression, their expressions hungry and eager. A tall female vampire with cropped platinum hair stepped forward, apparently the leader. Naruto Uzumaki, she greeted, his name rolling off her tongue with exaggerated precision. The hybrid who thinks he can challenge Marcel's rule. I don't recall introducing myself to Marcel's people, Naruto observed calmly. You seem to have me at a disadvantage. The woman smiled, revealing fangs already extended in anticipation. Aurora. Leader of the night faction. She gestured to the vampires surrounding them. We're the ones Marcel doesn't control. The ones who remember what freedom tastes like. Naruto assessed the group with practiced efficiency. These weren't Marcel's disciplined followers, but rather rogues, vampires who rejected his authority but remained in New Orleans, likely feeding illegally and living in the shadows. And what do you want with me, Aurora? He asked, though he suspected the answer. To test the rumors, she replied bluntly. They say you're something new. Something powerful. Something that might finally break Marcel's chokehold on this city. Her eyes gleamed with predatory interest. We want to see if you're worth backing, or just another pretender who needs eliminating. Naruto sighed internally. It seemed violence was the universal language of vampire politics. And if I'm not interested in being tested? Aurora laughed, the sound echoing off the buildings around them. Then you're definitely not worth backing. Power that won't be used is worthless in New Orleans. The circle of vampires tightened slightly, making their intentions clear. Naruto remained relaxed, hands loose at his sides as he assessed his options. He could easily escape using shadow clones as distractions and his superior speed. But running would establish a reputation for weakness that would follow him throughout the quarter. One chance, he offered instead. I'm not your enemy. I have no quarrel with vampires who simply want freedom from Marcel's restrictions. But I won't be attacked just to satisfy your curiosity. Aurora's smile widened. Diplomatic. But we're not the talking type. She made a subtle gesture, and two vampires launched themselves at Naruto from behind. They were fast, coordinated, and hopelessly outmatched. Naruto sidestepped the attack with casual ease, one hand grasping a vampire's outstretched arm, using the attacker's momentum to send him crashing into his partner. Both hit the ground hard enough to crack the pavement. I tried to be reasonable, Naruto said, allowing his hybrid nature to surface, eyes shifting to crimson, an aura of combined chakra and vampire power emanating from him. Aurora's expression shifted from arrogant to cautious as she sensed the change in his energy. Altogether, she commanded, apparently deciding overwhelming force was needed. The remaining vampires attacked as one, moving with the predatory speed that made their kind lethal to humans. To Naruto, enhanced by both vampire reflexes and years of shinobi training, they appeared to be moving underwater, quick but predictable, powerful but undisciplined. He met their charge with controlled precision, movements efficient and purposeful. Two vampires were sent flying with a chakra-enhanced palm thrust. Another found his attack blocked, arm broken, body tossed aside. A female vampire managed to grasp Naruto's jacket, only to find herself facing a perfect copy as the original blurred behind her, a gentle strike to the back of her neck rendering her unconscious. Within seconds, half the attacking force lay incapacitated on the ground, the others regrouping around Aurora with newfound wariness. Enough, Naruto stated firmly. This proves nothing except that I don't want to hurt you. Aurora stared at him, calculation replacing bloodlust in her eyes. You're holding back, she observed. Why? Because unnecessary violence solves nothing, Naruto replied honestly. I don't need to prove my power through domination. The remaining vampires looked to Aurora for direction, clearly reconsidering their attack strategy. She studied Naruto for another moment before raising her hand in a gesture to stand down. Interesting philosophy for a vampire, she noted. Most of our kind equate power with the right to rule. I'm not most vampires, Naruto reminded her. Clearly. Aurora stepped closer, her posture shifting from aggressive to evaluating. The rumors don't do you justice. Marcel's daywalkers returned with tales of someone fast and strong. They didn't mention this. She gestured to the faint aura still visible around him. Naruto allowed his features to return to normal, the crimson fading from his eyes. What exactly does your knight faction want, Aurora? Beyond testing my abilities. Freedom, she replied immediately. Marcel controls everything, who feeds, where, how much. Who gets daylight rings? Who lives or dies? Some of us remember when vampires were apex predators, not bureaucrats following feeding schedules. And humans? Witches? Werewolves? Naruto prompted. What place do they have in your vision of freedom? Aurora shrugged dismissively. Food. Tools. Threats to be managed. The natural order is clear enough. That's where we disagree, Naruto replied. True freedom requires balance between all supernatural groups. Mutual respect, not domination. Aurora laughed. Pretty ideals. But this is New Orleans, not a fairy tale. Power is the only currency that matters here. Perhaps that's the problem, Naruto suggested. Maybe New Orleans needs a new currency. Aurora studied him with renewed interest. You really believe that, don't you? That vampires and witches and wolves can coexist without hierarchy? She shook her head, though her expression held more curiosity than mockery. Either you'll change this city or it will destroy you. There's no middle ground for someone like you. She gestured to her followers, who began collecting their unconscious companions. We'll be watching your progress, Naruto Uzumaki. The Night faction neither serves nor opposes you, for now. Impress us, and perhaps that will change. With those parting words, the vampires departed as quickly as they had appeared, leaving Naruto alone in the empty street. He took a moment to center himself, processing this new development. The supernatural politics of New Orleans were proving even more fractured than he'd initially realized, not just Marcel's rule versus everyone else, but factions within factions, old grudges and power struggles layered over centuries of history. You're collecting potential allies and enemies at an impressive rate, Kurama observed dryly. The question becomes which are which. Sometimes that distinction isn't clear until critical moments, Naruto replied mentally as he resumed his journey. For now, we gather information and build connections where possible. His phone vibrated, the one Catherine had given him earlier. The message was brief but concerning. M knows about church incident. E has arrived at abattoir. Meeting with both. Situation complicated. Will contact when clear. Be cautious. Naruto frowned, quickening his pace. Catherine in a room with both Marcel and Elijah created numerous potential complications. Her relationship with both was tangled with centuries of history, and her connection to Naruto now placed her in a precarious position. As he navigated the gradually busying streets of the quarter, afternoon giving way to early evening, Naruto's senses alerted him to yet another presence tracking his movements. Unlike the aggressive Night faction vampires, this follower maintained careful distance, moving with practiced stealth that suggested professional training rather than supernatural ability. Human, then. But not ordinary. Naruto continued his path without acknowledging the tale, curious to see who else had taken interest in him. The follower maintained consistent distance through several turns, never close enough to be obvious but never losing track despite Naruto's supernatural speed when crossing open areas. Finally, as Naruto turned down a quieter residential street lined with centuries-old homes, he decided to confront this new observer. He disappeared around a corner, then doubled back using a burst of vampire speed, positioning himself directly in the path his follower would take. The man who rounded the corner moments later showed impressive composure upon finding Naruto waiting, merely tensing slightly before regaining control. He was perhaps in his 40s, weathered but fit, with the alert eyes of someone accustomed to dangerous situations. Most notably, he carried himself with military precision despite his civilian clothes. Interesting technique, the man commented, making no attempt to deny his surveillance. Most vampires wouldn't notice me at all. I'm not most vampires, Naruto replied, studying the man more carefully. He sensed no immediate threat, but years of shinobi training had taught him that the most dangerous opponents often appeared least threatening initially. Why are you following me? The man considered him for a moment before responding. Professional interest. You're making quite an impression for someone who arrived in New Orleans less than a week ago. You didn't answer my question, Naruto pointed out. No, I didn't. The man reached slowly into his jacket, telegraphing the movement to avoid appearing threatening, and withdrew a business card. Kieran O'Connell. I represent human interests in the supernatural politics of New Orleans. Naruto accepted the card, noting the man was listed as a Catholic priest, an unexpected cover for someone with obvious military or intelligence background. Human interests. Someone has to, Kieran replied matter-of-factly. Vampires have Marcel. Witches have their covens. Werewolves have their packs. Humans have me and the council. The council, Naruto repeated. Another player in the already complex game. A necessary balance, Kieran explained. We maintain the illusion of normalcy for the general population while ensuring supernatural factions don't threaten human safety beyond acceptable parameters. Acceptable parameters? Naruto questioned, finding the clinical terminology disturbing. Kirin's expression remained impassive. Vampires need blood. Witches need certain freedoms for their practices. Werewolves need space during full moons. We negotiate terms that minimize civilian casualties while acknowledging supernatural realities. Pragmatic, Naruto observed. But cold. Survival often is, Kirin countered. I've buried enough innocent victims of supernatural conflicts to prefer pragmatism over idealism. Naruto studied the man with new respect. A human willingly involving himself in supernatural politics required either foolishness or exceptional courage. Kirin O'Connell struck him as distinctly lacking in foolishness. Why approach me now? Naruto asked. Your meeting with Josephine LaRue's faction. Your confrontation with Marcel's Daywalkers. Your declaration of protection over witches. Kirin listed these events with the precision of someone with excellent intelligence sources. You're positioning yourself as a new power in a very old game. The Human Council needs to understand your intentions. My intentions are straightforward, Naruto replied. Balance. Protection for all supernatural groups, humans included. An end to rule through fear and dominance. Kirin's expression suggested he'd heard similar promises before. Noble sentiments. Marcel said similar things once. So did Klaus Michelson before him. Power has a way of transforming ideals into expediency. I'm not Marcel or Klaus, Naruto stated simply. No, Kirin agreed, studying him with penetrating intensity. You're something else entirely. My sources can't quite determine what, exactly, but the energy you radiate isn't purely vampire or werewolf. There's something older. Something that doesn't belong in this world. Naruto tensed slightly. Your sources are well informed. They need to be. Human survival depends on accurate intelligence. Kirin maintained his direct gaze. Whatever you are, Mr. Uzumaki, your arrival has accelerated changes already in motion. Elijah Michelson's return. Witch covens mobilizing. Vampire factions fracturing. Even the werewolves in the bayou are growing restless. And where does the Human Council stand in these changes? Naruto asked directly. Where we always stand, Kirin replied. Working to ensure ordinary people don't become collateral damage in supernatural power struggles. He paused, considering his next words carefully. The Council is neither ally nor enemy at this point. We're observers, evaluators. Your actions in coming days will determine our position. Naruto nodded, respecting the man's direct approach. Fair enough. And if I wanted to discuss matters with this council directly? They meet monthly at St. Anne's Church, Kirin informed him. Though given recent events, a special session might be warranted. He reached into his pocket again, producing a small wooden token carved with an unusual symbol. Show this if you wish to attend. It grants safe passage. Naruto accepted the token, sensing subtle magic embedded within it, a protection spell of some kind. I'll consider it. Kirin nodded once, their business apparently concluded. One last thing, Mr. Uzumaki. Catherine Pierce has a complicated history in New Orleans. Her survival instincts are legendary, but her loyalty. He left the observation unfinished, but his meaning was clear. I form my own judgments about people, Naruto replied evenly. As you should. Kirin inclined his head slightly. Good evening, Mr. Uzumaki. I suspect we'll meet again soon. With that, he turned and walked away, his posture relaxed yet alert, a man accustomed to walking dangerous lines between worlds. Naruto watched him go, adding this new information to his growing understanding of New Orleans' complex power structure. The Human Council represented yet another faction to consider, less powerful supernaturally than vampires or witches, but potentially crucial allies in establishing legitimate governance. And Kirin himself was clearly more than the simple priest he pretended to be. Naruto resumed his journey toward the Montgomery estate, mind processing the day's developments. Meetings with which factions? Confrontations with Marcel's daywalkers. Aurora's night faction testing his abilities. Kirin and the Human Council making contact. Catherine negotiating with Marcel and Elijah. All within the span of a single day. New Orleans was responding to his presence like an organism detecting a foreign body, some cells attacking, others investigating, all reacting. The metaphor wasn't particularly comforting, but it was accurate. His mere existence here was catalyzing changes that had been building beneath the surface for years, perhaps decades. As he approached the estate, Naruto's senses detected something wrong immediately. The gate stood partially open, not forced, but not properly secured. Inside the grounds, he caught unfamiliar scents mingled with a smell he recognized all too well. Blood. Fresh blood. Moving with cautious speed, Naruto entered the property, following the metallic scent to the mansion's entrance. The front door hung open, splintered around the lock. Inside, evidence of struggle was apparent: overturned furniture, shattered vases, a spray of blood across one wall. But no bodies, no attackers, no Catherine. Kurama, he murmured aloud, extending his senses further. Multiple individuals were here, the fox confirmed. Some human, some vampire. Recent, within the hour. Naruto moved through the mansion methodically, tracking the signs of conflict. The struggle had moved from the entrance hall through the main living areas and toward the library at the back of the house. There, the evidence of violence intensified, bookshelves toppled, ancient volumes scattered, more blood spattered across surfaces. And on the floor, a message written in that blood: the doppelganger serves a greater purpose. Do not interfere. Cold fury washed through Naruto as the implications became clear. Catherine had been taken, likely by the same forces behind the hunters they'd encountered previously. The mysterious entity seeking to use doppelganger blood for some ritual involving boundaries between worlds. He knelt beside the message, dipping his finger in the still wet blood and bringing it to his nose. The scent confirmed his fears: it was Catherine's blood. Not enough to indicate fatal injury, but enough to suggest she hadn't been taken without a fight. As he rose, determination hardening his features, Naruto noticed something else: a small object partially hidden beneath a fallen book. He retrieved it, finding a delicate silver bracelet with a single charm, a small bird in flight. Catherine had been wearing it earlier that day. She'd left him a clue. Examining the bracelet more closely, Naruto discovered tiny letters engraved on the back of the bird charm: BS 1914. The inscription meant nothing to him immediately, but Catherine wouldn't have left it without purpose. His phone buzzed, a text message from an unknown number: Fox compromised. Witches tracking blood. Use shadow paths. Sophie Devereaux, warning him that using Catherine's blood, whoever had taken her could now track Naruto as well. The shadow paths reference likely meant magical concealment routes known to witches. Naruto pocketed the bracelet and phone, mind racing through options. He needed allies, information, and a way to track Catherine that her kidnappers wouldn't anticipate. The witches might help, but their divided factions made them unreliable. Marcel's vampires were actively hostile. The originals had their own agenda. The wolves, Kurama suggested unexpectedly. You haven't approached them yet. And they understand tracking by scent better than any supernatural faction. The suggestion had merit. The werewolves, exiled to the bayou by Marcel's decree, had no love for the current power structure. And if they were isolated from city politics, they might be less compromised by whatever forces had taken Catherine. Decision made, Naruto moved quickly, gathering essential supplies and the token Kirin had given him. He paused only long enough to place protective seals, modified from his shinobi techniques, at key points around the mansion. If anyone returned to search further, they would find unpleasant surprises waiting. Outside, night had fallen completely, the quarter coming alive with its usual evening activities, oblivious humans seeking entertainment, supernatural predators seeking prey, all dancing their carefully orchestrated routines beneath the surface of normality. Naruto moved against this flow, heading west toward the edges of the city where civilization gave way to the wild mysteries of the Louisiana Bayou, and the werewolf packs who called it home. Hold on, Catherine, he thought with grim determination. Whatever they want you for, they won't get it. I promise. As he disappeared into the gathering shadows, a figure watched from a nearby rooftop, feminine, poised, patient. She tracked his movement with ancient eyes that had witnessed centuries of supernatural conflict. The fox moves to expand his allies, she murmured to herself. As predicted. In her hand, a small crystal pulsed with ethereal light, recording the hybrid's power signature as he unleashed more of his abilities in his urgency. The data would be valuable to her mistress. Esther Michelson had waited 1,000 years to cleanse the world of the abominations she had created. This new variable, this fox spirit from another realm, represented both threat and opportunity to her plans. Either way, his movements needed monitoring, his powers catalogued, his weaknesses identified. The original witch's servant continued her surveillance, silent and unseen in the New Orleans night. The game was progressing exactly as her mistress had foreseen. Catherine Pierce had experienced capture many times throughout her long existence. Being valuable to powerful entities was an occupational hazard of doppelganger status. But this situation felt different, more calculated, more inevitable somehow. She regained consciousness slowly, keeping her breathing even and her eyes closed as she assessed her surroundings. Cold stone beneath her. The smell of earth, old magic, and candle wax. Distant water sound suggesting somewhere underground near the river or bayou. And voices, 3 or 4 individuals speaking in hushed tones nearby. Blood preparations must be precise, a female voice was saying. The equilibrium between worlds depends on exact measurements. The hybrid will come for her, a male voice countered. His connection to the doppelganger grows stronger daily. That connection is precisely what we need, the woman replied. The emotional tether strengthens the physical one. When we open the doorway, both must be present, willingly or not. Catherine fought to keep her expression neutral despite this alarming information. Whatever ritual these people were planning, it somehow required both her and Naruto. The doorway mentioned aligned with the vision Naruto had experienced and the hunter's confession about opening between worlds. She risked slightly opening one eye, getting a narrow glimpse of her surroundings. She lay on a stone altar of some kind within what appeared to be an underground chamber, ancient, with symbols carved into the walls that predated European settlement. Torches and candles provided flickering illumination, revealing 3 figures in hooded robes standing several yards away, their backs currently to her. Tentatively, Catherine tested her bindings, leather straps reinforced with what felt like steel, securing her wrists, ankles, and waist to the altar. Strong enough to hold an ordinary vampire, but Catherine Pierce had never been ordinary. Centuries of survival had taught her numerous escape techniques, including the ability to dislocate her own thumbs when necessary. She was weighing her options when a 4th figure entered her limited field of vision, taller than the others, moving with fluid grace that suggested preternatural origin. Unlike the others, this individual wore no hood, revealing a striking woman with sharp features and eyes that held centuries of knowledge. Our guest is awake, she announced, approaching the altar. Though pretending otherwise. Catherine abandoned her pretense, opening her eyes fully to glare at her captor. Points for observation skills. Want to go for bonus points and tell me why I'm strapped to a creepy altar in what looks like a bad horror movie set? The woman smiled, apparently amused by her defiance. Katerina Petrova. Your reputation for spirit is well earned. She moved closer, studying Catherine with clinical interest. How does it feel to be the last of your line? The final Petrova doppelganger. Exclusive, Catherine replied dryly. Though the accommodations could use improvement. The woman laughed, a sound containing genuine amusement rather than the typical villainous affectation. You remind me of someone I knew long ago. Another woman who refused to be defined by the magical significance others placed upon her. She reached out, brushing a strand of hair from Catherine's face with almost gentle precision. Your blood carries power beyond your understanding, Katerina. The essence of a spell cast 2,000 years ago, preserved through generations of your family line. Spell, doppelganger, magical blood, Catherine recited with feigned boredom. I've heard it all before. Klaus wanted it for his hybrid ritual. What's your particular flavor of magical exploitation? Not exploitation, the woman corrected. Fulfillment. Your blood was created for a specific purpose, to serve as a bridge between worlds when the proper alignments occur. She turned, gesturing to the carved symbols surrounding them. These weren't made by humans or vampires. They were created by beings from beyond our reality, preparing for a time when the boundaries would thin enough for crossing. Despite her precarious situation, Catherine found her curiosity piqued. And what exactly crosses when these boundaries thin? I'm guessing it's not friendly tourists looking for the supernatural equivalent of Bourbon Street. The woman's expression grew more serious. Power crosses. Knowledge. Entities seeking new domains when their own grows inhospitable. The multiverse is vast, Katerina, with realities stacked upon realities in infinite variation. She moved to a nearby table, selecting a ceremonial knife before returning to Catherine's side. Your fox spirit companion represents an anomaly, a being brought across without proper ritual or preparation. His arrival has destabilized the natural barriers between worlds. The consequences are already manifesting. What consequences? Catherine demanded, genuinely concerned now. If Naruto's mere presence was causing problems beyond their understanding, their options might be more limited than she'd realized. Anomalies. Fractures in reality. Beings glimpsed where they should not exist. The woman drew the knife lightly across her own palm, allowing blood to well before pressing it against one of the symbols carved into the altar. The stone absorbed the liquid, beginning to glow with faint energy. We seek to repair what has been damaged, she continued. To restore proper boundaries through the ritual your blood was designed to facilitate. With the hybrid's cooperation, the transition can be controlled, selective. Without it. She left the dire alternative unspoken. Catherine processed this information, searching for deception while considering the implications. And if I don't believe you? If this is just another supernatural power grab using convenient doppelganger blood? The woman shrugged elegantly. Belief is irrelevant to cosmic truth. But perhaps evidence would help. She made a gesture toward the far wall of the chamber, which seemed to ripple in response. The solid stone became translucent, then transparent, revealing what appeared to be another chamber beyond, except the physics were wrong, the angles impossible, the beings moving within it unlike anything Catherine had seen in 5 centuries of supernatural existence. A window, not a doorway, the woman explained. A glimpse of what presses against our reality, seeking entry. Some benevolent, others, less so. The vision lasted only seconds before the walls solidified again, but it was enough to shake Catherine's skepticism. Whatever these people were involved in went beyond typical supernatural politics or power struggles. Who are you? Catherine asked, her voice steadier than she felt. The woman smiled, wiping the remaining blood from her hand with a cloth. I have had many names across many centuries. But you would know me best as the one who created the originals. Catherine's eyes widened with genuine shock. Esther Michelson. In the flesh, Esther confirmed. Or rather, new flesh housing an old spirit. Death has proven a temporary inconvenience in our family. Your family tried to kill me, Catherine pointed out, anger overcoming shock. Multiple times. My children's actions are their own, Esther replied dismissively. My concerns transcend petty vendettas. The balance between worlds takes precedence over all else. Noble, Catherine commented sarcastically. And kidnapping me, restraining me against my will, that's all for the greater good too. Precautions, merely, Esther assured her. The ritual requires precise timing and preparation. We couldn't risk you warning the hybrid prematurely or attempting to flee the city. His name is Naruto, Catherine found herself saying. And he's not just some hybrid. He's something else entirely. Yes, Esther agreed, her expression thoughtful. That's precisely what makes him so valuable, and so dangerous. His fox spirit contains energies that could either repair the damage or catastrophically accelerate it. She moved away from the altar, rejoining her robed companions. Rest, Katerina. No harm will come to you if the ritual proceeds as planned. The fox, Naruto, must bring himself willingly to participate. His cooperation ensures the process remains controlled. And if he doesn't cooperate? Catherine challenged. Esther's expression grew cold. Then we proceed without his consent, extracting what we need by force. The results will be less elegant but sufficient to prevent the greater catastrophe. She gestured to one of the robed figures, who approached with a cup containing dark liquid. You need to regain your strength. The ritual will require significant blood donation. Catherine turned her face away. I don't accept drinks from witches who strap me to altars. Professional policy. Esther sighed. Your spirit is admirable but unnecessary in this instance. The tonic contains only blood and herbs to accelerate healing. Harming you would be counterproductive to our needs. When Catherine still refused, Esther nodded to her assistant. Leave it within her reach. When thirst overcomes stubbornness, she'll partake. The witch placed the cup on a small ledge near the altar, positioned where Catherine could reach it if she strained against her bonds. A calculated gesture meant to reinforce her captivity while offering the illusion of choice. As Esther and her followers moved toward the chamber's exit, Catherine called after them. He will come for me, you know. And he's not like any hybrid you've encountered before. Esther paused, turning back with a knowing smile. We're counting on it, Katerina. His arrival is the next step in the process. Her expression softened slightly. Though your concern for him is interesting. Catherine Pierce, developing genuine attachment after centuries of self-preservation. Perhaps there's hope for redemption after all. The observation struck uncomfortably close to Catherine's own unacknowledged thoughts. She masked her reaction with practiced disdain. Spare me the psychological analysis. You know nothing about me. I know doppelgangers, Esther countered. The magic that created your line came with certain predispositions. A capacity for profound connection despite circumstances. Your ancestor Tatia possessed it. Her doppelganger Katerina buried it beneath centuries of survival instinct. And now you, Catherine Pierce, find it awakening in the presence of a being equally displaced in this world. She departed with those unsettling observations, leaving Catherine alone in the flickering torchlight. The moment the chamber door closed, she began testing her restraints in earnest, seeking weaknesses while processing Esther's claims. The original witch was manipulative by nature, twisting truth to serve her purposes. But certain elements of her explanation aligned too well with Naruto's visions and the hunter's statements to dismiss entirely. The glimpse beyond the wall had shown something genuinely beyond normal supernatural experience. And the suggestion about her developing feelings for Naruto. Catherine pushed that thought aside, focusing on escape. Sentimentality was a luxury she couldn't afford right now. Survival came first, as it always had. Yet even as she worked methodically at her restraints, Catherine found herself hoping that Naruto would exercise caution rather than rushing headlong into what was clearly a trap designed specifically for him. The thought of him endangered because of her created an unfamiliar ache that centuries of emotional detachment hadn't prepared her for. Focus, she muttered to herself. Escape first. Feelings later. If ever. The leather at her right wrist had begun to give slightly. Catherine grimaced, preparing for the pain as she positioned her thumb for dislocation. 500 years of survival had taught her that freedom always came with pain. And some prices were worth paying. The bayou stretched before Naruto like another world entirely, dark, primal, alive with sounds and scents that city-dwelling vampires likely never experienced. Spanish moss hung from cypress trees, creating shadowy curtains across moonlit waterways. Night birds called warnings of his passage, and unseen creatures moved through murky waters, tracking his progress along the increasingly narrow trail. He'd been walking for nearly an hour, moving deeper into werewolf territory according to the limited information he'd gathered about their exile. The natural pathways had gradually given way to subtle markers, claw marks on trees, arranged stones, and occasionally, the lingering scent of wolf even in human form. They knew he was coming. The question was whether they would welcome or attack an intruder in their domain. "We are being watched," Kurama noted unnecessarily. "From multiple directions. At least 7 individuals." "I know," Naruto replied mentally. "They've been tracking us since we crossed the second tributary." He continued forward without acknowledging his observers, projecting calm confidence rather than aggression. When the trail opened into a small clearing dominated by the ruins of what had once been a plantation outbuilding, Naruto stopped, waiting patiently. "You're either very brave or very stupid," a female voice called from the shadows. "Vampires who enter the bayou don't typically leave it." "I'm not typical in many ways," Naruto replied, making no move toward the voice. A figure emerged from the tree line, a woman perhaps in her early 30s, with dark hair and the wary confidence of someone accustomed to leadership. She wore practical clothing suited to bayou living, and her posture suggested readiness for either fight or flight. "I can smell the vampire in you," she said bluntly. "Mixed with something else. Something I don't recognize." "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he introduced himself. "And you're right, I'm part vampire, part werewolf and something else entirely." The woman's eyes widened slightly. "A hybrid? Like Klaus Michelson?" "Similar in some ways. Very different in others." She studied him with increased wariness. "What do you want in wolf territory, hybrid?" "We have nothing vampires value." "Information," Naruto replied honestly. "And potentially alliance. Someone important to me has been taken. I believe werewolves' tracking abilities might help where vampire senses and which magic cannot." "Important to you," the woman repeated, a hint of skepticism in her tone. "Vampires don't typically form attachments worth risking themselves for." "As I said," Naruto reminded her with a slight smile, "I'm not typical." More figures emerged from the surrounding trees now, men and women of various ages, all carrying themselves with the same alert wariness as their apparent leader. They formed a loose circle around the clearing, not immediately threatening but clearly prepared for trouble. "I'm Eve," the woman finally introduced herself. "These are members of the Crescent Pack. Or what's left of it after Marcel's purges." Her expression hardened at the Vampire King's name. "Why would we help any vampire, even an unusual one?" "Because Marcel is as much your enemy as mine," Naruto answered directly. "Because the person taken, Catherine Pierce, was kidnapped by forces seeking to use her blood for a ritual involving boundaries between worlds. And because I'm offering something in return." "What could you offer that would interest exiled werewolves?" one of the men challenged. Naruto met his gaze steadily. "Freedom. The right to return to New Orleans without persecution. Protection against those who would harm your pack." A ripple of reactions passed through the gathered werewolves: skepticism, hope, bitter disbelief. "Pretty promises," Eve commented. "We've heard them before. From vampires, witches, even other wolf packs seeking to absorb what remains of the Crescents." "Then don't judge by promises," Naruto suggested. "Judge by actions." He reached slowly into his pocket, retrieving Catherine's bracelet. "This belonged to Catherine. I need to find her before she's used in whatever ritual they're planning. Help me, and I'll help the Crescent Pack reclaim its place in New Orleans." Eve approached cautiously, accepting the bracelet and bringing it to her nose. She inhaled deeply, cataloging the scents it carried. Vampire, she confirmed. Female. Expensive perfume with notes of jasmine and amber. Blood, hers, I assume. Her eyes narrowed as she detected something else. And magic. Old magic, not New Orleans witchcraft. She passed the bracelet to another werewolf, an older man whose weathered features suggested decades in the bayou. He examined it carefully, focusing on the engraving Catherine had left as a clue. BS 1914, he read aloud. Bayou Savage, maybe? There was an old trapper's cabin there, used for rituals occasionally. No, Eve disagreed. The magic on this isn't right for common rituals. She studied the bracelet again, expression thoughtful. 1914 was the year of the Opera House fire. When the Michael sons allegedly fled New Orleans. The older man's eyes widened with sudden understanding. The binding sight. 1914, the gathered werewolves reacted to these words with obvious recognition, some with alarm, others with grim acknowledgement. Naruto watched this exchange with keen interest. What's the binding sight? He prompted when no further explanation seemed forthcoming. Eve exchanged glances with her pack members before responding. During the height of original rule in New Orleans, supernatural factions battled constantly for territory and influence. In 1914, a powerful witch attempted a ritual to bind the barriers between worlds, claiming our reality was being contaminated by energies from elsewhere. The older man continued the story. The ritual required a convergence site, where ley lines crossed beneath the city. The witch constructed a chamber there, carved with symbols of containment and separation. The opera house was built above it, Eve added. Some say the fire that destroyed it in 1914 was no accident, but a result of the ritual being interrupted. The witch disappeared, and the chamber was supposedly sealed. But not destroyed, the older man finished. It's still there, beneath the rebuilt structure. Forgotten by most, but not by those who maintain the oldest supernatural knowledge. Naruto absorbed this information, connecting it with what he already knew. And this chamber would be suitable for a ritual involving doppelganger blood and crossing between worlds. If someone wanted to work magic involving reality boundaries, there's no more powerful location in New Orleans, Eve confirmed. But accessing it would be nearly impossible. After the fire, new construction sealed the original entrances. There's always a way, Naruto replied with quiet determination. Especially for someone with enough motivation and knowledge. Eve studied him with renewed interest. You really do care what happens to this vampire, don't you? Naruto didn't hesitate. Yes. Something in his direct response seemed to resonate with Eve and the others. The werewolves exchanged glances, silent communication passing between pack members before Eve turned back to him. Loyalty is something werewolves understand, she said finally. Even loyalty to a vampire. She returned Catherine's bracelet to him. We'll help you track her to this chamber, if that's indeed where she's been taken. In exchange, you'll help remove the curse Marcel placed on our pack. Curse? Naruto questioned, not having heard of this specific injustice. Eve's expression darkened. Not content with exiling us from the city, Marcel had a witch curse the Crescent Pack. We're trapped in wolf form except during the full moon. One night a month we become human again, before the curse reasserts itself. The cruelty of such an existence struck Naruto deeply. To be trapped in animal form, denied human connection and society except for the briefest window each month, it was imprisonment of the cruelest kind. I'll remove the curse, he promised. You have my word. A hybrid's word, one of the other werewolves scoffed. Worth less than swamp water. Then judge me by my actions, not my words, Naruto countered. Help me find Catherine, and I'll prove my intentions regarding your curse. Eve considered this, then nodded decisively. We'll need something with a stronger scent connection to follow her. The bracelet carries too many overlapping traces. Naruto hesitated only briefly before extending his wrist. My blood. She fed from me recently. The connection should be strong enough for tracking. Eve's eyebrows rose in surprise at this admission. A vampire willingly offering blood to wolves represented unprecedented trust. After a moment's consideration, she nodded to a young woman nearby, who approached with a small clay jar. A few drops only, Eve instructed. Mixed with tracking herbs, it should create a path we can follow, even through magical concealment. Naruto bit into his own wrist, allowing several drops of blood to fall into the jar. The young werewolf added crushed herbs and what appeared to be river water, mixing them with practiced movements while murmuring under her breath, not quite witchcraft, but an older form of nature magic inherent to some werewolf bloodlines. You have witch blood in your pack, Naruto observed. The Crescents were once the most powerful pack in Louisiana precisely because we embraced all aspects of our heritage, Eve confirmed. Werewolf strength, witch intuition, human adaptability. Marcel feared that combination enough to curse us rather than simply exile us. The mixture in the jar began to glow faintly, the scent changing to something sharper and more directed. The young werewolf nodded in satisfaction. It's working, she announced. The blood connection is strong. Your vampire left a trail even magic can't fully conceal. She's not my vampire, Naruto corrected automatically. Eve's knowing smile suggested she didn't believe that distinction for a moment. We'll need to move quickly. Tracking magic weakens with time, and if they've taken her for a ritual, they won't wait long. She turned to her pack, issuing rapid instructions. Several members disappeared into the surrounding bayou to spread word to other Crescent enclaves. Others began gathering weapons and supplies for the journey back to the city. We'll take the water route, Eve informed Naruto. Faster than land, and less likely to be observed by Marcel's sentries. As the werewolves prepared with efficient coordination, Naruto found himself deeply impressed by their resilience. Despite years of exile and a devastating curse, the Crescents had maintained their organization, their traditions, and their dignity. They represented exactly the kind of supernatural faction that deserved protection rather than persecution. You collect allies who mirror aspects of your old life, Kurama observed privately. These wolves with their pack bonds remind you of Konoha's unity. All the more reason they deserve better than what Marcel's rule has given them, Naruto replied mentally. Within 20 minutes, a small flotilla of boats had been prepared, shallow draft vessels ideal for navigating the bayou's complex waterways. Eve motioned for Naruto to join her in the lead boat, where the tracking mixture glowed stronger as they oriented toward the city. The journey will take approximately 2 hours, she informed him as they pushed off from shore. Dawn will be approaching by the time we reach the city proper. Tell me more about this chamber, Naruto requested as they glided through moonlit waters. What makes it suitable for cross-reality rituals? Eve navigated a narrow channel before answering. New Orleans sits at a confluence of natural power, where the river meets the Gulf, where land meets water, where multiple cultures blended their spiritual practices. Beneath the city, ley lines cross in patterns found in few other locations worldwide. The older werewolf, who had introduced himself as Jackson, continued the explanation. The chamber was constructed precisely at the central crossing point. Its creator carved symbols of containment and separation into stone that predates human settlement in this region. Who created it? Naruto asked. Jackson and Eve exchanged glances before Eve answered. The stories vary. Some say it was Esther Michelson herself, experimenting with power beyond her understanding. Others claim it was built by indigenous shamans centuries before European arrival, seeking to communicate with spirit realms. Whoever built it, Jackson added grimly, designed it specifically to thin the barriers between realities. A dangerous purpose, even with the best intentions. The boats continued their silent progress through increasingly narrow channels, werewolves navigating by instinct and generations of accumulated knowledge. The tracking mixture continued to glow, confirming their direction as they approached the city from its unguarded rear. Why would someone want to use Catherine's blood for this ritual? Naruto wondered aloud. Doppelganger blood has unique properties, Eve explained. It represents perfect magical replication, nature creating identical copies across generations. That repetition creates a kind of resonance with similar patterns across realities. A key that fits multiple locks, Jackson simplified. If someone wanted to open doorways between worlds, doppelganger blood would be the ideal catalyst. And with your unusual hybrid nature added, Eve continued, giving Naruto a significant look, the potential power increases exponentially. You represent something outside normal supernatural categories, a wild card in an otherwise predictable system. Naruto absorbed this information, connecting it to Catherine's kidnapping with growing concern. They took her to draw me in, he realized. They need both of us for whatever they're planning. Most likely, Eve agreed. Which means you'll be walking into a trap when we reach this chamber. I know, Naruto acknowledged. But I'm going anyway. Eve studied him with renewed respect. You really aren't like other vampires. I told you, Naruto replied with a slight smile, I'm not typical in many ways. The boats continued their silent journey through the bayou, moonlight guiding their path as they moved steadily toward the heart of New Orleans, and whatever awaited them beneath the city's historic streets. Chapter 4, The Queen's Gambit. Dawn painted the edges of New Orleans in watercolor hues of amber and rose as the small flotilla of werewolf boats slipped through the last stretches of bayou. The city loomed ahead, still quiet in these early hours, its historic buildings casting long shadows across cobblestone streets. In the lead vessel, Naruto stood beside Eve, eyes fixed on the tracking mixture that pulsed with increasing urgency as they approached their destination. We need to go ashore here, Eve said quietly, guiding her boat toward a dilapidated wooden dock hidden beneath overhanging willows. Marcel's sentries patrol the main waterways into the city. The small fleet glided silently to the weathered structure, werewolves securing their vessels with practiced efficiency. Jackson approached with a roughly drawn map, spreading it across a flat section of dock. We're here, he indicated, finger tapping a spot at the city's edge. The old Opera House site is approximately 2 miles northeast, in the heart of the quarter. But if they're using the chamber beneath it, the original entrance would be sealed by new construction. There were secondary access points, one of the older werewolves interjected. Service tunnels built during Prohibition, connecting to the old sewer system. Some may still exist, forgotten beneath the modern city. Can your tracking magic find these tunnels? Naruto asked, eyes on the glowing mixture that had guided them thus far. The young werewolf who had prepared the tracking spell nodded. The blood connection remains strong. Whatever concealment magic they're using, it can't completely mask a doppelganger's blood signature. Eve surveyed her assembled pack members, 20 strong, armed with a mixture of modern weapons and traditional implements fashioned from the bayou's natural resources. We'll divide into 3 groups. Main force follows the tracker. 2 smaller teams circle from opposite sides as security against ambush. She turned to Naruto. This is our first venture into the city in nearly a decade. Marcel will respond with everything he has if he detects our presence. Then we move fast and quiet, Naruto replied, understanding her concern. In and out before Marcel's people realize what's happening. The werewolves exchanged glances, a silent communication born of years operating as a cohesive pack. Jackson finally spoke for them all. We're risking everything on your promise, hybrid. If this ends with more dead crescents, the survivors won't forget. I understand, Naruto replied solemnly. And I'll keep my word, whether this rescue succeeds or fails. The curse on your pack ends today. His quiet certainty seemed to satisfy the wolves. Eve gave a sharp nod and began issuing final instructions. Within minutes, the pack had separated into their assigned groups, moving through the awakening city with the stealth of predators accustomed to remaining unseen. Naruto accompanied the main force, following the tracker who navigated by the pulsing glow of the mixture containing his blood bond with Catherine. They kept to shadow, to alleyways and service passages, avoiding the gradually increasing human activity as New Orleans began another day. The connection grows stronger, the tracker whispered as they entered the French Quarter proper. But strange, it seems to be coming from below, not ahead. The underground chambers, Jackson confirmed. We need access to the old tunnel system. Eve pointed toward a nondescript building at the end of the street. There. The old Rousseau's speakeasy. During Prohibition, it had hidden access to the tunnels for moving liquor without detection. The building stood vacant now, windows boarded, a faded, "For lease" sign hanging crookedly from its facade. The werewolves approached cautiously, senses extended for any sign of Marcel's sentries or other supernatural threats. Clear, Eve murmured after a thorough assessment. But the entrance will be sealed. It's been decades since these tunnels were used. Naruto moved forward, examining the building's rear service entrance. The door was padlocked and weathered, but the lock itself was relatively new, suggesting someone maintained access despite the property's apparent abandonment. Stand back, he instructed quietly, forming a small raisingan in his palm. The compressed chakra spun silently, glowing with faint blue light as he pressed it against the lock mechanism. Metal yielded to energy, the lock disintegrating without noise. The werewolves watched with undisguised fascination. Definitely not typical vampire abilities, Jackson observed. Inside, the abandoned speakeasy retained the ghostly elegance of its former glory, Art Deco fixtures gathering dust, a grand mahogany bar stretching along one wall, bootlegger memorabilia still adorning shelves. The tracker moved confidently across the space, following the strengthening signal to a storage room behind the bar. Here, she announced, indicating a section of floor that appeared no different from the rest. But something's blocking full detection. Powerful concealment magic. Naruto knelt, running his hand across the dusty floorboards. His enhanced senses detected a subtle difference in the wood grain pattern, a disguised trapdoor, expertly crafted to blend with surrounding planks. More telling was the nearly imperceptible trace of magic, old magic, unlike the New Orleans witchcraft he'd encountered previously. Found it, he confirmed, fingers finding the hidden release mechanism. The trapdoor yielded with a groan of ancient hinges, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. The musty air that rose from below carried complex information to Naruto's enhanced senses: dampness, age, lingering magic, and most importantly, the faint but unmistakable scent of Catherine's blood. Recent, not just residual. She's down there, he stated with quiet certainty. Recently moved through this passage. Eve signaled to her pack, who quickly established a perimeter around the entrance while the main group prepared to descend. Flashlights only when necessary, she instructed. Werewolf night vision should suffice in most areas. I'll take point, Naruto said, already moving toward the stairs. My senses can detect threats before they become immediate danger. No one argued, the determination in his voice made clear this wasn't a suggestion. The werewolves fell in behind him as he began the descent, steps measured and silent, every sense extended for signs of traps or guards. The stairway plunged deeper than expected, eventually opening into a brick-lined tunnel large enough for two people to walk abreast. Periodic iron brackets on the walls suggested gas lamps once lit these passages, though they had long since been removed. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, the sound echoing with eerie precision. Prohibition era, Jackson whispered, examining the construction. But this connects to something much older. The bricks change ahead. He was right. Several hundred yards into their journey, the relatively modern brickwork gave way to older stone construction, massive blocks fitted with precision that suggested significantly greater age than the surrounding city. Pre-colonial, Eve observed, fingers tracing symbols carved into the stone, not European in design, but something more primal. Indigenous work, perhaps, or earlier. The tracker continued forward, her mixture glowing brighter as they progressed deeper beneath the city. The tunnels began to slope downward again, air growing colder and damper. Occasionally they passed intersections with other passages, some collapsed, others extending into darkness beyond their visibility. A labyrinth, Jackson murmured. Easy to get lost down here without guidance. Good thing we have that, Naruto replied, nodding toward the tracker's glowing mixture that provided both light and direction. They had progressed perhaps a mile through the underground network when Naruto suddenly raised his hand, halting the group. His head tilted slightly, enhanced hearing detecting what the others could not yet sense. "Heartbeats," he whispered. "Human. At least 4, approximately 200 yards ahead. Guards." Eve signaled to her packmates, who immediately shifted their positions, moving into combat formation with practiced efficiency. "Witches?" she asked. Naruto concentrated, extending his senses further. "No. No magic signature. Just humans, but armed. Professional movements, not random guards." He paused, detecting something else. And something else beyond them. Power, old and contained. A barrier of some kind. "We can handle human guards," Jackson stated, confidence evident in his tone. "But magical barriers require different approaches." Naruto considered their options, weighing direct confrontation against stealth. "Let me handle the guards," he decided. "Without killing them, if possible. We'll need your tracker's expertise for whatever barrier lies beyond." Eve nodded agreement. "Do it quickly and quietly. Even human guards may have supernatural communication methods." Forming a familiar hand sign, Naruto created 3 shadow clones, perfect duplicates who immediately understood the plan without verbal communication. The werewolves watched with fascinated respect as the copies blurred into motion, disappearing into side passages to approach the guards from multiple angles. Through his clone's eyes, Naruto observed the checkpoint ahead, 4 armed men in tactical gear guarding a metal gate that sealed the tunnel. Behind them, faintly visible even in the dim light, lines of power pulsed across the stone floor, a boundary that likely triggered alarms if crossed improperly. The clones moved with coordinated precision, using stealth techniques perfected through years of shinobi training. The first guard went down silently, a precise strike to nerve clusters rendering him unconscious. The second barely had time to register movement before meeting the same fate. The third guard managed to partially turn, hand moving toward his weapon, but never completed the motion, a clone appearing behind him with a speed no human could track. The fourth guard actually fired his weapon, the sound unnaturally loud in the confined space, but the bullet passed harmlessly through a substitution technique as the real Naruto appeared beside him, delivering a controlled strike that ended the threat without killing. Within seconds, all 4 guards lay unconscious, their weapons secured by the werewolves who had moved forward to join Naruto at the checkpoint. "Impressive," Eve acknowledged, examining the unharmed but thoroughly neutralized guards. "No vampire moves like that." "Shinobi training," Naruto explained simply, examining the gate and the power lines visible beyond it. "But this will be more challenging than human guards." The barrier pulsed with steady rhythm, lines of energy forming complex patterns across the tunnel floor before rising to create a nearly invisible wall of power. The metal gate itself appeared mundane, but the lock mechanism incorporated symbols similar to those they'd seen carved into the tunnel walls. "Blood lock," the tracker assessed, studying the mechanism without touching it. "It will only open for specific bloodlines. Trying to force it would trigger whatever defensive spells are woven into the barrier." "Whose blood would it recognize?" Jackson wondered. Eve's expression darkened with sudden understanding. "Michael-san," she stated with certainty. "This level of old magic, the location beneath their former stronghold, this has to be Michael-san work. Or something they claimed as their own," the tracker countered. "These symbols predate the originals by centuries." Naruto studied the lock, remembering what he'd learned about the Michael-san family from Catherine and his own research. If this was created or modified by Esther Michael-san, it might respond to any blood of her line. Her children, their descendants. "Which doesn't help us," Jackson pointed out. "Unless you happen to have original blood in your pocket." "No," Naruto agreed. "But I have something that might work instead." He held up his hand, allowing his hybrid nature to surface, veins darkening around his eyes, fangs extending as his eyes shifted to glowing crimson. Your blood is unique, Eve realized, understanding his intention. Vampire, werewolf, and whatever your fox spirit contributes. It might confuse the lock's recognition magic. It's worth trying, Naruto agreed. Better than forcing our way through and alerting everyone beyond. He approached the lock mechanism, examining it more closely now. At its center was a small depression, a blood receptacle, designed to test the identity of anyone seeking passage. Naruto bit into his wrist, allowing several drops of his blood to fall into the waiting depression. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the blood began to glow, first red, then blue, then a peculiar purple as it interacted with the ancient magic. The mechanism seemed to hesitate, magical algorithms processing input they had never encountered before. A low rumbling sound emanated from the surrounding stones, vibrations running through the floor beneath their feet. The barrier flickered once, twice, then dissipated completely as the gate swung open of its own accord. It worked, the tracker whispered, clearly surprised by their success. Or it's letting us in deliberately, Eve cautioned, her instinctive wariness asserting itself. This might be exactly what they expected. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her concern. Almost certainly. But expected or not, we're going forward. He stepped through the gateway, senses extended for any sign of additional traps or guardians. The tunnel beyond was different, older still, with walls that seemed to glow faintly with embedded minerals. The air carried a charge, like the heaviness before a thunderstorm. The tracker followed close behind, her mixture now pulsing with urgent brightness. Close, she confirmed. Very close now. They proceeded more cautiously, the tunnel gradually widening into a proper corridor. Ancient symbols covered nearly every surface, some recognizable from various human cultures, others completely alien in design. Periodically, small alcoves contained artifacts that radiated subtle power, crystals, carved figures, metal objects of inexplicable purpose. A museum of the impossible, Jackson murmured, careful not to touch anything as they passed. Collected over centuries. After perhaps another quarter mile, the corridor ended abruptly at a massive circular door, solid stone carved with concentric rings of symbols that slowly rotated of their own accord, grinding softly against one another as they moved in opposite directions. No obvious mechanism controlled this movement, no handle or lock provided conventional access. The chamber entrance, Eve whispered. But how do we? Her question was interrupted as the stone rings suddenly accelerated their rotation, symbols blurring as they spun faster and faster. Then, with a sound like a deep exhalation, they slowed to a stop in a new configuration. The massive door swung inward without visible assistance, revealing the space beyond. Naruto tensed, readying himself for whatever awaited them, but nothing rushed out, no attack manifested. Only silence and the soft glow of candlelight spilling from within. They know we're here, he stated quietly. And they're inviting us in. Trap, several werewolves murmured in unison. Undoubtedly, Naruto agreed. But Catherine is inside. I can sense her now. He stepped forward without hesitation, crossing the threshold into one of the most extraordinary spaces he had ever encountered. The chamber beyond was immense, far larger than seemed possible given their location beneath the city. Its ceiling arched high overhead, supported by columns carved with the same mysterious symbols that adorned the walls. The floor was an intricate mosaic depicting what appeared to be a map of worlds or dimensions, interconnected by flowing lines of energy. At the chamber's center stood a raised stone dais, upon which rested an altar of black stone. And strapped to that altar, eyes widening at the sight of their arrival, was Catherine Pierce. Naruto, she called out, voice steady despite her predicament. It's a trap. I know, he replied, moving forward anyway. The werewolves spread out behind him, weapons ready as they surveyed the apparently empty chamber. Are you hurt? Nothing permanent, Catherine answered, strain evident in her voice despite her attempt at casual bravery. But you shouldn't have come. They want both of us, that's the whole point. Before Naruto could respond, soft applause echoed through the chamber. From shadowed alcoves surrounding the central space, robed figures emerged, at least a dozen, moving with synchronized precision to form a circle around the intruders. "Right on schedule," announced a commanding female voice. From behind the altar stepped a striking woman with penetrating eyes and aristocratic bearing. "The fox arrives to rescue his queen." How utterly predictable. "Esther Michael's son," Eve growled, recognition and hatred mingling in her voice. "The original witch." "In the flesh," Esther confirmed with a slight smile. "Or rather, new flesh housing an old spirit." She turned her attention to Naruto, studying him with clinical interest. "So you are the anomaly. The being from beyond our reality whose arrival has destabilized the boundaries between worlds." Naruto assessed the situation quickly, 13 witches including Esther, positioned strategically throughout the chamber. Catherine securely bound to the altar, though he noted she had partially worked one hand free, concealing this progress from her captors. The werewolves outnumbered the witches, but magical power often outweighed numerical advantage. "Release her," Naruto demanded simply. "Whatever ritual you're planning, it doesn't require harming anyone." Esther's smile widened slightly. "Such confidence. Such certainty about matters you barely comprehend." She gestured expansively at the chamber surrounding them. "This place existed before humans walked upright, fox spirit. It was created by beings whose understanding of reality structure makes your shinobi's chakra manipulation look like a child's finger painting." She moved around the altar, trailing her fingers along its edge with proprietary familiarity. "The doppelganger's blood is essential, not because I wish her harm, but because the magic that created her bloodline was specifically designed for this purpose. To bridge worlds when necessary." "And what makes it necessary now?" Naruto challenged, gradually moving closer to the altar despite the witch's watchful presence. "Your arrival," Esther replied simply. "Your unnatural presence in our reality has created fractures, small yet growing. Rifts through which energies and entities never meant for this world have begun seeping." One of the robed figures stepped forward, pulling back their hood to reveal a middle-aged man with troubled eyes. "We've tracked anomalies across the continent," he explained. "Temporal inconsistencies. Creatures that match no known supernatural category. Weather patterns defying physical laws. Small disturbances now," Esther continued. "But growing exponentially. Left unchecked, the boundary between realities will collapse entirely within months." Catherine managed a sardonic laugh despite her restraints. "And we're supposed to believe you're performing this ritual out of altruistic concern for reality's stability? Not, say, to gain unprecedented power by controlling access between worlds?" Esther's expression hardened. "Believe what you wish, Katerina. Your blood serves the ritual regardless of your opinion on its purpose." She turned back to Naruto. "As for you, Fox Spirit, your cooperation would make this process considerably less traumatic for everyone involved. Your essence, combined with the doppelganger's blood, creates the perfect catalyst for controlled boundary repair." "And if I refuse?" Naruto asked, though he already suspected the answer. "Then we proceed with less precision," Esther replied calmly. "The ritual will still work, the boundaries will be reinforced, but the process will be, messier. More painful for both of you. And certain opportunities for selective permeability between worlds will be lost." Eve moved to Naruto's side, voice lowered. "Don't trust her. The Michael sons twist truth to serve their purposes. Always have." "I don't," Naruto assured her quietly. Then, louder to Esther, "You'll need to explain exactly what this ritual entails before I consider cooperating." Esther studied him for a moment, apparently weighing how much to reveal. "The chamber will channel combined energies, doppelganger blood, fox spirit essence, and the natural power of this convergence point, to repair fractures in the boundary between realities. In the process, we can establish controlled gateways, allowing beneficial exchange while preventing catastrophic collapse." "Beneficial according to whose definition?" Catherine challenged from the altar. "A fair question," Esther acknowledged with surprising candor. I seek knowledge, ancient wisdom from realities where magic developed differently than in our own. Others among my circle have different interests. She gestured to the robed figures surrounding them. Some seek lost loved ones whose souls may have transferred to parallel realities. Others hope to access resources depleted in our world but abundant in others. And what happens to us during this process? Naruto asked, his gaze meeting Catherine's across the chamber. Esther's hesitation revealed more than her subsequent words. The process is taxing. You would likely survive, though changed by the experience. Your unique nature might even be enhanced by exposure to the energies involved. And Catherine? Naruto pressed. Another telling hesitation. Doppelgangers rarely survive serving as the catalyst. Their very purpose is to be consumed in such rituals. Catherine's laugh was brittle but defiant. And there it is. The fine print where I die so everyone else gets interdimensional travel benefits. Naruto had heard enough. His gaze swept the chamber, cataloging positions, distances, potential escape routes. The werewolves had similarly been assessing the situation, subtly spreading out to cover more ground. I appreciate your honesty, he told Esther, his tone conversational as he took another casual step toward the altar. But I'm afraid I'll have to decline your invitation to participate. Esther sighed as if disappointed but not surprised. I expected as much. Fortunately, your conscious cooperation isn't strictly necessary. She made a sharp gesture, and the robed witches began chanting in unison, a language that predated Latin, perhaps predated human civilization entirely. The chamber responded immediately, the symbols carved into walls and columns beginning to glow with eerie blue-white light. Now! Naruto shouted. The werewolves exploded into action, moving with coordinated precision toward the nearest witches. But they encountered an invisible barrier, a shield of energy that had silently risen during Esther's explanation, separating the chamber into sections. Did you think I would be unprepared for resistance? Esther asked, genuine curiosity in her tone. These werewolves are inconsequential to the ritual. They can watch from behind the barrier. Naruto didn't waste time on frustration or surprise. As the witches' chanting intensified, he formed hand signs with practiced speed. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 perfect duplicates materialized around the chamber, inside the barrier, positioned strategically near key witches in the circle. The suddenness of their appearance created momentary confusion, exactly as intended. The real Naruto used that distraction to blur toward Catherine, enhanced vampire speed combined with shinobi technique making him almost invisible to normal perception. He reached the altar in less than a heartbeat, hands already moving to release Catherine's restraints. Esther reacted with surprising speed for a witch, her hand slicing through air in a precise gesture. Motus. The spell caught Naruto mid-motion, flinging him backward with tremendous force. He twisted in air, managing to land in a controlled crouch rather than crashing into the chamber wall as intended. His shadow clones engaged the remaining witches, creating chaotic battle throughout the chamber as magical defenses clashed with shinobi techniques. Interesting abilities, Esther observed, genuine fascination evident despite the confrontation. Not vampire, not werewolf, not witchcraft. Something entirely outside our reality's rules. She made another gesture, more complex this time. The stone floor beneath Naruto erupted upward, forming manacle-like projections that attempted to seize his limbs. He leapt away, only to find similar stone formations rising to meet him wherever he landed. Meanwhile, his clones were discovering the limitations of fighting experienced witches. 2 had already been dispelled by powerful spells, while others found their attacks partially negated by protective barriers around their targets. The ritual has already begun, Esther announced as the chamber's energies visibly intensified, the mosaic floor now glowing with increasing brightness. The convergence of ley lines beneath this chamber activates only once per century. We will not waste this opportunity. Catherine had used the distraction to continue working her bonds loose, her right hand now completely free, though she kept this concealed from Esther's view. She caught Naruto's eye briefly, a silent message passing between them: wait for the right moment. Outside the magical barrier, the werewolves had not remained idle. Eve directed her pack to specific points around the perimeter, where they began applying a substance to the energy shield, some kind of paste formed from materials carried in their packs. Boundary dissolution compound, Jackson explained when Naruto glanced their way. Old pack recipe. Might weaken their barrier enough for breakthrough. Esther seemed unconcerned by these efforts, her attention focused on the ritual's progression. The chanting of her witch circle had taken on a rhythmic quality that seemed to resonate with the chamber itself, stone surfaces vibrating in harmonic response. You cannot stop what has already begun, she informed Naruto as he continued evading her magical attacks. The boundaries are already thinning. Soon the gateway will form, with or without your willing participation. As if in confirmation of her words, the air above the altar began to shimmer, reality itself seeming to ripple like the surface of disturbed water. Through this distortion, indistinct shapes became faintly visible, suggestions of landscapes and beings that existed elsewhere, pressing against the membrane between worlds. Catherine's face showed genuine alarm now, her usual composure cracking as she felt the energies building around her. The altar beneath her had begun to glow, symbols appearing on its previously unmarked surface. Naruto, she called, urgency overriding caution. This is bigger than us. Something's coming through, something ancient. The distortion above the altar expanded, colors swirling within it that didn't quite belong to the normal spectrum. A deep humming filled the chamber, more felt than heard, vibrating through bone and tissue. One of Esther's witches suddenly screamed, dropping to his knees as blood poured from his eyes and nose. It's too soon, he cried. The gateway is destabilizing. Esther's composed expression finally showed concern. Impossible. The calculations were precise. Her gaze snapped to Naruto. Unless, your nature is more disruptive than anticipated. The distortion continued growing, its edges becoming jagged rather than smooth as planned. The witch's chanting faltered, then resumed with increased desperation. What's happening? Naruto demanded, temporarily ceasing his attacks as the situation evolved beyond simple rescue parameters. The ritual is proceeding incorrectly, Esther admitted, her focus now on controlling the expanding distortion rather than capturing Naruto. Your presence, specifically, your fox spirit, is resonating with the gateway in ways we didn't anticipate. She's right, Kurama's voice rumbled within Naruto. I sense recognition. Something beyond that gateway knows me. Or knows what I represent. The revelation struck Naruto with sudden clarity. This isn't the first time fox spirits have crossed between worlds. What? Esther's attention briefly shifted to him. The symbols in this chamber, Naruto continued, understanding blooming as he connected fragments of information. They're not just about boundaries between worlds. They're specifically designed to contain or channel tailed beast energy. Catherine's eyes widened at this insight. The carvings on the altar, they look like tails. 9 of them, circling the edge. Esther's expression confirmed their deduction. The ancient text spoke of 9 great spirits, foxes, cats, turtles, and others, that once traversed the space between realities. Their essence was so powerful it left permanent pathways, which this chamber was built to access. The distortion pulsed ominously, expanding further with each fluctuation. Through it, the indistinct shapes were becoming more defined, suggestions of massive entities moving in another reality, drawn to the opening like predators sensing prey. You've miscalculated, Naruto stated, moving closer to Catherine despite the danger. This isn't controlling the boundary, it's creating a beacon for whatever exists on the other side. No, Esther insisted, though doubt had entered her voice. The ritual is designed to. She was interrupted as the werewolf barrier dissolution compound finally took effect. With a sound like shattering glass, the energy shield separating the chamber collapsed. Eve and her pack immediately surged forward, engaging the distracted witches before they could establish new defenses. Chaos erupted throughout the chamber, werewolves battling witches, Naruto's remaining clones creating additional confusion, and above it all, the steadily expanding gateway continuing its ominous growth. Naruto reached Catherine's side, tearing away her remaining restraints. "We need to stop this," he said urgently. "Whatever's coming through that gateway isn't friendly," Catherine finished, rubbing her freed wrists as she sat up. "But how do we close something like that?" Before Naruto could respond, Esther appeared before them, her hand extended in a gesture that froze them both momentarily in place, not completely immobilized, but slowed significantly. "Neither of you understands what's at stake," she insisted, her composure cracking under pressure. "The boundaries were already damaged by your unnatural arrival." She nodded toward Naruto. "This ritual is the only way to repair them before catastrophic collapse." "Then why is it failing?" Catherine challenged, fighting against the magical restraint. "Because," Esther began, then stopped abruptly as the chamber shook violently. The mosaic floor cracked along several lines, energy bleeding upward through the fissures. The gateway pulsed again, its edges now clearly unstable. "Because something else is interfering," came a new voice, cultured, male, familiar. Elijah Michelson stepped from an alcove previously hidden in shadow, his expression grave as he surveyed the deteriorating situation. "Mother. Your ambition exceeds your wisdom." "Again." "Elijah," Esther acknowledged, genuine emotion briefly softening her features. "You don't understand. The ritual is necessary." "Perhaps," Elijah conceded, approaching with measured steps. "But your implementation is fatally flawed. You failed to account for the fox spirit's resonance with what lies beyond." Another figure emerged from the hidden alcove, Marcel Gerard, his usual confidence tempered by evident concern at the supernatural phenomenon unfolding before them. "This is what happens when powerful beings act without checking with those who actually govern this city," Marcel commented, though without his usual bravado. "Witches performing forbidden rituals, werewolves invading from the bayou, and whatever that is," he gestured toward the gateway, about to crash everyone's party. The arrival of these new players momentarily distracted Esther, allowing her magical hold on Naruto and Catherine to weaken. Naruto seized the opportunity, breaking free and pulling Catherine from the altar in a blur of vampire speed. "How long have you two been watching?" Catherine demanded as they regrouped near one of the chamber's columns. "Long enough to recognize catastrophe when we see it," Elijah replied smoothly. "The disturbance in the quarter's supernatural energy drew our attention. Following it to its source was simply a matter of knowing which passages remain accessible beneath the city." "Less history, more solutions," Marcel cut in. "That gateway or whatever it is keeps growing. Ideas on how to close it?" The gateway pulsed again, now large enough to dominate the chamber's center. Through it, the shapes had resolved into more definite forms, massive, energy-based entities with features reminiscent of ancient beasts. One in particular seemed to focus on their reality, its form suggesting a fox with multiple tails. "It senses me," Kurama confirmed within Naruto. "A reflection or echo of what I am, existing in another reality." "I know how to close it," Naruto announced, decision crystallizing as he assessed their limited options. "But it's risky." "More risky than that thing coming through completely?" Marcel challenged, gesturing toward the increasingly defined entity beyond the gateway. "It requires channeling Fox Spirit Chakra directly into the gateway," Naruto explained. "Creating a resonance that should cancel the opening rather than expanding it." "Should?" Elijah questioned. "It's our best option," Naruto insisted. "And incredibly dangerous for you," Catherine interjected, grabbing his arm. "That kind of direct connection could pull you through instead of closing it." Her concern was genuine, her usual self-protective instincts nowhere in evidence. Naruto covered her hand with his own, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent communication. "I have to try," he said simply. "Then I'm helping," Catherine declared, her tone brooking no argument. Doppelganger blood started this. Maybe it helps end it too. Esther, who had been listening to this exchange while attempting to stabilize the ritual with her remaining conscious witches, approached with newfound respect in her expression. The doppelganger is correct, she confirmed. Her blood, freely given rather than forcibly taken, combined with the fox spirit's chakra, it might create the counter-resonance needed to seal the breach. The chamber shook again, more violently this time. Chunks of stone fell from the ceiling as the ancient structure struggled to contain the energies being unleashed. Several of the werewolves had already begun retreating toward the entrance, recognizing the increasing danger. Whatever you're going to do it fast, Marcel urged. This place is coming apart. Naruto turned to Catherine. Are you certain? This isn't your fight. Catherine's laugh held genuine warmth despite their dire circumstances. I think it became my fight when you appeared in that alley and saved me from hunters. Her expression grew more serious. Besides, if reality collapses, where would I run to? There are limits even to my survival instinct. Decision made, they approached the gateway together. The altar, now empty of its unwilling sacrifice, stood directly beneath the pulsing distortion. Esther, setting aside previous conflicts in the face of greater danger, quickly explained what they needed to do. The doppelganger blood must form a circle on the altar, she instructed. The fox spirit's energy should be channeled through that circle, directed upward into the gateway's center. And then what? Catherine asked. Then we hope the resonance creates the cancellation effect we need, Esther replied frankly. There are no guarantees with magic this ancient. The entity beyond the gateway had grown more defined, its massive fox form now clearly visible through the distortion. 9 tails of pure energy lashed behind it as it pressed against the thinning boundary between realities. It is like me, but not me, Kurama observed. A reflection created when the original tailed beasts first formed across multiple realities. We need to hurry, Naruto urged as the chamber shook again. That entity is almost through. Catherine nodded, extending her wrist. Without hesitation, she bit deeply into her own flesh, allowing her blood to flow freely onto the altar's surface. Moving with deliberate care, she walked the perimeter of the stone, creating a perfect circle of doppelganger blood that began to glow with supernatural significance the moment it was completed. Now you, she said to Naruto, stepping back but remaining close. Naruto moved to the circle's center, centering himself as he prepared to channel Kurama's chakra in a way he had never attempted in this new form. The fox's energy responded to his call, red chakra manifesting around him in visible waves. Focus it upward, Esther instructed, maintaining a respectful distance. Through the blood circle, into the gateway's center mass. Naruto extended his hands upward, directing the fox chakra as instructed. The red energy spiraled through Catherine's blood circle, which seemed to amplify and focus it like a lens. The combined power shot upward in a tightly controlled beam, striking the center of the distortion. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The gateway shuddered, its edges flickering as the resonance disrupted its stability. The entity beyond recoiled, its fox-like features contorting in what might have been surprise or anger. It's working, Elijah observed, watching intently from beside Marcel. The gateway is contracting. But something was wrong. As the gateway began to close, Naruto felt an unexpected pull, as if something were latching onto his chakra, using it as a lifeline to resist the closure. Something's fighting back, he called out, struggling to maintain control of the energy flow. It's using my connection to resist. Catherine saw his struggle, understanding instantly what was happening. Without hesitation, she stepped into the circle beside him, placing her hands over his. Use me, she urged. Channel it through both of us. Catherine, no, Naruto began, alarmed by the risk she was taking. Trust me, she insisted, her eyes locked with his. For once in 500 years, I'm choosing something beyond my own survival. The simple honesty in her declaration struck Naruto deeply. In that moment, he saw beyond the survivor, beyond the manipulator that centuries of running had created. He saw Catherine, or perhaps Katarina, the woman beneath the carefully constructed persona. He nodded, adjusting his technique to include her in the channeling process. Catherine gasped as Kurama's chakra flowed through her, but she didn't pull away. Instead, her grip on his hands tightened as she added her own will to the effort. The result was unexpected but powerful. The doppelganger's natural connection to boundary magic, combined with Naruto's fox spirit chakra, created something new, a resonance that directly countered the gateway's frequency. The entity beyond roared in silent frustration as the passage between realities began closing more rapidly. In a final desperate effort, it thrust one massive paw of energy through the narrowing opening, directly toward Naruto and Catherine. "Look out!" Marcel shouted. But neither Naruto nor Catherine could move without disrupting the closing process. In that critical moment, Catherine made her choice. With unexpected strength, she shoved Naruto aside, placing herself directly in the path of the entity's attack. The energy claw struck her full force, lifting her from the altar and suspending her in air. Her body arched in pain, blood streaming from her eyes and nose as otherworldly power coursed through her. "Catherine!" Naruto shouted, leaping toward her without thought for his own safety. In that moment of crisis, something extraordinary happened. Catherine's eyes snapped open, now glowing with the same red energy as Kurama's chakra. The power that should have destroyed her seemed to flow through her instead, redirected by some quality unique to her doppelganger nature. "Close it," she commanded, her voice resonating with power not entirely her own. "Close it now, Naruto." Understanding what she was doing, using herself as a conduit to redirect the entity's energy back through the gateway, Naruto channeled everything he had into the final push. Kurama responded with all his power, their perfect synchronization creating a massive surge of fox chakra. The chamber filled with blinding light as the energies collided. The gateway contracted violently, pulling back the entity's manifested limb and sealing the breach between realities with a thunderous boom that shook the entire chamber. In the sudden silence that followed, Catherine fell from midair. Naruto caught her before she hit the ground, cradling her limp form with gentle care. Blood stained her pale skin, and her breathing came in shallow gasps. "Catherine," he whispered, brushing hair from her face with trembling fingers. "Stay with me." Her eyes fluttered open, normal again, the supernatural glow faded. "Did it work?" she asked weakly. "Yes," he confirmed, relief evident in his voice. "The gateway's closed. Whatever that entity was, it's been contained in its own reality." She managed a small smile. Not bad for a girl who's spent 5 centuries running away from fights. Naruto carefully lifted her, holding her against his chest as he turned to face the others. The chamber was in ruins around them, fallen stone, injured witches and werewolves, the once beautiful mosaic floor cracked beyond repair. But the immediate danger had passed. Esther approached cautiously, her expression complex with emotions rarely displayed. "The doppelganger should not have survived that," she observed, studying Catherine with newfound respect. "Her connection to boundary magic must be even stronger than the legend suggested." "Her name is Catherine," Naruto corrected firmly. "And she just saved everyone in this chamber, possibly this entire reality." Elijah moved forward, his usual composure momentarily set aside as genuine concern showed in his expression. "Katarina needs blood," he observed. "That kind of magical trauma depletes vampire healing abilities." Marcel, assessing the situation with a leader's practiced eye, had already begun organizing the survivors. Werewolves and witches, enemies moments before, now worked together to tend injured comrades and stabilize the damaged structure. "This changes things," he stated, approaching Naruto with measured steps. "What happened here? This kind of threat goes beyond normal supernatural politics." "Yes," Elijah agreed. And the response to it demonstrated something equally significant. He gestured to the unprecedented cooperation happening around them. Witches, werewolves, vampires, working together out of necessity. Catherine stirred in Naruto's arms, strength gradually returning as her vampire healing struggled to address her injuries. "Don't get sentimental," she warned, though without her usual bite. "Crisis alliances rarely survive once the danger passes. Unless," Naruto suggested quietly, "someone ensures they do." The significance of his statement wasn't lost on anyone present. Eve, helping one of her injured pack members, looked up sharply. Marcel's expression shifted to cautious assessment. Elijah merely raised an eyebrow, though the slight curve of his lips suggested he wasn't entirely displeased by the implication. "Let's get out of here," Naruto suggested, not wanting to pursue that conversation while Catherine needed medical attention. "This chamber has served its purpose for now." No one argued. The procession that emerged from the underground passages was unlike anything New Orleans had seen in centuries: witches, werewolves, vampires, and hybrids, moving together in cautious cooperation rather than open hostility. 3 days later, Catherine stood on the balcony of the Montgomery estate, watching the sunset paint the garden district in shades of amber and gold. Her recovery had been faster than expected, though the experience had left its mark in more ways than physical healing could address. "Beautiful view," came Naruto's voice from behind her. She turned to find him watching her with a warmth that still felt unfamiliar after centuries of being regarded with suspicion, desire, or fear, but rarely genuine affection. "The city or me?" she quipped, falling back on humor to mask the vulnerability she still wasn't entirely comfortable revealing. "Both," he answered simply, joining her at the railing. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching darkness gradually claim the city. Below, in the estate's expansive garden, preparations continued for the evening's gathering, the first formal council of New Orleans' supernatural factions in nearly a century. "Having second thoughts?" Naruto asked, noting her contemplative expression. Catherine considered the question carefully. "Not second thoughts exactly. More, wondering how I went from running for my life to potentially becoming vampire representative on a supernatural council. It's a significant career change after 5 centuries. Naruto smiled at her characterization. "You're uniquely qualified. Experience with all factions, no current allegiance to any single group, respected, or at least feared, by everyone involved. And connection to you," Catherine added, meeting his gaze directly. "Let's not pretend that's not a significant factor in why Marcel and Elijah have cautiously accepted this arrangement." "Is that a problem?" Naruto asked, genuinely curious about her perspective. Catherine turned back to the view, gathering her thoughts. "For 500 years, I've defined myself by my independence. By needing no one, trusting no one." She paused, the vulnerability she'd been avoiding finally showing through. "Being defined by my connection to someone else, even someone I respect, feels strange." "You're not defined by your connection to me," Naruto countered gently. "You're Catherine Pierce. Survivor. Strategist. The woman who redirected an interdimensional entity's attack and lived to tell about it. Your actions in that chamber would have earned you a place at any council table, regardless of who you know." His sincere belief in her worth beyond their connection touched something Catherine had kept carefully guarded for centuries. Before she could respond, however, a discreet knock at the balcony door interrupted them. "Pardon the intrusion," said Jackson, who had become something of a liaison between the werewolf packs and the emerging council. "The representatives are beginning to arrive." "We'll be right down," Naruto assured him. As Jackson departed, Catherine straightened her shoulders, composure sliding back into place like a familiar garment. "Well then. Time to see if centuries of manipulation and political maneuvering have prepared me for legitimate governance." Naruto offered his arm with a smile. "I have complete faith in you." "At least one of us does," she replied dryly, though she took his offered arm with more natural ease than she would have thought possible a week earlier. The main hall of the Montgomery estate had been transformed for the occasion. A massive round table dominated the center of the space, the physical embodiment of the equal status this new council represented. Around it stood elegant chairs, each subtly styled to represent different factions while maintaining overall harmony in the design. As Catherine descended the stairs on Naruto's arm, she noted the gathered representatives watching their entrance with varying expressions: curiosity, wariness, calculation, and in a few cases, genuine respect. Marcel had come alone, representing the established vampire community. His acceptance of this new arrangement remained cautious, though the shared experience in the chamber had clearly affected him. Elijah stood nearby, officially attending as an observer rather than participant, the original's way of maintaining connection without direct involvement in governance. His subtle nod to Catherine carried centuries of complicated history. Eve represented the werewolves, accompanied by Jackson and another pack leader from the bayou. Their presence in the city itself marked a significant shift in supernatural politics. Josephine Leroux had come for the Garden District Witches, while Sophie Devereaux represented the French Quarter Covens, their joint attendance a rare show of witch unity. Agnes was notably absent, having retreated to lick her wounds after the chamber incident exposed her questionable allegiances. Father Kieran O'Connell stood for the human faction, his shrewd eyes missing nothing as he assessed the unprecedented gathering. Beside him stood his niece, Cammy, whose background in psychology had earned her a place as human liaison to supernatural communities. Others filed in as Catherine and Naruto reached the main floor, representatives from smaller factions, influential individuals whose support would be crucial for stability, observers from neighboring supernatural territories curious about New Orleans' sudden political evolution. "Quite the gathering," Catherine murmured as they moved to greet the arrivals. "I haven't seen this many powerful supernatural beings in one room without bloodshed since, actually, I'm not sure I ever have." "That's rather the point," Naruto replied quietly. "Creating something unprecedented." As the gathering moved toward the round table, taking assigned positions that carefully balanced proximity of allies and enemies, a hush fell over the assembly. All eyes turned to Naruto, standing at what might have been considered the head position if round tables had such things. "Thank you all for coming," he began, his voice carrying easily through the space. "The events beneath New Orleans 3 days ago demonstrated something we've long forgotten, that supernatural factions are stronger together than divided. That threats beyond our normal understanding require unified response." He looked around the table, meeting each representative's gaze briefly. "This council represents a new approach for New Orleans. Not rule by the strongest, but governance through balanced representation. Not peace through fear, but stability through mutual interest." Marcel shifted in his seat, the former king clearly uncomfortable with the implied criticism of his reign, yet unable to deny the truth of it after what they'd witnessed together. "The boundary between realities has been stabilized," Naruto continued, "but the experience revealed vulnerabilities in our city structure. Vulnerabilities that can only be addressed through cooperation." Catherine watched the assembly's reactions with centuries-honed perception. The witches appeared cautiously optimistic, their natural connection to balance resonating with Naruto's vision. The werewolves seemed genuinely hopeful, perhaps for the first time in generations. The vampires remained more reserved, accustomed to dominance rather than cooperation. "I propose a formal charter," Naruto concluded, establishing this council as New Orleans' governing body for supernatural affairs. Equal representation, shared responsibility, mutual protection. A moment of silence followed his proposal, each faction considering the implications. Josephine Leroux was first to respond. "The Garden District Coven supports this charter," she stated formally. "With the understanding that restrictions on which practice will be reassessed under new guidelines." "The Crescent Pack stands with the council," Eve declared next. "Provided the curse binding our people is addressed as promised." All eyes turned to Marcel, whose decision carried particular weight given his previous position. He studied Naruto thoughtfully before responding. "The vampire community has thrived under structure and leadership," he finally said. "If this council can provide that while addressing legitimate concerns from all factions, we will support it." A slight smile curved his lips. Cautiously, and with careful observation of results. One by one, the other representatives indicated their conditional support, each with caveats, each with expectations, yet each fundamentally accepting the premise that cooperation offered better prospects than continued division. When all had spoken, Catherine found herself the focus of attention. Though she had attended as Naruto's partner rather than official representative, her unique position as both vampire elder and doppelganger gave her words special weight. Few here have seen as many supernatural regimes rise and fall as I have, she began, surprising herself with her willingness to address the assembly. Most fail because they serve the interests of whoever holds power, rather than the community they claim to govern. She glanced at Naruto, drawing strength from his supportive presence. What makes this attempt different isn't the structure, but the intent behind it. The recognition that genuine balance serves everyone's interests better than dominance by any single faction. Looking around the table, Catherine allowed a hint of her centuries of experience to show in her expression. I've survived by recognizing winning strategies. This is one worth investing in. A murmur of approval ran through the gathering, Catherine Pierce's endorsement carrying unexpected weight precisely because she was known for pragmatism rather than idealism. As the formal charter was presented for signatures, Naruto moved to Catherine's side. That was quite the speech from someone who once told me she only looks out for herself, he murmured. Perhaps I've expanded my definition of self-interest, she replied with a hint of her usual wry humor. Stability in New Orleans benefits me too, after all. Naruto's smile suggested he saw through this attempt to maintain her carefully constructed persona, but he didn't challenge it directly. Whatever your reasons, you spoke exactly what they needed to hear. The signing ceremony proceeded with the solemnity appropriate to its historical significance. Each representative approached the charter, adding their signature with whatever flourish or simplicity matched their personal style. When completed, the document would be protected by multiple forms of magic, witch spells, vampire blood oaths, werewolf pact bonds, and human legal frameworks combining to create unprecedented supernatural legitimacy. As the formal portion of the gathering transitioned to more relaxed social interaction, Elijah approached Catherine and Naruto, champagne flute in hand. Quite the achievement, he observed, his tone revealing genuine respect beneath the customary restraint. From newcomer to architect of supernatural governance in less than 2 weeks. Impressive even by original standards. The city was ready for change, Naruto replied modestly. I merely provided a catalyst. Catalysts can be as crucial as primary agents, Elijah countered. As we witnessed in the chamber beneath the opera house. His gaze shifted to Catherine. Your role in these events has been unexpected, Katerina. 5 centuries of self-preservation, yet you risked everything to redirect that entity's attack. Catherine met his gaze steadily. Perhaps I found something worth the risk. Elijah studied her for a moment, something almost like pride flickering in his expression. Indeed. He raised his glass slightly. To unexpected evolutions. After he'd moved on to speak with other guests, Catherine found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the surreal nature of her circumstances. From running for her life from Klaus Michelson to standing as partner to New Orleans' new leadership, all within the span of days. Overwhelmed? Naruto asked quietly, noting her expression. Processing, Catherine corrected. 500 years of certain habits don't change overnight. I don't expect them to, Naruto assured her. Your survival instincts, your caution, they're strengths, not weaknesses. This council will need that perspective. Before Catherine could respond, Eve approached, her expression unusually solemn. The moon rises, she announced simply. Naruto nodded in understanding. It's time. Catherine followed as they moved through the gathering toward the estate's rear gardens, where the crescent werewolves had assembled in anticipation of the evening's second significant event. The full moon hung low on the horizon, its light already triggering the painful beginnings of transformation among the cursed pack members. You're actually going to do it, Catherine observed, realization dawning. Remove their curse. Tonight. I promised, Naruto replied simply. And the full moon provides the perfect opportunity to demonstrate this council's commitment to action, not just words. The gathered werewolves watched their approach with barely contained hope, a people who had endured decades of cursed existence, forced to live as wolves except for the brief period of full moon when they could reclaim human form. Now, standing on the cusp of potential freedom, their expressions revealed the cost of Marcel's punishment more clearly than words ever could. Eve stepped forward as Naruto approached the center of their gathering. "The Crescent Pack has upheld its part of our agreement," she stated formally. "We aided in the chamber, supported the council's formation. We ask now that you fulfill your promise to end our curse." Naruto nodded, his expression solemn with the weight of responsibility. "I will need the original witch who cast the curse," he said. "Or something connected to them." Marcel stepped forward from the gathering, his presence causing a ripple of tension through the werewolves. He carried a small wooden box, which he extended toward Naruto with unexpected humility. "The witch who cast the curse is long dead," he stated. "But these are her personal effects. Used in the original spell." The gesture, Marcel voluntarily providing the means to undo his own punishment of the werewolves, spoke volumes about the changes catalyzed by recent events. Catherine watched with newfound respect as the former king took this significant step toward reconciliation. "Thank you," Naruto said simply, accepting the box. As the full moon climbed higher, its light bathing the garden in silver radiance, Naruto opened the box to reveal its contents, a collection of personal items belonging to the witch who had created the Crescent Curse. A lock of hair. A silver ring. A small vial of what appeared to be blood. "The curse binding the Crescent Pack operates on lunar cycles," Naruto explained to the gathered witnesses. "It inverts the natural werewolf transformation, trapping them in wolf form except during the full moon. To break it requires understanding the original spell's anchor points." Catherine watched with fascination as Naruto combined techniques she had never seen before, vampire blood rituals learned from his studies of this world's supernatural practices, werewolf pack magic shared by Eve and her elders, and his own unique chakra manipulation that belonged to neither tradition. The werewolves began forming a circle, joining hands as the moon's influence intensified their connection to each other and to their dual nature. Eve led them in a low chant, not magic in the witch sense, but the older power of pack bonds that predated formal spellcraft. 5 points of binding, Naruto explained as he arranged the witch's personal items in a pattern that mirrored the stars above. Moon to sun. Wolf to human. Pack to individual. Freedom to captivity. Past to future. His hands moved through unfamiliar signs, neither vampire ritual nor witchcraft, but shinobi techniques adapted to this world's magical systems. Chakra became visible around him, blue energy intertwining with the crimson of Kurama's power. To break a curse of inversion, he continued, one must restore natural balance rather than simply removing the binding. Werewolves are both human and wolf, the curse denies half their nature. The cure must acknowledge both sides equally. The gathered supernaturals watched in respectful silence as Naruto channeled power through the witch's personal effects. The items began to glow, first with their original curse energy, sickly green and oppressive, then with the cleaner blue of Naruto's chakra as he rewrote the magical framework. Catherine felt the power building, her doppelganger sensitivity to boundary magic allowing her to perceive shifts that others might miss. This was more than simple curse breaking. Naruto was fundamentally realigning the magical framework imposed on the Crescent bloodline. By right of covenant and promise, Naruto intoned, voice resonating with power that seemed to echo from beyond their reality. By acknowledgement of natural balance and supernatural justice. I release the Crescent Pack from inverted transformation. The witch's items suddenly burst into blue flame, consumed not by destructive fire but by purifying energy. Simultaneously, every werewolf in the circle gasped as visible waves of magic flowed from them, the curse energy extracting itself from their very cells. For a moment, nothing else happened. The werewolves remained in human form, the full moon's light bathing them without triggering the involuntary transformation they had experienced for decades. Did it work? Someone whispered from the gathered council members. Eve stepped forward, her expression a complex mixture of hope and disbelief. The true test is choice, she explained. If the curse is broken, transformation becomes voluntary again, as it was for our bloodline before Marcel's punishment. She closed her eyes, focusing inward on the dual nature that defined werewolf existence. Gradually, controlled transformation began, her features shifting subtly, eyes glowing amber, the power of her wolf aspect manifesting without consuming her human consciousness. One by one, other pack members followed her example, each demonstrating controlled, partial transformation that had been impossible under the curse. The ability to access wolf strength, speed, and senses while maintaining human form represented the true freedom they had been denied. A cheer erupted from the pack, decades of suppressed hope finding voice in a howl that began human but carried wolves' joy. The sound echoed across the Garden District, a declaration of restoration that every supernatural being in New Orleans would recognize. Catherine found herself moved despite centuries of practiced cynicism. The genuine joy radiating from the werewolves as they celebrated their renewed nature transcended normal supernatural politics. This wasn't just symbolic governance, it was tangible change affecting lives in immediate, profound ways. "You actually did it," she murmured to Naruto as he rejoined her at the gathering's edge. "Broke a curse that master witches claimed was permanent." "The curse was never about magic," Naruto replied quietly. "It was about punishment, about control." Once that purpose was voluntarily relinquished by Marcel, the magical framework became vulnerable. Marcel himself stood apart from the celebration, his expression thoughtful as he watched the werewolves he had personally condemned experiencing freedom for the first time in a generation. When he noticed Catherine's observation, he approached with measured steps. "Seeing the effects of my decree so clearly," he began, then paused, searching for words. "It provides perspective I should have considered long ago." Ruling through fear seemed efficient, Catherine acknowledged, understanding his position better than most. "Until you witnessed the cost up close." Marcel nodded, his gaze returning to the celebrating werewolves. "The old ways created stability of a sort. But this." He gestured toward the gathering, where representatives of previously hostile factions now conversed with cautious optimism. "This suggests possibilities I hadn't considered." "Revolution comes in many forms," Catherine observed. "Not all require dethroning kings. Sometimes they simply expand the definition of kingdom." Marcel studied her with newfound respect. "500 years of survival has made you surprisingly wise, Catherine Pierce." "Don't sound so shocked," she replied with a hint of her usual sharpness. "One doesn't evade originals for half a millennium without learning a few things about power and its applications." As Marcel moved to rejoin the gathering, Naruto gave Catherine a knowing look. "You're enjoying this new role more than you're willing to admit." "Role?" she questioned innocently. "Advisory partner to the new supernatural leadership," Naruto clarified. "Offering centuries of perspective with just enough cynicism to keep things grounded." Catherine couldn't quite suppress her smile. "Perhaps I find it a refreshing change from constantly running. Though I reserve the right to resume running if circumstances warrant." "I wouldn't expect anything less," Naruto assured her. As the celebration continued into the night, Catherine found herself drawn to a quieter corner of the garden. The events of recent days had forced introspection she typically avoided, confronting aspects of herself long suppressed beneath survival instinct and careful calculation. She was still contemplating these uncomfortable revelations when a presence made itself known beside her, not Naruto, whose energy she had become attuned to, but something equally powerful if fundamentally different. "Quite the transformation," observed a soft voice, feminine, ageless, carrying authority beyond normal supernatural registers. "Both the city's and your own." Catherine turned to find a woman she didn't recognize standing beside her, tall, elegant, with features that seemed to shift slightly when viewed directly, as if refusing to settle into any single appearance. "Who are you?" Catherine asked, instinctive caution overriding curiosity. The woman smiled, an expression that conveyed genuine warmth despite its otherworldly quality. "Someone who has watched these events with great interest. Particularly your role in them, Catherine Pierce." My role has been largely improvisational, Catherine replied carefully, studying the stranger with growing suspicion. No ordinary vampire or witch possessed the quality of energy she sensed from this being. Has it? The woman seemed amused by this assessment. The doppelganger who redirected an interdimensional entity's attack. The survivor who risked everything to close a gateway that threatened reality itself. The centuries-old vampire now standing as partner to New Orleans' new leadership. She tilted her head slightly. Improvisation suggests lack of purpose. Your actions demonstrate quite the opposite. Catherine's suspicion deepened. You speak as if you've been watching events unfold. As if you have some stake in their outcome. Perceptive, the woman acknowledged. As you should be, given your unique position in these proceedings. What position would that be? Catherine challenged, tired of cryptic conversations after days filled with supernatural politics. The woman's expression grew more serious. Nexus point. The doppelganger whose blood opens doorways between worlds, now bonded to the fox spirit whose essence bridges realities. Together, you represent something unprecedented, a stable connection between dimensions that previously remained separate. The implications of this assessment sent a chill through Catherine despite the warm evening. You're not from this world, she realized. Not originally, the woman confirmed. Though I have dwelled here long enough to develop genuine affection for it and its inhabitants. You brought Naruto here, Catherine stated, pieces falling into place with disturbing clarity. You arranged his transition between worlds. Facilitated might be more accurate, the woman corrected gently. The fox spirit has its own connections to interdimensional pathways. I merely provided direction at a critical juncture. Catherine's mind raced with implications. Why? What purpose does bringing a shinobi from another reality into our supernatural politics serve? The woman gazed out at the celebration, where Naruto stood at the center of a gathering that would have been impossible weeks earlier, vampires, werewolves, witches, and humans engaged in cautiously optimistic interaction. Balance requires certain catalysts at critical moments, she explained. Your world faces challenges beyond normal supernatural understanding, pressures from realities that have traditionally remained separate. The boundaries thin, Catherine Pierce, not just in New Orleans but across dimensions. She turned back to Catherine, her gaze penetrating in its intensity. The fox spirit, Naruto, represents a unique bridge. His presence here has already begun the necessary realignment. And my role in this cosmic adjustment? Catherine asked, unable to keep sarcasm from her voice despite the being's obvious power. Surprisingly, the woman smiled at her tone. Your skepticism is an essential component of the partnership. The fox spirit brings unity, compassion, power. You bring survival instinct, political acuity, and the doppelganger's natural affinity for boundary magic. Together, you create something neither could achieve alone. The woman reached out, briefly touching Catherine's hand, a contact that sent cascading images through her mind, glimpses of other realities, other versions of New Orleans, other supernatural conflicts playing out across dimensions. The visions lasted only seconds but left her breathless with their implications. The convergence has begun, the woman said quietly. New Orleans is merely the first nexus point to stabilize. Others will follow. And if we choose not to participate in your interdimensional chess game? Catherine challenged, recovering her composure. The woman didn't appear offended by the question. Choice remains fundamental. I cannot, would not, compel either of you. But I believe you've already made your choice, Catherine Pierce. The moment you placed yourself between Naruto and the entity's attack, you chose something beyond mere survival. Before Catherine could respond, the woman turned toward the gathering where Naruto had noticed their conversation and was making his way toward them. He comes. Consider what I've said. When the time arrives for more direct intervention, you'll understand your true role in what unfolds. With those cryptic words, the woman simply disappeared. Not with vampire speed or witchcraft, but with the seamless transition of something stepping between realities themselves. Catherine?" Naruto called as he approached, concern evident in his expression. "Who were you speaking with?" She turned to him, momentarily uncertain how to explain the encounter. "I believe I just met the entity responsible for bringing you to this world," she finally said. Though entity seems inadequate for whatever she truly is. Naruto's expression shifted to alert focus. "What did she say?" Catherine hesitated, organizing her thoughts. "That your arrival here wasn't random. That together we represent some kind of stable connection between dimensions. That New Orleans is just the first nexus point in something larger unfolding across realities." Naruto absorbed this information with remarkable calm. "Did she identify herself?" "No," Catherine replied, still processing the encounter. "But she spoke as if she's been watching everything unfold. As if our actions have fulfilled some purpose she anticipated. The entity from my vision," Naruto concluded. "The one who spoke about boundaries thinning between worlds." Catherine nodded, finding his quick understanding reassuring after the disorienting conversation. "She showed me glimpses. Other realities. Other supernatural conflicts. It was overwhelming, even for someone who's seen 5 centuries of the impossible." Naruto's expression grew thoughtful. "In my world, there were beings who existed beyond normal dimensional constraints. Entities who could perceive and influence events across multiple realities." "Terrific," Catherine muttered. "As if vampires, werewolves, and witches weren't complicated enough. Now we have interdimensional chess masters rearranging the board." Naruto surprised her with a gentle laugh. "Your ability to face cosmic revelations with sarcasm is one of your most endearing qualities." "Survival mechanism," Catherine corrected, though she found herself smiling despite the implications of the encounter. "When faced with powers beyond comprehension, maintain attitude. It's kept me alive this long." Their conversation was interrupted as Eve approached, her expression solemn despite the celebration continuing around them. "It's time," she announced simply. Naruto nodded in understanding, offering his arm to Catherine. "Shall we?" "Time for what exactly?" Catherine asked as they followed Eve toward the mansion. "The formal acknowledgement," Naruto explained. "Now that the council is established and the werewolf curse broken, the factions want to officially recognize the new leadership structure." Catherine's steps faltered slightly as understanding dawned. "They're going to crown you king of New Orleans, aren't they? After all your talk about councils and shared governance." "Not exactly," Naruto replied with a hint of mischief in his expression. "You might find the actual arrangement more interesting." Inside, the gathering had rearranged itself in the main hall. The round council table remained central, but the space around it had been transformed with symbols of all participating factions: vampire sigils, werewolf pack totems, witch coven emblems, and human historical markers combined in unprecedented harmony. Marcel and Elijah stood at one side of the room, their presence representing the transition from old power structures to new. The faction representatives had positioned themselves at cardinal points around the table, each holding an item significant to their supernatural tradition. As Catherine and Naruto entered, a hush fell over the assembly. Eve guided them to the head of the room, where 2 chairs had been placed, not thrones exactly, but seats of obvious ceremonial significance. "What is this?" Catherine whispered to Naruto, genuine confusion replacing her usual composure. "The supernatural community's response to recent events," he replied quietly. "I didn't arrange it." Marcel stepped forward, his natural charisma evident as he addressed the gathering. "New Orleans has stood for 3 centuries as a haven for supernatural beings. First under original rule, then under my own leadership. Today marks a new chapter in our city's history." He turned to face Naruto and Catherine directly. "Recent events have demonstrated that traditional power structures no longer serve our community's needs. The threats we face transcend faction rivalries. The council formation acknowledges this reality through shared governance." Elijah moved forward to join Marcel, his aristocratic bearing lending additional gravity to the proceedings. However, Councils require leadership, individuals who can mediate between factions, who represent the whole rather than any single interest. Recent events have revealed who those individuals must be. Catherine tensed beside Naruto, suddenly understanding the ceremony's purpose. Her instinctive reaction was rejection, 5 centuries of avoiding positions that made her a fixed target screaming against what was clearly coming. Josephine Leroux approached from the witch contingent, carrying a small wooden box. The covens of New Orleans acknowledge the unique connection between worlds that you represent, she said, opening the box to reveal 2 rings nestled on velvet, artfully crafted bands of silver and gold, set with stones that seemed to shift color as they caught the light. These were created from materials found in the chamber beneath the opera house, she explained. Metals and gems that exist at the boundary between realities. They symbolize the bridge you together represent, between vampire and werewolf nature, between this world and others, between old governance and new vision. Eve stepped forward next, presenting a ceremonial knife with ancient symbols carved into its handle. The werewolf packs acknowledge the breaking of our curse and the restoration of our rightful place in New Orleans' supernatural community. We offer the blade of truth, a pack heirloom that can cut through illusion and deception. May it serve your judgment well. One by one, representatives from each faction presented symbolic items: vampire blood crystal for eternal vigilance, witch grimoire pages for wisdom in magical matters, human historical documents recording supernatural governance from centuries past. Each presentation acknowledged the unprecedented nature of what was occurring, not a simple power transfer, but the creation of something entirely new in supernatural politics. Finally, Marcel himself stepped forward. From around his neck, he removed a key that Catherine recognized, the ceremonial key to New Orleans that had been passed from the originals to him nearly a century before. This key has symbolized authority over New Orleans' supernatural community for generations, he explained, holding it with evident respect. Not merely control of territory, but responsibility for all who dwell within it. He extended the key toward Naruto, but his gaze included Catherine as well. The fox and the doppelganger. The bridge between worlds. New Orleans acknowledges you not as conquerors or usurpers, but as guardians whose unique nature positions you to protect what we all value. Naruto accepted the key with appropriate solemnity. This responsibility belongs to the council as much as to us, he said, looking around at the gathered representatives. True balance requires all voices, all perspectives. Indeed, Elijah agreed. But even councils need figureheads, symbols that unite rather than divide. Recent events have proven beyond doubt who those figures must be for New Orleans. Father Kieran stepped forward, his role as human representative giving him a certain neutrality in supernatural politics. If you accept this responsibility, he said formally, please be seated. Naruto glanced at Catherine, silently asking her decision. In that moment, Catherine Pierce, survivor of 5 centuries, manipulator of kings and killers, eternal fugitive from forces greater than herself, faced a choice that contradicted every survival instinct she had cultivated. Fixed position. Public responsibility. Acknowledged connection to another being. Everything she had avoided for half a millennium. Yet the events in the chamber had changed something fundamental within her. The moment she had placed herself between Naruto and the interdimensional entity, choosing protection over self-preservation, had marked a transformation she was only beginning to understand. With a slight nod that communicated volumes to Naruto, Catherine moved with him to the ceremonial chairs. As they sat, Josephine approached with the rings, offering them with formal dignity. With these symbols, New Orleans acknowledges its hybrid king and doppelganger queen, she announced. Not rulers through conquest or inheritance, but guardians by demonstration of sacrifice and vision. Catherine couldn't help the slightly hysterical laugh that threatened as Naruto slipped the ring onto her finger. From running for my life to Queen of New Orleans in 2 weeks, she whispered. Possibly the most reckless decision of 5 centuries. Or the most inspired, he countered softly, his eyes conveying understanding of exactly how monumental this choice was for her. As Naruto accepted his own ring, the gathered supernatural community erupted in acknowledgement, not quite celebration, as the solemnity of the occasion demanded restraint, but clear recognition of the historical significance unfolding before them. New Orleans stands at a crossroads, Father Kieran announced to the assembly. Ancient threats emerge as boundaries between worlds thin. Our community's response must evolve beyond old rivalries and power structures. He gestured to Catherine and Naruto. The hybrid king and the doppelganger queen represent that evolution, unprecedented alliance bridging supernatural divisions and dimensional boundaries alike. The formality of the title struck Catherine with unexpected force. Queen. Not through manipulation or seduction or strategic alliance, but through acknowledged sacrifice and demonstrated capability. The irony wasn't lost on her. After centuries running from Klaus, she now sat as queen of the city he and his siblings had built. As the ceremony concluded and the gathering returned to celebration, Catherine found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the implications of what had just transpired. Naruto seemed to sense her need for space, engaging various representatives in conversation to allow her a moment's reflection. Catherine moved to a quiet alcove, examining the ring now adorning her finger. The stone caught lamplight strangely, depths seeming to shift with perspectives impossible in normal gemstones. A physical representation of boundary magic, the doppelganger's inherent connection to the spaces between realities. Quite the coronation, came Elijah's voice as he approached with 2 champagne flutes. Though I suspect, Queen was not a title you ever anticipated claiming, Katerina. She accepted the offered glass, studying him over its rim. Certainly not in New Orleans, under the shadow of your family's legacy. Legacy is a complex inheritance, Elijah observed, his tone thoughtful rather than defensive. My family built this city, but we failed to nurture what we created. Perhaps new guardianship is precisely what New Orleans requires. Catherine raised an eyebrow at his philosophical acceptance. You surprise me, Elijah. I expected more resistance to this arrangement. Recent events provide perspective, he replied simply. The threat beneath the opera house transcended normal supernatural politics. Whatever emerges next will require leadership beyond traditional power structures. He studied her with centuries of shared history in his gaze. Your transformation is perhaps the most remarkable element of these proceedings, Katerina. The survivor who chose sacrifice. The eternal fugitive now accepting fixed position and public responsibility. Don't sound too impressed, Catherine cautioned, deflecting as always when emotions threaten to surface. Self-preservation remains my defining characteristic. This position offers certain protections. Elijah's smile suggested he saw through this deflection but would allow it. Of course. Purely practical considerations. He raised his glass slightly. To New Orleans' doppelganger queen. May your reign prove as remarkable as your journey to the throne. As he departed to rejoin the gathering, Catherine caught Naruto watching their exchange from across the room. His expression held no jealousy, no possessiveness, only patient understanding of the complex history such conversations represented. When their eyes met, he offered a smile that somehow acknowledged everything she was feeling without requiring her to voice it. The connection between them had evolved beyond words in the chamber beneath the opera house, forged in shared danger and mutual sacrifice. Catherine Pierce, survivor, manipulator, eternal fugitive, had finally found something worth staying for. Someone worth risking everything to protect. The realization terrified her almost as much as it exhilarated her. Queen of New Orleans. Partner to the fox spirit from another world. Nexus point in an interdimensional realignment she barely comprehended. 500 years of running had led her here, to a position she would have once considered the ultimate vulnerability, yet now recognized as unexpected strength. The mysterious woman's words echoed in her mind as she rejoined the celebration, accepting congratulations from supernatural beings who had viewed her with suspicion mere days before. When the time arrives for more direct intervention, you'll understand your true role in what unfolds. Whatever that role might be, Catherine Pierce, now Queen Catherine of New Orleans, would face it with the same resilience that had kept her alive for 5 centuries. But for the first time in memory, she wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 5. Worlds beyond the summer heat in New Orleans had reached its sweltering peak, humidity hanging like a tangible presence in the air as afternoon thunderclouds gathered over the Mississippi. From the balcony of what was now commonly referred to as the Regent's Mansion, the Montgomery estate repurposed as headquarters for the city's new supernatural governance, Catherine Pierce observed the gathering storm with practiced wariness. 3 months had passed since what supernatural residents now called the coronation, the ceremony that had formalized her and Naruto's positions as figureheads of the new council. 3 months of unprecedented cooperation between factions that had spent centuries at odds. 3 months of cautious optimism as a new model of supernatural governance took root in soil long poisoned by power struggles and blood feuds. 3 months that felt simultaneously like a lifetime and a mere heartbeat to someone who had lived for 5 centuries. "You're brooding again," came Naruto's voice from behind her, warm with affection rather than accusation. Catherine didn't turn, but her lips curved in a slight smile. "I prefer to call it strategic contemplation." Naruto joined her at the railing, his presence a now familiar comfort that still occasionally surprised her with its ease. "The storm or something more specific?" "Both," she admitted, gesturing toward the darkening sky. "That's no ordinary weather pattern. The witches have been talking about it all week, unusual energy signatures, disruption to their communal spells." Naruto followed her gaze, his expression growing more serious as he studied the clouds. She was right, the formation had an unnatural symmetry to it, spiraling in a pattern that defied meteorological norms. At its center, barely visible at this distance, occasional flickers of light suggested electrical discharges far more powerful than typical lightning. "Another anomaly?" he asked, though it wasn't really a question. Catherine nodded. "The third this month. Each stronger than the last." Since the Opera House incident, they had been tracking unusual phenomena throughout the region, weather patterns that defied natural laws, brief appearances of creatures matching no known supernatural category, areas where physical constants like time or gravity briefly behaved according to different rules. Small disturbances initially, but growing in both frequency and intensity. Just as the mysterious entity had warned Catherine they would. "The council meeting this afternoon should be interesting," Naruto observed, his tone deliberately light despite the concern evident in his eyes. Catherine's laugh held little humor. "When aren't they?" Marcel still pushing for expanded vampire hunting territories, Eve advocating for werewolf resettlement closer to the quarter, Josephine warning about witch concerns regarding the approaching equinox. She sighed. "Sometimes I think herding supernatural cats is the real power we were granted." "You're remarkably good at it," Naruto replied with genuine admiration. "Your talent for telling Marcel no, while making him think he's gotten what he wanted is nothing short of miraculous." 5 centuries of manipulating powerful men with fragile egos, Catherine replied with a hint of her old sharpness. "Though I prefer to call it diplomatic finesse these days." The subtle shift in terminology reflected broader changes in Catherine over the past months. The survivor who had defined herself through independence and self-preservation was gradually giving way to the leader who understood that true strength could come through connection and shared purpose. The transition wasn't always smooth, centuries of ingrained habits didn't disappear overnight, but it was genuine. "We should head downstairs," Naruto suggested, glancing at his watch. "The representatives will be arriving soon." Catherine nodded, taking one last look at the unnatural storm gathering over the city. "Let's hope the weather holds until after the meeting. I'd rather not have this discussion in the dark with supernatural beings who all see better than humans. Creates an unfair advantage." "Always the strategist," Naruto commented with a smile, offering his arm in a gesture that had become comfortably familiar. Catherine accepted it, allowing herself the small pleasure of physical contact that once would have seemed dangerous vulnerability. "Someone has to be. Your natural inclination is to trust everyone until proven otherwise." "Not everyone," Naruto corrected gently. "But enough to build something worth protecting." As they descended the grand staircase into the mansion's main level, Catherine found herself reflecting on how thoroughly her life had transformed in mere months. The Montgomery estate had evolved from safe house to governance center, its rooms now housing records of supernatural treaties, maps tracking anomalies across the region, and secure communication systems connecting New Orleans to other supernatural enclaves worldwide. More personal changes filled the private spaces, Naruto's training equipment sharing space with Catherine's carefully curated wardrobe, ancient scrolls of chakra techniques beside grimoires of witchcraft. The blend of their different worlds made manifest in shared living quarters that would have seemed inconceivable to Catherine a year earlier. The council chamber, formerly the mansion's grand dining room, had been transformed for its new purpose. The round table remained central, but the space around it now contained secure storage for faction records, magical wards ensuring privacy, and communication systems that could reach supernatural representatives across the continent if needed. Sophie Devereaux had arrived early, setting up an elaborate map on a side table. As witch representative for the French Quarter Covens, she had taken responsibility for tracking the anomalies across the region. Her expression was grim as she plotted new data points. Another appearance last night, she reported without preamble as Catherine and Naruto approached. Something crossed over near Lake Pontchartrain, not fully materialized, more like a shadow or projection. 3 humans witnessed it before it dissolved back into nothing. My coven has placed memory modification spells on them, but the incidents are increasing, Catherine finished for her. Becoming harder to contain and explain away. Sophie nodded, adding another red pin to the map. This makes 17 recorded anomalies in the past month. The pattern is expanding outward from the city center in concentric rings. Almost like ripples from a stone dropped in water, Naruto observed, studying the distribution. With New Orleans as the impact point. The observation hung in the air as other council members began arriving. Marcel entered with his typical confident stride, though Catherine noted the slight tension around his eyes that betrayed concern beneath his composed exterior. The former king had adapted to the new power structure with surprising grace, maintaining leadership of the vampire community while acknowledging the council's authority in broader matters. Eve arrived next, accompanied by Jackson. The werewolves had flourished since their curse's removal, re-establishing presence in areas beyond the bayou while maintaining the careful boundaries negotiated with other factions. Their enhanced tracking abilities had proven invaluable in monitoring supernatural disturbances throughout the region. Father Kieran represented the human faction, his niece Cammy accompanying him with notebooks containing psychological profiles of key supernatural players, an unusual but effective contribution to maintaining balance between volatile personalities and ancient grudges. Josephine Leroux arrived last, moving with deliberate dignity that belied her concern. As elder of the Garden District Coven, she brought centuries of magical knowledge to the council. In recent weeks, her usual composure had shown increasing strain as the witch's connection to ancestral magic registered disturbances beyond normal explanation. "Thank you all for coming," Naruto began once everyone had settled around the table. "I know some of you had to rearrange significant responsibilities to attend on short notice. When the King and Queen of New Orleans call an emergency council," Marcel observed dryly, "only fools ignore the summons." Despite his light tone, his expression remained serious. "I assume this concerns the unnatural storm gathering over our city?" "That and other related matters," Catherine confirmed, nodding to Sophie to present her findings. For the next 20 minutes, Sophie detailed the increasing anomalies with methodical precision, categorizing them by type, intensity, duration, and proximity to known supernatural power sites. The pattern was unmistakable once mapped across time and space. Whatever had begun beneath the opera house was accelerating, expanding outward in waves that grew stronger with each cycle. "The boundary between realities continues to thin," Josephine concluded when Sophie had finished. "Just as we feared after the chamber incident. But we closed that gateway," Eve pointed out. "Sealed it completely. We closed a single access point," Naruto clarified. "But the underlying instability remains." Catherine took up the explanation, drawing on information from both her encounter with the mysterious entity and subsequent research. "Think of reality as fabric. The Opera House chamber represented a deliberate tear in that fabric, one we successfully repaired. But the overall material remains weakened, developing small tears and frayed areas that continue to spread. And these anomalies represent things slipping through these weaker areas, Father Kieran surmised, his expression grave as he grasped the implications. Glimpses of other realities bleeding into our own. Precisely, Catherine confirmed. So far, most manifestations have been temporary and relatively harmless, strange weather patterns, brief apparitions, localized distortions in natural laws. But they're growing stronger, more coherent. Last night's appearance held form for nearly 7 minutes, Sophie added. Previous manifestations dissipated within seconds. Marcel leaned forward, his natural leadership asserting itself. So what's the actual threat here? Besides frightening some humans and creating unusual weather? The boundary between realities exists for a reason, Josephine explained, her tone carrying the weight of ancient witch knowledge. Different worlds operate under different fundamental laws. Extended contact between them creates instability that threatens both. Imagine waters of different temperatures and chemical compositions mixing, Catherine elaborated. The result isn't stable harmonization but chaotic reaction, potentially destroying both original systems. And what happens if these waters continue mixing? Jackson asked, though his expression suggested he already anticipated the answer. Total reality collapse, Naruto stated simply. Beginning in locations where the boundary is thinnest, currently, New Orleans, but eventually spreading globally. Silence fell as the council absorbed these implications. Even Marcel's usual composure faltered momentarily, understanding that this threat transcended normal supernatural politics. So we need to repair this fabric, Father Kieran finally said, practical as always despite the cosmic scale of the problem. How do we accomplish that? Catherine exchanged glances with Naruto before responding. That's where things become more complicated. Our research suggests that repairing reality boundaries requires specific conditions, particular celestial alignments, convergence of ley lines, and most crucially, appropriate conduits to channel the necessary energies. Conduits like a fox spirit and doppelganger, Eve concluded, her perception sharp as always. The same combination that closed the Opera House gateway. Similar, yes, Naruto acknowledged. Though on a much larger scale, given the expanded nature of the damage. The autumn equinox approaches, Josephine noted. When day and night achieve perfect balance. A powerful time for boundary magic. Sophie nodded in agreement. The equinox coincides with a rare lunar alignment this year, one that occurs only once per century. Our coven records suggest it represents optimal conditions for large-scale magical workings involving reality boundaries. For days from now, Catherine specified. Hardly adequate preparation time for ritual magic of this magnitude. Do we have a choice? Marcel challenged. If these anomalies continue accelerating at current rates. He left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood the implication. The map Sophie had prepared showed clear exponential growth in both frequency and power of the manifestations. Projections suggested that within weeks, stable anomalies could begin establishing permanent footholds in their reality. We need to act during this alignment, Naruto confirmed. But success requires more than just timing. We need precise location, the exact center point where our reality's boundary is thinnest. And we need to understand exactly what we're attempting, Catherine added. This isn't simply closing a doorway, as we did beneath the Opera House. This is systemic repair to the boundary itself. Which means what, exactly? Marcel pressed. Catherine's expression reflected the gravity of what she was about to suggest. It means Naruto and I must form a permanent channel between our essences, fox spirit and doppelganger, creating a living conduit that reinforces the boundary between worlds. A permanent channel? Eve repeated, her tone suggesting she understood more than was being explicitly stated. That sounds dangerously like binding your life forces together. Because that's essentially what it is, Naruto confirmed quietly. Our research suggests that the unique properties of fox spirit chakra and doppelganger blood, when permanently interwoven, create a matrix that naturally reinforces reality boundaries. A ripple of concern passed through the council members. Even Marcel, typically focused on practical power considerations, looked troubled by the personal implications. "The risk to both of you would be substantial," Josephine observed. "Such bindings are irreversible. If one falls, the other follows. It creates vulnerability where previously there was none." Catherine's smile held a hint of irony. "Vulnerability seems to be my new specialty." "This isn't a decision we've made lightly," Naruto assured the council. "But our research consistently points to this solution as the only one with reasonable chance of success." Father Kirin, who had been listening with his usual thoughtful attention, finally spoke. "You mentioned needing the precise location where the boundary is thinnest. I assume that's not automatically the Opera House chamber." "No," Catherine confirmed. "The chamber was constructed at a naturally thin point, but our actions there may have shifted the focal point elsewhere. We need to identify the current center of the disturbance pattern." Sophie moved back to her map, gesturing to the distribution of pins. "Based on recorded anomalies, the epicenter appears to be shifting northeast from the original chamber location. If the pattern continues, by equinox the focal point will be." Her finger traced the projected convergence, landing on a location that caused several council members to exchange troubled glances. "St. Louis Cemetery No. 1, Josephine identified. The oldest burial ground in New Orleans. Where the most powerful witch ancestors are interred," Sophie added. "The convergence point lands precisely at the tomb of Marie Laveau." "That can't be coincidence," Eve observed. "It's not," Catherine agreed. "Boundaries between life and death have always paralleled boundaries between realities. The veil is naturally thinner in places of significant transition. A cemetery filled with powerful witch remains during equinox," Marcel summarized with grim humor. "Perfect setting for potentially reality-altering magic. What could possibly go wrong?" "The ancestors will resist," Josephine warned. "They protect the established order of magic in New Orleans. A ritual of this magnitude, performed at the grave of their most powerful member, will likely trigger significant opposition," Catherine finished for her. "We're aware of the risk. Which is why we need the council's full support," Naruto added. "Each faction bringing their unique strengths to ensure the ritual can proceed without interruption." The implication was clear: this would require unprecedented cooperation from all supernatural groups, setting aside individual interests for collective survival. Marcel and Eve exchanged glances, centuries of wolf-vampire animosity momentarily visible before mutual recognition of the larger threat reasserted itself. "The vampire community will provide security," Marcel offered first. "Daywalkers and nightwalkers in rotating shifts, establishing perimeter control around the cemetery. Crescent wolves will handle tracking," Eve added. "Our sense for disturbances in natural order will give early warning of any accelerated boundary failures or approaching manifestations. The covens will prepare the ritual space," Josephine contributed. "An attempt to placate the ancestors enough to avoid direct magical opposition. The human faction will manage public perception," Father Kirin concluded. "Creating explanations for unusual activities around a historic cemetery. Perhaps a film production or historical preservation project." Catherine observed the volunteered cooperation with well-concealed amazement. 3 months earlier, these factions had required careful negotiation for even minor collaborative efforts. Now they organized themselves naturally around a common threat, each contributing according to their strengths without power posturing or advantage seeking. Perhaps there was something to Naruto's philosophy of leadership after all. "There's one more factor to consider," Naruto said, his tone indicating he had saved the most difficult issue for last. "Our research suggests that powerful entities from other realities may be aware of the boundary weakening. Some may actively work to exploit or accelerate it, seeing opportunity in potential collapse." "What kind of entities are we talking about?" Marcel asked, ever focused on assessing threats. "Beings that exist across multiple realities," Catherine explained. Things older than vampires, older than witches, perhaps older than human consciousness itself. Like the fox entity we glimpsed through the opera house gateway, Sophie recalled with visible discomfort. Similar, yes, Naruto acknowledged. Though potentially more diverse in nature and intention. Some may be malevolent, others merely curious. All would represent significant disruption to our reality if they fully manifested. How do we defend against such beings? Jackson questioned. If they exist outside our reality's rules, do our usual defenses even work against them? To some extent, Catherine replied. Physical manifestations in our reality must conform at least partially to our physical laws. But their abilities may operate according to different principles than conventional supernatural powers. Wonderful, Marcel muttered. So we're potentially facing unknown entities with unknown capabilities, while performing complex boundary magic that requires perfect execution. During an equinox alignment that won't repeat for another century, Eve added. With only 4 days to prepare. Silence fell as the full magnitude of the challenge sank in. Then, surprisingly, Father Kieran chuckled, a sound containing genuine humor despite the gravity of their situation. When I joined this council, he observed, I thought adjudicating territory disputes between vampires and werewolves would be my greatest challenge. Now we're casually discussing reality collapse and interdimensional entities as if they're budget items. His unexpected levity broke the tension, drawing reluctant smiles from around the table. Even Catherine found herself appreciating the human perspective that could find absurdity in cosmic threat. If New Orleans has taught me anything, Kieran continued more seriously, it's that impossible challenges have a way of bringing unlikely allies together. This city has survived conquest, plague, hurricane, and supernatural war. It will survive this too. The simple confidence in his statement seemed to galvanize the council. Discussion turned to practical matters, security rotations, ritual preparations, contingency plans for various scenarios. Catherine watched with quiet pride as the governance system they had established proved its worth, each faction contributing expertise without the power struggles that had characterized previous eras. As the meeting concluded and representatives departed with their assigned responsibilities, Catherine found herself momentarily alone with Naruto in the council chamber. Outside, the unnatural storm had intensified, darkness falling hours earlier than normal as reality-distorting energy manipulated weather patterns above the city. We didn't tell them everything, she observed quietly, watching lightning illuminate the grounds in strange, pulsing patterns. No, Naruto agreed. Some details would only create unnecessary concern. The unspoken details hung between them, research suggesting that the binding ritual carried significantly higher risk than they had indicated. The possibility that one or both of them might not survive the energy requirements of systemic boundary repair. The uncertainty about what permanent channel between essences would actually mean for their individual identities and consciousness. For days, Catherine murmured, fingering the ring that marked her as queen, the unusual stone still occasionally shifting colors in ways ordinary gems could not. Hardly enough time to prepare for potentially sacrificing our separate existences. Naruto moved to stand beside her, his presence steadying as always. Having second thoughts. Always, she replied with honesty that would have been impossible for her months earlier. 5 centuries of survival instinct doesn't disappear overnight. Part of me is still screaming to run as far from New Orleans as possible. Yet you remain, Naruto observed without judgment. Catherine's smile held complex emotion. Yet I remain. Apparently finding something worth the risk finally outweighs finding somewhere safe to hide. She turned to face him directly. Are you afraid? The question was direct, vulnerable in a way Catherine rarely allowed herself to be. Naruto considered it with the thoughtfulness she had come to value in him. Not afraid exactly, he finally answered. Uncertain. In my original world, I faced death multiple times, but the parameters were clearer. This binding represents something unknown, not death precisely, but transformation into something beyond our current understanding. Quite the euphemism for potentially ceasing to exist as distinct individuals, Catherine noted dryly. Is that what you think will happen? Naruto asked, genuine curiosity in his tone. Catherine shrugged, an elegant gesture that belied the significance of the conversation. I've died and returned enough times to know transformation rarely matches expectation. Becoming vampire changed more than my physical needs, it altered how I perceive the world, how I process emotion, how I calculate risk and reward. Yet remained fundamentally Catherine, Naruto pointed out. Debatable, she replied with unexpected candor. Katerina Petrova died in that English cottage centuries ago. Catherine Pierce arose from those ashes, harder, colder, focused on survival above all else. Her expression softened slightly. Though recently, I've found bits of Katerina returning in unexpected moments. Perhaps this transformation simply continues that integration, Naruto suggested. Not loss of self, but evolution of it. Catherine studied him with genuine wonder. How do you maintain such optimism after everything you've experienced? Both in your world and this one? Not optimism, Naruto corrected gently. Faith. In the capacity for growth, for connection, for finding meaning beyond individual survival. He smiled slightly. Something you've demonstrated rather convincingly these past months, despite your carefully maintained cynicism. Before Catherine could formulate a suitably deflecting response, a disturbance in the air between them interrupted their conversation, a ripple in reality itself, like heat waves above summer pavement but vertical and more defined. They both tensed, recognizing an anomaly manifesting directly within the mansion's protected space. The ripple expanded, forming a doorway-shaped distortion through which indistinct shapes moved like shadows behind frosted glass. Inside the wards, Catherine observed tersely, automatically moving into defensive position beside Naruto. Whatever this is, it's powerful enough to bypass our strongest protections. The distortion stabilized, its edges defining into an unmistakable portal. Through it stepped the woman Catherine had encountered in the garden months earlier, tall, elegant, her features still shifting slightly when viewed directly, as if refusing to settle into any single appearance. Forgive the dramatic entrance, she said, her voice carrying the same ageless quality Catherine remembered. But conventional approaches seem inadequate given current circumstances. Naruto studied their visitor with intense focus, recognition dawning in his expression. You're the entity from my vision. The one who facilitated my transition between worlds. The woman inclined her head slightly. Among other responsibilities, yes. She surveyed the council chamber with apparent approval. You've accomplished much in a short time. New Orleans has not seen such balanced governance in centuries. You didn't create an interdimensional doorway in our council chamber to complement our administrative skills, Catherine observed dryly. What do you want? Rather than taking offense at Catherine's directness, the woman smiled, an expression that conveyed genuine warmth despite its otherworldly quality. Direct as always, Catherine Pierce. It's a quality I've long appreciated in you. She moved further into the room, the portal closing behind her with a soft sound like distant wind. I've come because your preparations, while admirable, remain insufficient for what approaches. The boundary weakening has accelerated beyond projected parameters. Meaning? Naruto prompted. Meaning entities that should have required months to become aware of the vulnerability are already positioning themselves to exploit it. Her expression grew more serious. The equinox alignment will create opportunity not just for repair, but for forced breaching on unprecedented scale. Catherine exchanged glances with Naruto, both recognizing the implications. Our defensive preparations are designed for gradual escalation, the woman finished for her. Not coordinated assault by multiple extradimensional entities simultaneously. She gestured, and the air between them shimmered again, this time forming a three-dimensional representation of New Orleans. Points of light appeared throughout the image, red indicating recorded anomalies, yellow showing projected manifestations based on current trends. As they watched, new points appeared in blue, forming a deliberate pattern around the city's perimeter. These represent intentional weakening attempts, the woman explained. Coordinated efforts by entities seeking entry. They're creating a containment circle that will isolate New Orleans from outside assistance during the equinox alignment. A strategic encirclement, Naruto observed, his shinobi training immediately recognizing the tactical implications. Cutting off reinforcement while positioning for primary assault. Precisely, the woman confirmed. The cemetery ritual remains your best opportunity for boundary repair. But it now requires simultaneous defense against active opposition, not merely handling passive manifestations. Catherine studied the tactical display with growing concern. Our current deployment plans don't account for coordinated assault from multiple vectors simultaneously. Which is why I've come, the woman stated. To provide intelligence you cannot access through conventional means, and to offer direct assistance during the critical period. Naruto's expression remained carefully neutral. Generous. But it raises obvious questions about your own interests in this situation. The woman's smile returned, approving rather than offended by his caution. Perceptive. Yes, I have interests beyond altruistic concern for your reality. I represent a collective entity that maintains balance between dimensional boundaries, what some traditions might call cosmic guardians or watchers. And these watchers normally just observe reality collapse without intervention. Catherine challenged. We intervene only when natural correction proves insufficient, the woman explained. Your situation has progressed beyond that threshold. The boundary damage was initially manageable through local means, your actions beneath the opera house demonstrated as much. But external interest has accelerated the degradation beyond self-correction capability. Convenient timing, Catherine noted skeptically. Appearing just as we discover our preparations are inadequate. The woman seemed genuinely amused by Catherine's persistent suspicion. 5 centuries of survival have honed your paranoia to admirable levels, doppelganger. But consider, if my intentions were harmful, why facilitate the fox spirit's arrival in the first place? Why provide warnings through visions and dreams? Why not simply allow the boundaries to collapse entirely? Before Catherine could formulate a suitably cynical response, Naruto placed a calming hand on her arm. What specifically do you offer? He asked, practical as always when confronting new information. The woman gestured again, and the tactical display expanded, showing new details, energy currents flowing beneath the city, temporal fluctuations around key locations, probability fields indicating likely manifestation points during the equinox alignment. Intelligence beyond your current capabilities, she said. Tactical advantages against entities whose nature you cannot yet comprehend. And during the critical period, direct support maintaining a perimeter while you perform the necessary binding ritual. And in exchange? Catherine pressed, unwilling to assume benevolence from any being powerful enough to cross between dimensions at will. Stability, the woman replied simply. The fox spirit's arrival created unprecedented opportunity for boundary repair precisely because of his unique nature. The doppelganger bloodline was designed as anchor point for reality maintenance. Together, you represent the most efficient solution to a problem that threatens multiple realities, not just your own. She turned her shifting gaze fully on Catherine. You asked once about your role in this cosmic chess game. It is both simpler and more profound than you imagined. Not pawn but keystone, the element upon which structural integrity depends. The assessment hung in the air between them, grandiose enough to trigger Catherine's deepest skepticism, yet resonating with everything they had discovered through their own research. The unique properties of doppelganger blood, its connection to boundary magic, the natural affinity between her essence and Naruto's fox spirit chakra. We'll need to inform the council, Naruto finally said, accepting the tactical necessity of cooperation despite lingering questions. Revised defensive deployments will require adjustments from all factions. Of course, the woman agreed. Though perhaps with certain details regarding my nature presented in terms your allies can more readily accept. Interdimensional entity tends to create unnecessary complications in tactical planning. The dry observation, delivered with such matter-of-fact precision, startled a genuine laugh from Catherine. You've been watching humans for quite some time, haven't you? Longer than you might imagine, the woman confirmed with a hint of something almost like fondness. Your species' capacity for both skepticism and faith simultaneously remains one of your most interesting characteristics. As they moved to contact council members for emergency redeployment, Catherine found herself reassessing their mysterious ally. Whatever her true nature and origins, she demonstrated understanding of both tactical necessities and psychological nuance that suggested legitimate investment in their success. Whether that investment stemmed from cosmic responsibility or more specific agenda remained to be seen. But pragmatism had kept Catherine alive for 5 centuries, and pragmatism recognized valuable alliance regardless of underlying motivation. The coming days would test not just their preparations, but the very fabric of reality itself. Dawn of the equinox arrived with unnatural stillness across New Orleans. The air hung heavy and motionless, sounds muffled as if the city existed under invisible pressure. In the streets, humans moved with unconscious caution, attributing their discomfort to approaching weather or personal stress rather than the fundamental reality distortions accumulating around them. From the roof of a building overlooking St. Louis Cemetery No. 1, Catherine observed final preparations with focused attention. The past 4 days had passed in blur of activity, revised defense strategies implemented, ritual components gathered, magical wards established around key locations throughout the city. Their mysterious ally, who had introduced herself to the council simply as Amara, claiming association with an ancient magical tradition predating European settlement, had provided invaluable intelligence regarding likely manifestation points and effective countermeasures against various extradimensional entities. The council had accepted her presence with remarkable adaptability, supernatural politics having long since accustomed them to unexpected players emerging at critical junctures. Final perimeter check complete, Marcel reported, appearing beside Catherine with vampire speed. Daywalkers positioned at all entry points, nightwalkers in reserve for rotation after sunset. Human authorities have been convinced to redirect tourism away from this entire district. Kieran's influence with the mayor proved useful there. Catherine nodded, appreciating his efficiency. Marcel had surprised her these past days, setting aside any lingering resentment over lost kingship to focus completely on city defense. His tactical experience proved invaluable in deploying vampire forces for maximum effectiveness. The witches, she inquired, scanning the cemetery grounds where Josephine and representatives from all 9 covens worked in unprecedented unity, preparing the ritual site at Marie Laveau's tomb. Experiencing resistance from the ancestors, Marcel confirmed grimly. Especially as they get closer to the actual grave. Sophie says they're pushing back hard against any alterations to the sacred space. Expected but inconvenient, Catherine observed. The ritual requires specific configurations at the focal point. Without proper preparation, energy channeling becomes unpredictable. Marcel studied her with uncharacteristic concern. The binding ritual, you're certain about this? The witches have been somewhat vague about exactly what it entails for you and Naruto personally. Catherine's smile held genuine appreciation for his concern despite its irony. The former vampire king worried about the woman who had once been merely useful pawn in his political calculations. How quickly perspectives could evolve when survival required genuine alliance. As certain as one can be about experimental interdimensional magic, she replied dryly. The alternatives being reality collapse or subjugation by entities that make originals seem as threatening as newborn kittens. Marcel chuckled despite the gravity of their situation. When you put it that way, binding your essence to the fox hybrid doesn't sound nearly so dramatic. His expression grew more serious. Just, be careful, Catherine. New Orleans has grown accustomed to its doppelganger queen. The simple sincerity in his statement caught Catherine momentarily off guard. Before she could formulate a suitably deflecting response, Eve's voice came through the communication device at her wrist, another innovation Amara had provided, allowing secure contact between faction leaders regardless of distance or magical interference. Perimeter breach at western approach, the werewolf reported tersely. Not physical, reality distortion forming approximately 30 meters beyond our established boundary. Jackson's team is moving to investigate. No direct engagement, Catherine instructed immediately. Observation only until we identify manifestation type. Understood, Eve acknowledged. Though it's unusual. Not matching previous patterns. Catherine exchanged glances with Marcel, both recognizing that unusual in current circumstances represented potentially significant threat escalation. I'll send reinforcements, Marcel offered. Diego's team is positioned 2 blocks from western approach. As Marcel departed to coordinate vampire response, Catherine focused her attention back on the cemetery preparations. The witches had established a circular arrangement of specifically chosen crystals, herbs, and ancestrally significant items around Marie Laveau's tomb. At precise positions marking cardinal directions, larger ritual formations allowed for energy channeling and containment, necessary precautions when working with power of the magnitude they anticipated. Naruto moved among them, providing assistance where needed while carefully respecting witch traditions and authority. His natural diplomatic skills had proven invaluable in navigating the complex politics of coven cooperation, especially given historical tensions between different witch factions. Observing him from this distance, Catherine found herself reflecting on their extraordinary journey together. From suspicious alliance to genuine partnership, from strategic cooperation to something deeper neither had fully articulated. The prospect of binding their essences permanently through the coming ritual should have triggered every survival instinct she had cultivated over centuries. Instead, she found herself strangely at peace with the possibility. Not fearless, 500 years of calculating risk had eliminated true fearlessness from her emotional repertoire, but accepting that some possibilities warranted the gamble. "They're ready for you," came Amara's voice from behind her. Catherine turned to find their mysterious ally standing nearby, her appearance slightly more stabilized than previous encounters, suggesting either greater concentration or stronger anchoring to this reality as the boundaries continued thinning. "The ancestors are cooperating?" Catherine asked, knowing how crucial which ancestral blessing would be for ritual success. "Not precisely cooperating," Amara clarified with subtle humor. "More accurately, they've been persuaded that the alternative to your ritual poses greater threat to their continued influence than allowing temporary desecration of sacred space." "Practical even in death," Catherine observed. "Witches never change." "Few beings do, fundamentally," Amara replied. "They merely adapt expressions of their nature to changing circumstances." The philosophical observation seemed particularly apt coming from an entity whose very existence transcended normal reality constraints. Catherine studied Amara with renewed curiosity, wondering what fundamental nature lay beneath the carefully maintained humanoid appearance. "You never fully explained your interest in this particular reality," she noted as they moved toward the cemetery entrance. "Beyond vague references to cosmic guardianship." Amara's expression shifted subtly, something almost like fondness briefly visible before her customary enigmatic composure returned. "Let's say I have particular appreciation for worlds where free will remains primary determinant of outcome. Where beings choose their path rather than merely fulfilling predetermined function." "That describes most worlds, surely," Catherine countered. "Far fewer than you might imagine," Amara replied, her tone suggesting experiences beyond Catherine's comprehension. "Realities where genuine choice exists, where beings can evolve beyond their original purpose, represent precious minority in broader multiverse tapestry." Before Catherine could pursue this intriguing revelation, her communication device activated again, this time with Jackson's voice, tension evident despite the device's filtering. "Confirmation on Western approach manifestation," he reported. "It's structured. Deliberate. Taking form approximately 50 meters from our position." "What kind of form?" Catherine asked sharply. A moment of hesitation preceded his response. "Humanoid, but wrong somehow. Proportions distorted. Multiple appendages where there shouldn't be. And it's communicating, not verbally, but directly into our minds." "What's it saying?" she pressed, already moving faster toward the cemetery where Naruto had noticed her approach and was heading to meet her. "It's claiming to be an emissary," Jackson replied, confusion evident in his tone. Says it represents something called the convergence and demands audience with the fox and the shadow self. Catherine's gaze snapped to Amara, whose expression had grown uncharacteristically concerned. The convergence, Amara murmured. They've organized more quickly than anticipated. What exactly is the convergence? Catherine demanded. A collective of entities from multiple realities who believe boundaries between worlds should be eliminated entirely, Amara explained tersely. They seek unrestricted movement between dimensions, regardless of the catastrophic consequences for existing stability. And they've sent an emissary rather than simply attacking, Naruto observed, having joined them in time to hear the explanation. Which suggests either deception or genuine interest in negotiation. More likely assessment of resistance capabilities, Amara countered. The convergence rarely negotiates in good faith. They're testing defensive parameters, evaluating strength before committing to full manifestation. Catherine made a swift decision. Tell Jackson to maintain observation distance but not engage directly. If this emissary wants audience, we'll grant it, under controlled conditions. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this strategy. Deliberately meeting with an interdimensional entity of unknown capabilities. Information gathering, Catherine explained succinctly. We need to understand what we're facing, capabilities, intentions, numbers. Diplomatic approach provides opportunity for assessment without immediately committing to conflict. A risky but potentially valuable approach, Amara acknowledged with what might have been approval. Though location should be carefully chosen. The cemetery ritual site must remain protected at all costs. Catherine nodded in agreement. The old Rousseau's building where we accessed the underground tunnels. Neutral ground with multiple exit routes, already warded against most supernatural detection. Decisions made, they moved with urgent purpose, Catherine coordinating security through her communication device, Naruto briefing which representatives on potential delay to the primary ritual, Amara providing tactical assessment of appropriate countermeasures against convergence entities. Within the hour, they had established a controlled meeting space within the abandoned speakeasy. Vampire and werewolf guards maintained perimeter security, while witch representatives prepared containment measures should diplomatic approach prove insufficient. At the center of these preparations, Catherine and Naruto awaited the emissary's arrival with outward calm belying internal tension. Remember, Amara cautioned from nearby, convergence entities perceive reality differently than corporeal beings. Their concept of negotiation may not align with human understanding of the term. Noted, Catherine acknowledged. Though 5 centuries negotiating with supernatural entities with wildly different value systems provides useful experience. Vampires and werewolves still operate within broadly similar conceptual frameworks, Amara pointed out. Beings from beyond your reality may function according to principles that appear completely irrational by your standards. Before Catherine could respond, the air near the speakeasy's entrance rippled, similar to Amara's arrival days earlier, but with significant differences. Where Amara's manifestation had been precise, controlled, almost elegant in its efficiency, this distortion appeared jagged, forceful, as if reality itself resisted the intrusion. Through this unstable portal stepped a figure that immediately justified Jackson's troubled description. Humanoid in basic configuration, but with proportions that triggered immediate wrongness in perception, limbs too long and jointed in unexpected places, torso unnaturally elongated, head shaped in ways that seemed to shift depending on viewing angle. Most disturbing were the additional appendages emerging from its back, not arms exactly, but manipulative limbs that moved with unsettling independence. Greetings, Fox Spirit and Shadow Self, the entity spoke, not audibly, but directly into their minds, the communication bypassing normal sensory processing. I am Emissary, voice of the convergence, seeker of unity between realms. Catherine maintained composed expression despite the discomfort of having another consciousness directly addressing her thoughts. Beside her, Naruto showed similar control, though she noticed subtle tension in his posture. We receive your greeting, Naruto responded formally. Though we question your method of arrival and the disturbances your kind have created in our reality. The entity's features arranged themselves into what might have been intended as smile, the approximation uncanny and disturbing rather than reassuring. Disturbances are inevitable during transitional phases. The boundaries between realities were never intended to be permanent. We merely accelerate natural progression toward unified existence. Natural progression that threatens existing stability in multiple worlds, Catherine countered. That's not unification, it's invasion. Perspective defines interpretation, the entity replied with what might have been amusement. Your attachment to current reality parameters limits understanding of greater cosmic architecture. The convergence offers transcendence beyond artificial separation between worlds. Amara stepped forward, her presence seeming to register differently to the entity, whose appendages shifted in what might have been recognition or alarm. The convergence offers chaos and destruction, she stated flatly. Deliberate boundary violation has consequences beyond your promised transcendence. The Watcher, the entity acknowledged, its mental voice taking on new resonance. Your interference remains predictable yet disappointing. The boundaries you maintain serve control, not protection. Liberation approaches regardless of your resistance. Liberation that would destroy countless beings across multiple realities, Naruto observed. True freedom requires sustainability, not merely removal of constraints. The entity's attention shifted back to him, its impossible limbs moving in patterns that suggested intense interest. The fox spirit understands more than expected. Your essence already bridges realities, carrying memories and power from your origin world while existing in this one. You are living proof that boundaries can be transcended without destruction. My transition was controlled, specific, Naruto countered. Not wholesale removal of necessary separation between fundamentally incompatible systems. Initial disruption precedes new equilibrium, the entity insisted. The convergence offers guided transition rather than catastrophic collision. Work with us rather than against us. Your unique natures make you ideal facilitators for controlled boundary dissolution. Catherine analyzed the proposal with centuries-honed perception for manipulation and deception. You're suggesting we abandon our planned boundary reinforcement and instead help you eliminate those same boundaries entirely. We offer partnership in cosmic evolution, the entity confirmed. Your ritual approaches matter from perspective of preservation. We propose transformation instead, controlled integration of multiple realities into new unified framework. With the convergence determining which elements of each reality survive this integration, Amara noted skeptically. The entity's appendages moved in what might have been dismissive gesture. Natural selection applies to cosmic evolution as it does to biological. Some elements prove compatible with new framework, others do not. The process cannot preserve everything. And who decides what's worth preserving? Catherine challenged. Entities with no connection to our world or understanding of its value systems. The convergence includes representatives from thousands of realities, the entity countered. Including some native to your own dimension who recognize the limitations of current separation. This revelation triggered immediate concern. Catherine exchanged glances with Naruto, both recognizing the implications. The convergence had allies within their own reality, potentially undermining their defensive preparations from within. Who? Naruto demanded directly. Which beings from our world have aligned with your convergence? The entity's features arranged themselves into another approximation of smile. Allies reveal themselves when timing proves appropriate. More relevant to current discussion are your potential roles in approaching transformation. The equinox alignment creates opportunity for either reinforcement or dissolution. Your participation determines which outcome prevails. And if we decline your generous offer of partnership in cosmic destruction? Catherine asked dryly. Then conflict becomes inevitable, the entity stated simply. The convergence has invested significant resources in this particular nexus point. The boundary thinning has progressed beyond reversal by conventional means. Your ritual may temporarily stabilize local parameters, but the larger process continues regardless. The threat hung in the air between them, not bombastic or emotional, but stated as simple fact from the entity's perspective. Catherine assessed their options, mind working through strategic implications while maintaining outward composure. "We need time to consider your proposal," she finally said. "The implications extend beyond our individual decisions to the entire supernatural community we represent." The entity's head tilted at an angle that should have been physically impossible. "Time operates differently as boundaries thin. The equinox alignment approaches within hours. Your decision cannot extend beyond that critical juncture." "We understand the time constraints," Naruto assured it. "But responsible leadership requires consultation with affected parties." After what seemed like internal calculation, the entity inclined its unnaturally proportioned body in what might have been acquiescence. 3 hours by your measurement. Then the convergence requires your answer. Should you decline partnership, manifestation proceeds regardless of resistance." Without waiting for response, the entity stepped backward into the rippling distortion through which it had arrived. The portal closed behind it with a sound like tearing fabric, leaving the speakeasy in tense silence. "Well," Catherine observed after a moment, that was appropriately ominous and cryptic. "They're lying," Amara stated flatly. "The convergence has no interest in controlled integration or preservation of existing structures. Their goal is complete dissolution of boundaries, allowing their kind unrestricted access to all realities." "I gathered that," Catherine replied. "Though the mention of allies within our world is concerning. We need to determine who might have aligned themselves with these entities." Naruto's expression had grown thoughtful. "Someone who benefits from boundary dissolution. Someone with access to information about other realities and motivation to seek power beyond conventional supernatural politics." "Esther Michelson," Catherine suggested immediately. Her ritual beneath the opera house was supposedly about reinforcing boundaries, but what if that was misdirection? What if she was actually attempting controlled contact with the convergence? "Possible," Amara acknowledged. "Though she's been notably absent since the chamber incident. My information suggests she retreated to regroup after that failure." "We can speculate about traitors later," Catherine decided, practicality asserting itself. "Right now, we need to accelerate ritual preparations. If the convergence intends force regardless of our response, we need to be ready before their deadline expires." "Agreed," Naruto confirmed. "Though we should warn the council about potential internal betrayal. Security protocols need adjustment if someone with supernatural knowledge is working against us." They departed the speakeasy with renewed urgency, splitting responsibilities as they had become accustomed to doing, Catherine handling tactical deployment and security concerns, Naruto coordinating with the witches on ritual preparations, Amara providing technical guidance on boundary reinforcement specifics. By mid-afternoon, St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 had been transformed into a supernatural fortress. Vampire sentries maintained vigilant watch from strategic positions throughout the surrounding blocks. Werewolf patrols circulated in carefully planned patterns, their enhanced senses attuned for reality distortions signaling potential breaches. Witch representatives from all 9 covens worked in rotating shifts, maintaining protective wards while finalizing ritual preparations at Marie Laveau's tomb. At the center of these preparations, Catherine found herself momentarily alone with her thoughts as final component arrangements were confirmed. The magnitude of what they were attempting still occasionally struck her with force that belied her outward composure. Binding her essence permanently to Naruto's, creating a living conduit between doppelganger blood magic and fox spirit chakra that would reinforce reality's boundaries against interdimensional intrusion. 500 years ago, Katerina Petrova had fled Klaus Michelson rather than sacrifice herself for his ritual purposes. Now, Catherine Pierce willingly risked her separate existence to protect a reality she had spent centuries merely surviving within. The irony wasn't lost on her. Having second thoughts, came Marcel's voice from behind her. Catherine turned to find the former king watching her with uncharacteristic concern. "Tactical assessment," she corrected smoothly. "Different from doubt." Marcel's smile suggested he saw through the deflection but wouldn't challenge it directly. "The vampires are in position. Diego reports increased anomalies throughout the quarter, but nothing approaching manifestation yet. They're waiting, Catherine concluded. Either for our response to their offer, or for the equinox alignment to reach optimal position. Marcel nodded in agreement. Eve reports similar findings from werewolf patrols. Pressure building, but no direct breaches since the emissary's appearance. Catherine glanced toward the western sky, where the sun had begun its descent toward horizon. The equinox occurs at precisely 6:43 p.m., she noted. When day and night achieve perfect balance. Our ritual must align with that moment exactly. And the convergence knows this as well, Marcel concluded grimly. Whatever they're planning, it will coincide with that same moment of alignment. Maximizing impact through synchronized timing, Catherine agreed. Basic magical strategy, but effective. They were interrupted by Josephine's approach, the elderly witch moving with dignity despite obvious fatigue from hours of intensive ritual preparation. The final configurations are complete, she reported. The ancestors have been temporarily pacified through appropriate offerings and assurances regarding restoration afterward. Any complications we should be aware of? Catherine asked. Josephine hesitated briefly. The energy requirements remain substantial. Even with contributions from all 9 covens, the power needed to reinforce reality boundaries across the affected area exceeds conventional magical parameters. Which is why the binding ritual is necessary, Catherine concluded. Our essences serve as conduit and amplifier rather than covens attempting direct manipulation. Precisely, Josephine confirmed. Though the personal cost remains significant. The witches felt you should be reminded of this reality before proceeding. Catherine's smile held genuine appreciation despite its wryness. Concern for my well-being from New Orleans witches. Things truly have changed these past months. More than any of us anticipated, Josephine acknowledged with surprising candor. The queen who placed protection of others above personal survival has earned respect even among those traditionally suspicious of vampire motivation. Before Catherine could respond to this unexpected acknowledgement, Eve's urgent voice came through the communication device at her wrist. Multiple breaches forming simultaneously. Perimeter compromised at 7 distinct locations. Marcel immediately activated his own device, connecting to vampire security teams. Status report from all sectors. The responses came in rapid succession, reports of reality distortions forming throughout the quarter, manifestations beginning in patterns consistent with coordinated assault rather than random boundary failure. The convergence had apparently tired of waiting for formal response to their proposal. Time's up, Catherine observed grimly. They've decided to force the issue. Naruto appeared at her side, having heard the communications from his position at the ritual site. The 3-hour deadline hasn't expired, he noted. They're violating their own terms. Tactical advantage through deception, Catherine replied without surprise. Basic strategy regardless of dimension, apparently. Amara joined them, her expression revealing genuine concern. These manifestations match convergence assault patterns I've witnessed in other realities. They're establishing a containment perimeter around the ritual site, cutting off potential reinforcement while positioning primary breach directly at the focal point. Marie Laveau's tomb, Catherine concluded. Where our ritual is centered. Precisely, Amara confirmed. They intend to corrupt or hijack the equinox alignment energy for boundary dissolution rather than reinforcement. Naruto's expression hardened with resolve. Then we accelerate our timeline. Begin the ritual immediately rather than waiting for precise alignment. Reduced effectiveness, Josephine warned. The equinox alignment amplifies boundary magic significantly. Without that amplification, power requirements increase beyond what might be safely channeled. Safety became secondary when interdimensional entities decided to invade, Catherine pointed out pragmatically. We adjust parameters based on current tactical reality, not ideal theoretical conditions. Marcel was already coordinating defensive redeployment through his communication device, directing vampire forces to priority breach points while establishing fallback positions around the cemetery itself. Eve's werewolves similarly adjusted patrol patterns, concentrating on maintaining open access routes between the ritual site and potential reinforcement locations. "How soon can we begin?" Naruto asked Josephine directly. The witch considered this with the careful calculation of someone whose tradition valued precision in magical timing above almost all other considerations. Preliminary channeling could commence immediately, she finally determined. Creating foundation for full activation when alignment approaches. This provides partial barrier protection while conserving critical power components for the alignment itself. "Do it," Catherine instructed. "And inform all defensive teams of the adjusted timeline. They need to hold breach points for approximately 2 hours rather than waiting for nightfall." As Josephine departed to implement these instructions, Catherine turned to Amara with direct assessment. "Your knowledge of convergence tactics provides critical advantage. What should we expect as their manifestation progresses?" Amara's expression grew focused, tactical rather than enigmatic for perhaps the first time since her arrival. Three-phase approach based on previous encounters. First, perimeter establishment through multiple minor breaches, currently underway. Second, reality distortion extending from these anchor points, creating corridors of altered physical laws that disadvantage native defenders. Third, primary manifestation at central target location once defensive capabilities have been sufficiently compromised. "Timeline?" Naruto prompted. "Accelerating," Amara replied grimly. "With the equinox approaching and boundary already significantly weakened, full manifestation capability could develop within the hour." Marcel, who had been listening while continuing to coordinate vampire deployments, interjected with practical assessment. "Our perimeter teams report physical manifestations emerging from the breach points, entities similar to the emissary but less stable, more aggressive." "Advance forces," Amara confirmed. "Designed for disruption rather than negotiation. They'll target defensive wards and key personnel rather than engaging in general conflict. Assassination rather than invasion," Catherine translated. "Targeting leadership and strategic assets to create disorganization before main assault." "Precisely," Amara acknowledged. "The convergence prioritizes efficiency over spectacle." Catherine made swift decisions based on this intelligence. "Marcel, rotate vampire teams to prevent pattern recognition, don't maintain static defensive positions. Eve's werewolves should operate in paired units minimum, no solo patrols regardless of urgency. Josephine needs additional protection at the ritual site, witches are primary targets given their ward maintenance responsibilities." As these instructions were relayed and implemented, Catherine felt a familiar sensation, the clarity that came with direct threat after centuries of survival conditioning. Strategic options, tactical necessities, resource allocation, all flowing through her assessment with practiced efficiency. "You've done this before," Amara observed quietly. "Coordinated defense against superior forces?" "Occasionally," Catherine acknowledged. "Though usually against originals or witch covens, not interdimensional entities with reality-altering capabilities. The principles remain consistent regardless of opponent nature," Amara noted with what might have been approval. "Adaptation based on available intelligence, resource deployment prioritizing critical objectives, leadership position to provide maximum coordination effectiveness. 5 centuries of survival provides practical education in crisis management," Catherine replied dryly. "Though I typically preferred avoiding conflicts entirely through strategic withdrawal. Yet here you stand," Amara observed. "At the center of cosmic confrontation rather than safely distant from its consequences." Before Catherine could respond to this pointed observation, Naruto rejoined them, having completed consultation with witch representatives regarding ritual adjustments. "Josephine has begun preliminary boundary stabilization," he reported. "Limited effect but providing incremental protection against further deterioration." "Timeframe for the binding ritual itself?" Catherine asked. "Optimal window begins approximately 15 minutes before equinox alignment," he explained. "Allowing necessary build-up while capturing maximum amplification at the critical moment." Catherine checked the time, just over an hour before they would need to commence the primary ritual. "Status of defensive perimeter?" Holding but under increasing pressure, Naruto replied honestly. Marcel's vampires have engaged manifestations at 3 breach points. Eve reports similar confrontations on Western approaches. The entities are difficult to combat using conventional methods. Physical attacks prove inconsistently effective against partially manifested convergence entities, Amara explained. Their corporeal form remains partially governed by their native reality's laws rather than fully conforming to your physical parameters. Meaning? Catherine prompted, preferring direct tactical assessment to theoretical explanation. Meaning they can selectively ignore certain physical interactions while remaining vulnerable to others, Amara clarified. Pattern varies by individual entity and degree of manifestation completeness. Wonderful, Catherine muttered. So our defenders are facing enemies whose vulnerabilities change moment to moment without predictable pattern. There is pattern, Amara corrected. But it requires perception of interdimensional energy states not naturally available to beings native to single reality. Can you provide that perception? Naruto asked directly. Or at least guidance on effective countermeasures. Amara considered this with evident calculation of multiple factors. Direct perception transfer exceeds appropriate intervention parameters, she finally stated. However, tactical guidance regarding specific vulnerability patterns falls within acceptable assistance boundaries. Catherine barely restrained from rolling her eyes at the carefully parsed response. Even facing interdimensional invasion, cosmic entities apparently maintain bureaucratic restrictions on direct intervention. Whatever guidance you can provide within your apparently arbitrary operational constraints would be appreciated, she said with only mild sarcasm. Amara's expression suggested she found Catherine's frustration more amusing than offensive. Primary vulnerability consistently manifests at energy nexus points, what you might conceptualize as joints or connection nodes in their manifestation structure. For humanoid approximations, these typically correspond to throat, center of chest, and base of spine. Specific targeting information we can actually use, Catherine acknowledged with genuine appreciation. I'll have that distributed to all defense teams immediately. As she relayed this critical intelligence through their communication network, the unnatural quality of the approaching equinox intensified noticeably. The sky above New Orleans took on strange coloration, not the normal progression of sunset, but patches of colors that shouldn't exist in natural atmosphere. Wind patterns shifted erratically, sometimes stopping entirely before resuming from completely different directions. Most disturbing were the occasional moments when gravity itself seemed to fluctuate, objects briefly becoming lighter or heavier without apparent cause. Reality parameters destabilizing faster than anticipated, Amara observed with evident concern. The convergence assault is accelerating boundary deterioration beyond projected models. Marcel's voice came through Catherine's communication device, tension evident despite his usual composure. Breach points expanding at eastern and southern approaches. Entities adapting to our defensive tactics faster than we can adjust. We're losing containment capability. Similar reports followed from werewolf teams in which patrols, coordinated assault progressing more rapidly than their defensive preparations could counter. The convergence forces demonstrated tactical adaptation that suggested either significant intelligence or direct battlefield coordination beyond conventional communication methods. We need to begin the ritual earlier than planned, Naruto concluded, assessing the deteriorating tactical situation. Even at reduced effectiveness, partial boundary reinforcement provides better outcome than waiting for optimal alignment while defenses collapse entirely. Catherine agreed with his assessment, though she recognized the increased risk this approach created for them personally. Channeling the necessary energies without full equinox amplification would require deeper connection to their respective power sources, more direct exposure of their essences to potentially destructive forces. Josephine, she called to the elder witch, who had been maintaining preliminary boundary stabilization nearby. We need to commence primary ritual phase immediately. Tactical situation doesn't allow further delay. The witch's expression revealed concern but not surprise, she had been monitoring the same deteriorating conditions. Preliminary foundation is established, she confirmed. But proceeding without proper alignment amplification requires significant compensation through increased conduit exposure. Meaning greater risk to us personally, Catherine translated bluntly. Understood and accepted. Make necessary preparations. As Josephine gathered her coven representatives to adjust ritual parameters, Catherine turned to Naruto. Their eyes met in moment of silent communication that required no words, mutual acknowledgement of increased danger, shared acceptance of necessity, unspoken appreciation for partnership that had evolved beyond strategic alliance into something neither had anticipated when this journey began. Together, then, Naruto said simply. Together, Catherine agreed, the word carrying weight beyond its syllables. Marcel approached, his expression grave as he reported in person rather than through communication devices. We're establishing final defensive perimeter directly around the cemetery. All breach points have been compromised, we're conceding outer territories to concentrate remaining forces where they matter most. Appropriate tactical adjustment, Catherine approved. The ritual site is our priority. Everything else becomes secondary. Eve is consolidating werewolf forces similarly, Marcel continued. Paired units maintaining rotating patrol pattern around cemetery perimeter, focusing on early detection rather than direct engagement where possible. Catherine nodded, appreciating his professionalism despite evident concern. And what aren't you telling me? Marcel's slight smile acknowledged her perception. The manifestations, they're becoming more coherent. More physically stable. The initial entities could be temporarily disrupted even if not permanently disabled. These newer manifestations are different, more resilient, more tactically coordinated. The convergence commits more resources as opportunity for success increases, Amara explained from nearby. Initial manifestations serve as anchors and assessment. Once viable foothold is established, higher-order entities follow. Meaning we're now facing their actual combat specialists rather than advanced scouts, Catherine concluded grimly. Precisely, Amara confirmed. The timeline has compressed significantly. Full manifestation capability now approaches within minutes rather than hours. As if confirming her assessment, the air above the cemetery rippled with visible distortion, reality itself seeming to fold and unfold in patterns that defied normal perception. Through these ripples, shapes became momentarily visible, suggestions of entities vastly different from the humanoid approximations they had encountered previously. Forms that appeared to exist in more dimensions than human perception could properly process, moving according to laws of physics that contradicted everything known in this reality. They've identified the ritual site directly, Amara observed with evident concern. Bypassing staged approach for direct central manifestation. Can they do that? Catherine demanded. You said their manifestation followed predictable progression patterns. Standard tactical approach assumes normal boundary resistance, Amara explained tersely. The convergence of ley lines beneath this cemetery, combined with the approaching equinox alignment and already weakened boundaries, creates unprecedented manifestation opportunity. Before Catherine could respond, the air above Marie Laveau's tomb distorted dramatically, reality seeming to tear open like fabric under impossible pressure. Through this widening breach poured energy unlike anything Catherine had witnessed in 5 centuries of supernatural experience, colors that shouldn't exist, patterns that hurt the mind to observe directly, power that made vampire and witch magic seem like child's play by comparison. From within this maelstrom of interdimensional energy emerged a figure, not the awkward humanoid approximation of the emissary, but something far more alien and terrifying. Its form seemed to exist partially in multiple states simultaneously, some aspects appearing solid while others remained energy or conceptual rather than physical. The only consistent element was an unmistakable fox-like quality to certain features, multiple tails of pure energy lashing behind it as it oriented to its new surroundings. The entity from the Opera House gateway, Naruto identified immediately. The one that nearly came through before we sealed the breach. A reflection, Amara confirmed, genuine alarm evident in her usually composed demeanor. An entity that mirrors tailed beast energy across multiple realities. It recognized your fox spirit essence during the previous encounter and has specifically targeted this location as result. The entity's attention focused on their small group, intelligence clearly evident despite its alien nature. When it spoke, the communication bypassed normal sensory processing as the emissaries had, but where that contact had been controlled, almost diplomatic, this presence crashed into their consciousness with overwhelming force. Fox vessel. The concept rather than words resonated painfully within their minds. Shadow echo. Watcher. Convergence approaches completion. Catherine maintained her composure through sheer force of will, centuries of survival instinct providing framework for resistance against the mental intrusion. Beside her, Naruto's expression reflected similar struggle, the entity's presence pressing against his consciousness with particular intensity given their resonant natures. "We reject your convergence," Naruto responded, voice steady despite evident strain. "This reality maintains its boundaries by choice, not ignorance." The entity's form shifted in what might have been amusement or contempt, emotional concepts that translated poorly across dimensional differences. Choice requires understanding. Your understanding remains limited by dimensional constraints. The convergence offers liberation from artificial separation. Liberation that destroys existing structures rather than enhancing them, Catherine countered, forcing herself into the mental exchange despite discomfort. "You don't seek union, you seek consumption." The entity's attention shifted to her, its fox-like aspects becoming more pronounced as it studied the doppelganger with evident interest. Shadow echo perceives more clearly than expected. "Your blood remembers its purpose despite centuries of forgetting." "My blood's purpose is my own to determine," Catherine replied firmly. "As is this reality's structure." Defiance based on incomplete information. The entity's mental voice intensified, causing physical pain to those within range of its communication. "Observe truth beyond your limited perception." With that warning, the entity released a pulse of energy that expanded outward in visible waves. Where this energy touched the surroundings, reality seemed to become transparent, revealing aspects normally hidden from human perception. The cemetery and surrounding city remained visible, but now overlaid with complex energy patterns showing ley lines, magical currents, and most significantly, the boundary between realities itself. This boundary appeared as a luminescent membrane stretching across everything, not a wall or barrier exactly, but a permeable interface between different states of existence. Through this partially transparent membrane, glimpses of other realities became momentarily visible, some nearly identical to their own, others dramatically different in fundamental aspects. Most disturbing was the condition of this boundary, thin to near transparency in some locations, actively tearing in others, the overall structure showing signs of systemic failure rather than merely localized damage. "Separation fails regardless of your actions," the entity continued, its mental voice slightly less painful now that they could visually perceive what it referenced. "The convergence offers controlled integration rather than catastrophic collision." "The damage is significant but not irreparable," Amara countered, her own nature seeming to shift slightly as she engaged directly with the entity. Where she had maintained human appearance previously, her form now displayed subtle adjustments that better interfaced with the revealed energy patterns. "Boundary reinforcement remains viable solution." "Temporary solution to inevitable progression," the entity dismissed. "Cosmic evolution moves toward integration, not eternal separation." The Fox vessel understands this truth intuitively, his nature bridges realities already. Naruto studied the revealed boundary patterns with intense focus, his perspective uniquely valuable given his experience existing in multiple worlds. "The damage patterns aren't random," he observed. "They follow specific configuration, almost like deliberate weakening rather than natural deterioration." Catherine followed his reasoning, her own centuries of experience recognizing patterns where others might see only chaos. "You're right," she agreed. "The boundary hasn't failed naturally, it's been systematically attacked. Targeted at specific weakness points over time." The Fox entity's energy patterns fluctuated in what might have been surprise at their perception. Irrelevant observation. Current conditions remain regardless of causation. Not irrelevant if the convergence deliberately created the crisis it now offers to solve through controlled integration, Catherine countered sharply. Typical manipulator strategy: create problem, then present solution that serves your actual objective. The entity's response came as another energy pulse, stronger than the first, not merely revealing boundary conditions but actively accelerating their deterioration. The transparent membrane visible through its perceptual enhancement began tearing more rapidly, rifts expanding as pressure from multiple realities increased against weakened structure. Discussion concludes. Integration proceeds with or without your cooperation. Around them, the cemetery grounds shuddered as reality parameters fluctuated more dramatically. Gravitational inconsistencies became more pronounced, objects rising from surfaces before crashing down again, spatial relationships temporarily distorting as fundamental constants briefly failed. The witches maintaining the ritual preparation struggled to adapt their working to these unstable conditions, ancestral magic designed for single reality operation proving insufficient against interdimensional disruption. "We're out of time," Josephine called urgently from the ritual site. "The boundary fails regardless of optimal alignment considerations. If the binding ritual is to proceed, it must begin immediately." Catherine exchanged one final glance with Naruto, silent communication conveying everything words couldn't capture in their limited time. Then, decision made with characteristic decisiveness, they moved together toward Marie Laveau's tomb. The ritual configuration prepared by the 9 covens surrounded the famous grave in concentric circles of power, crystals, herbs, ancestral tokens, and magical foci arranged in patterns designed to channel and amplify boundary reinforcement energy. At the center, directly atop the tomb itself, a smaller circle had been prepared specifically for the binding participants, symbols drawn in materials from both this world and others, creating framework for the unprecedented magical working they were about to attempt. As Catherine and Naruto took their positions within this central circle, the Fox entity's attention focused more intensely upon them. Feudal resistance. Your ritual cannot counter forces already in motion. Perhaps not alone, Catherine acknowledged, her composure unshaken despite mounting pressure both physical and metaphysical. But we're not exactly alone, are we? As if summoned by her words, Amara moved to position herself at the circle's edge, not entering directly, but establishing connection between the ritual framework and whatever cosmic authority she represented. Her form continued its subtle shift away from human appearance, becoming more aligned with the energy patterns now visible throughout the cemetery. "The Watchers acknowledge boundary violation beyond acceptable parameters," she stated formally. "Direct intervention authorization confirmed under Cosmic Accord Section 7, Paragraph 3, Catastrophic Reality Failure Prevention Protocol." The entity's response came as furious energy discharge, tails of power lashing toward Amara with clearly hostile intent. Before they could connect, however, her form shimmered, the attack passing through apparent space she occupied without causing damage. "Watcher interference exceeds established limitations," the entity protested, genuine alarm evident in its mental communication. "Incorrect," Amara replied calmly. "Deliberate boundary manipulation by convergence forces triggered exception clauses within non-interference agreements. Your actions have legitimized proportional response." Without waiting for further protest, Amara extended her hands toward the ritual circle, channeling energy unlike anything Catherine had witnessed previously, power that seemed to flow from somewhere beyond normal reality constraints, stabilizing the local area enough for ritual proceedings despite continuing deterioration throughout surrounding space. "Begin now," she instructed Catherine and Naruto. "My containment field provides temporary stability, but cannot withstand direct convergence assault for extended duration." Josephine and representatives from all 9 covens took positions at cardinal points around the larger circle, each beginning to channel their coven's unique magical signature into the ritual framework. The combined energies flowed through carefully arranged conductors, crystals, metals, organic materials selected for specific resonance properties, creating foundation upon which the primary working would build. At the center, Catherine and Naruto faced each other across Marie Laveau's tomb, their positions carefully aligned with both magical necessity and symbolic significance. The doppelganger whose blood could open doors between realities. The fox spirit whose essence naturally bridged dimensional boundaries. Together, Their unique natures created potential for reinforcement that conventional magic could never achieve alone. Blood freely given, Catherine stated, using ritual blade to open her palm with practiced precision. As her blood flowed onto the prepared surface, it began to glow with peculiar luminescence, power inherent to the doppelganger bloodline activating in response to intentional offering. Chakra freely shared, Naruto replied, channeling Fox spirit energy through his hands to meet Catherine's blood offering. The red-tinged energy flowed like living flame, interacting with doppelganger blood to create entirely new patterns, neither vampire magic nor shinobi technique, but something transcending both traditions. Around them, the witch coven's channeling intensified, their collective power flowing into the developing matrix. The boundary between realities, visible through the entity's perceptual enhancement, began responding to these efforts, tears stabilizing rather than expanding, weak areas showing signs of reinforcement. The Fox entity observed these developments with evident alarm. Convergence will not be denied. Its mental voice now carried unmistakable threat rather than merely alien communication. Full manifestation commences. The distortion above the cemetery expanded dramatically, the ripples in reality deepening into actual tiers through which more entities began emerging, some resembling the initial humanoid emissary, others taking forms that defied conventional description. Unlike the first manifestations, these appeared fully stable in physical form, their movements no longer hampered by partial materialization limitations. Marcel's vampire forces engaged these new threats immediately, their supernatural speed and strength proving moderately effective now that Amara's tactical guidance had identified vulnerable points in the entity's manifestation structure. Werewolves under Eve's direction similarly adapted their attacks, focusing on disruption rather than attempted destruction, keeping manifestations occupied and divided rather than allowing them to coordinate direct assault on the ritual site. Despite these defensive efforts, several entities broke through, approaching the inner ritual circle with clear intent to disrupt the developing boundary reinforcement. Josephine and her fellow coven leaders redirected portion of their channeled energy toward protection, creating barriers that temporarily repelled these intrusions but at cost to the primary working's power. Focus on the binding, Amara instructed Catherine and Naruto, her own efforts visibly strained as she maintained stabilization field against mounting convergence pressure. The defensive perimeter will hold long enough if you complete primary reinforcement quickly. Catherine maintained concentration despite the chaos erupting around them, her centuries of survival through crisis providing framework for focus under extreme pressure. Across from her, Naruto demonstrated similar discipline, shinobi training combined with his natural determination creating unshakable purpose despite mounting difficulty. As their combined energies continued developing the reinforcement matrix, Catherine felt unexpected connection forming between them, deeper than previous magical workings they had performed together, more fundamental than even their growing personal bond. The ritual was creating channels between their very essences, pathways through which power could flow freely in either direction. Through these developing connections, Catherine experienced brief glimpses of Naruto's original world, flashes of memories not her own, perspectives shaped by experiences she had never personally encountered. Villages hidden among massive forests. Battles fought with techniques that manipulated elemental forces through willpower and spiritual energy. Bonds formed with people whose names she somehow knew without being told, Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, Irika, Tsunade, names carrying emotional significance she could feel but not fully comprehend. Simultaneously, she sensed Naruto experiencing similar glimpses of her 5 centuries, brief flashes of her escape from Klaus, years of running and hiding, moments of both terrible darkness and unexpected connection that had shaped Catherine Pierce from the remains of Katerina Petrova's shattered innocence. This mutual sharing occurred without conscious direction, natural consequence of the binding ritual's deepening connection between their fundamental natures. More significant than mere memory exchange was the growing resonance between doppelganger blood magic and Fox spirit chakra, 2 power sources never meant to interact directly now finding harmonic frequencies that amplified both. The Fox entity observed this developing connection with increasing agitation, its multiple tails lashing with energy discharges that disrupted nearby manifestations regardless of allegiance. This working violates natural progression. The convergence cannot permit boundary reinforcement of this magnitude. With visible effort, the entity concentrated its power into focused assault on the ritual circle. Energy unlike anything Catherine had experienced in 5 centuries of supernatural exposure poured toward them in devastating stream, power capable of unraveling the ritual framework before reinforcement could properly establish. Amara intercepted this attack, her own nature now fully revealed as she abandoned human approximation entirely. Her form shifted to pure energy configuration, still vaguely humanoid but composed of light and patterns that suggested existence primarily beyond conventional physical parameters. The defensive barrier she established absorbed much of the entity's assault, but even her cosmic authority proved insufficient against direct convergence attack of this magnitude. Complete the binding immediately, she instructed, visible strain evident despite her transcended form. Full integration required for effective boundary reinforcement under current assault conditions. Catherine understood the implications. The careful, measured binding they had planned would no longer suffice. Partial connection between their essences couldn't channel sufficient power to counter convergence forces already manifested. Only complete integration of doppelganger blood magic and Fox spirit chakra would generate reinforcement matrix powerful enough to restore boundary integrity throughout the affected region. "We need to fully merge our essences," she told Naruto, voice steady despite understanding that this represented irreversible transformation rather than temporary connection. "Partial binding won't generate sufficient counterforce." Naruto met her gaze with complete clarity, no hesitation visible despite the magnitude of what they contemplated. "Together," he confirmed simply. With that single word of mutual agreement, Catherine Pierce made her choice, not from desperation or lack of alternatives, but from clear-eyed acceptance of necessary sacrifice for something beyond mere personal survival. For perhaps the first time in 5 centuries, she acted not from calculation but from genuine commitment to protection rather than preservation. As if recognizing the significance of this personal evolution, the doppelganger blood magic responded with unprecedented power, the luminescence surrounding her intensifying dramatically as ancestral connections awakened fully. Bloodline magic designed specifically for boundary maintenance activated beyond conventional parameters, resonating with Catherine's willful intention rather than merely responding to external manipulation. Across from her, Naruto channeled Kurama's essence with similar wholehearted commitment, the Fox spirit's energy flowing through their developing connection with growing harmony rather than resistance. The natural bridge Naruto represented between realities strengthened as he embraced this aspect of his hybrid nature, accepting role as conduit between worlds while maintaining integrity of necessary boundaries. Together, Kurama's voice resonated within both their minds now, the developing connection allowing direct communication between all 3 consciousnesses involved in the binding. The Fox and the Shadow Self united create what neither could achieve alone. The ritual matrix expanded exponentially as their essences merged more completely, doppelganger blood and Fox chakra flowing through newly created channels without resistance. Where these energies combined, entirely new patterns formed, neither purely vampire magic nor shinobi technique, but harmonization that incorporated elements of both while transcending their limitations. The boundary between realities, still visible through perceptual enhancement, began responding dramatically to this combined influence. Tiers stabilized then gradually sealed, thinned areas regaining proper density, overall structure strengthening as the reinforcement matrix expanded outward from ritual center. The Fox entity roared in fury as its assault proved increasingly ineffective against the developing reinforcement. "This violation will not stand. The convergence cannot be denied its rightful expansion." With visible effort, it consolidated its power for final, devastating attack, drawing energy from other manifested convergence entities regardless of their individual survival. The sacrifice of its fellows created attack potential beyond anything previously demonstrated, power capable of shattering the entire ritual framework before reinforcement could complete. As this overwhelming force directed toward them, Catherine and Naruto reached final stage of their binding, complete integration rather than merely connected essences. Their individual consciousnesses remained distinct but perfectly harmonized, sharing perception, power, and purpose without separation or resistance. Through this unified awareness, they perceived solution beyond conventional magical parameters, not merely reinforcing the boundary through power application, but fundamentally rewriting its structure through combined doppelganger resonance and Fox spirit bridging capability. Rather than simply strengthening existing patterns, they began creating entirely new boundary architecture, more resilient, more adaptable, capable of self-healing against future intrusion attempts. The matrix expanded exponentially, drawing power from the approaching equinox alignment despite its premature activation. The Fox entity's final attack struck this developing structure with catastrophic force, energy capable of unraveling reality itself concentrated against single target point. Under normal circumstances, no magical working could have withstood such assault, regardless of power source or practitioner skill. But the binding ritual had progressed beyond normal circumstances entirely. The unified essence Catherine and Naruto now represented caught this devastating energy, not merely resisting it but redirecting its fundamental pattern. Like martial artists using opponents' momentum against them, they channeled convergence attack energy into the very reinforcement matrix it sought to destroy. The result transcended conventional magical understanding, boundary reinforcement exponentially strengthened by the very force intended to shatter it. The matrix expanded outward in visible waves, sealing reality tiers, restoring proper separation while maintaining necessary permeability for natural cosmic functions. The Fox entity shrieked in both fury and disbelief as its attack not only failed but actively contributed to its defeat. Impossible. Such manipulation exceeds native capability of this reality. Not impossible, Catherine replied, her voice overlapping with Naruto's in perfect synchronization as they spoke through their unified awareness. Merely unexpected. Your failure was assuming separation means weakness, when properly maintained boundaries actually create sustainable strength. The entity's form began destabilizing as the reinforced reality boundary reasserted proper separation between dimensions. Its physical manifestation grew transparent, connection to its native reality forcibly re-established as New Orleans' dimensional integrity restored itself through the expanding reinforcement matrix. This defeat is temporary, it declared, mental voice fading as its presence diminished. The convergence persists beyond your limited perception. Evolution toward integration continues regardless of local resistance. Perhaps, the unified Catherine Naruto consciousness acknowledged. But not today, and not here. This reality maintains its boundaries by choice, not ignorance. As the equinox alignment reached its peak, perfect balance between day and night, light and darkness, separation and connection, the binding ritual achieved completion. The matrix Catherine and Naruto had created expanded throughout New Orleans and beyond, reinforcing reality boundaries with unprecedented resilience against interdimensional intrusion. The Fox entity and its convergence allies vanished completely, forcibly returned to their native realities as proper separation reasserted itself. The unnatural distortions plaguing the city, weather anomalies, gravitational fluctuations, temporal inconsistencies, stabilized then normalized as fundamental constants re-established proper function. Within the ritual circle, Catherine and Naruto remained physically separate individuals, but their essences had transformed into something beyond conventional understanding, neither purely doppelganger nor Fox spirit, but harmonized integration that maintained both natures while creating something new from their combination. As the immediate crisis subsided and normal perception returned to those gathered at the cemetery, Josephine approached the central circle with evident awe at what she had witnessed. The boundary is restored, she confirmed, which senses perceiving aspects invisible to ordinary awareness. More than restored, fundamentally strengthened against future intrusion. Marcel joined her, his expression reflecting similar amazement despite his usual composure. The manifestations have vanished completely, he reported. Diego confirms no remaining anomalies throughout the quarter. Even residual energy signatures have normalized. Eve approached from another direction, accompanied by Jackson. Werewolf patrols report similar findings throughout surrounding areas, she added. Reality parameters have stabilized across the entire region. Whatever you did, it worked beyond expectation. Amara, who had returned to approximation of human appearance though with subtle differences reflecting her revealed nature, studied Catherine and Naruto with evident satisfaction. The binding succeeded beyond projected parameters, she observed. Your unified essence created reinforcement matrix more resilient than anticipated, with self-maintaining properties that should prevent similar intrusion attempts for generations. And us? Catherine asked, finding her voice separate from Naruto's once more, though their essences remained fundamentally connected on level beyond physical proximity. What exactly have we become through this binding? Amara considered this with the careful assessment of someone who had witnessed countless transformations across multiple realities. Something unprecedented, she finally acknowledged. Neither purely doppelganger nor fox vessel, but harmonized integration that maintains individual consciousness while sharing essence on fundamental level. We remain ourselves, Naruto confirmed, his perception now encompassing aspects of Catherine's experience while maintaining his distinct identity. But connected beyond conventional understanding. I can sense your presence regardless of physical distance, share perception when needed, access combined power without limitation. Catherine nodded, experiencing similar awareness from her perspective. Like having another consciousness constantly available but not invasive. Distinct yet integrated simultaneously. She paused, searching for words to describe the indescribable. Separation without isolation. Connection without consumption. An elegant solution to both immediate crisis and longer-term boundary maintenance, Amara observed with apparent approval. Your unified essence now serves as living anchor point for reality integrity throughout this region, maintaining separation where needed while allowing beneficial exchange where appropriate. Marcel, practical as always despite metaphysical complexities, focused on immediate implications. Does this change your ability to govern? To maintain the counsel and leadership responsibilities you've established? Catherine smiled at his characteristic focus on functional considerations. We remain Catherine and Naruto in all ways that matter for governance purposes, she assured him. Though perhaps with enhanced perception and capabilities that should prove useful rather than problematic. The council structure remains unchanged, Naruto confirmed. Though security against interdimensional threats has obviously improved significantly. As the supernatural community began recovery efforts, witches restoring damaged wards, vampires securing perimeters against potential human investigation, werewolves conducting final reconnaissance to confirm complete threat elimination, Catherine found moment of relative privacy with Naruto and Amara. The convergence truly defeated, she asked their interdimensional ally directly. Or merely temporarily repelled? Amara's expression grew more serious. Repelled from this reality with significant effectiveness. Your reinforcement matrix creates barrier they cannot easily penetrate again. But the convergence itself exists across multiple realities, their agenda continues elsewhere despite this local defeat. And the boundary damage wasn't random deterioration, Naruto added, sharing Catherine's suspicion about intentional weakening. It showed clear patterns suggesting deliberate attack over extended period. Perceptive observation, Amara acknowledged. Yes, certain elements within your own reality have worked toward boundary weakening for generations, some knowingly allied with convergence interests, others manipulated through partial information or promised benefits. Esther Michael's son, Catherine suggested, connecting various elements they had encountered. Her ritual beneath the opera house wasn't actually intended for boundary reinforcement at all, was it? Correct, Amara confirmed. She sought controlled opening rather than repair, believing convergence promises regarding selective permeability and power acquisition. When you interrupted that working, natural deterioration accelerated beyond her ability to manage, creating crisis that required your direct intervention. And she's still out there, Naruto noted. Along with whoever else aligned themselves with these convergence entities. Indeed, Amara agreed. Though their capabilities have been significantly reduced by your successful boundary reinforcement. Future attempts at similar scale would require generations of preparation given current stability parameters. Catherine absorbed this with the pragmatic assessment of someone accustomed to threats that never fully disappeared, only transformed or temporarily retreated. So we've won the battle but not necessarily the war. An accurate if simplified assessment, Amara acknowledged. Though the advantage has shifted dramatically in favor of boundary maintenance rather than dissolution. Your unified essence provides ongoing reinforcement that would require extraordinary measures to overcome. As sunset completed its transition to full night, the equinox alignment now passed but its effects still resonating through the reinforced boundary, Catherine found herself experiencing unfamiliar emotion. Not the calculated satisfaction of successful manipulation or crisis avoided, but something deeper, more fundamental. Purpose beyond mere survival. Connection beyond strategic alliance. Legacy beyond personal continuation. Through their newly established bond, she sensed Naruto's awareness of this internal evolution, his quiet appreciation for the significance it represented in her 5-century journey. Without words, he conveyed understanding of how extraordinary this transformation truly was for someone who had defined herself through independence and self-preservation for so long. What happens now? Catherine finally asked Amara, who had been observing their silent communication with evident interest. That remains your choice, Amara replied. My direct intervention authorization ends with immediate crisis resolution. Ongoing boundary maintenance falls within your established capabilities through the binding you've created. You're leaving, Naruto observed, detecting shift in her energy signature that suggested preparation for departure. My function here reaches natural conclusion, Amara confirmed. Though I remain available should extraordinary circumstances again warrant direct intervention. The Watchers maintain awareness across all realities, regardless of active participation. Catherine studied their enigmatic ally with genuine curiosity despite exhaustion from the ritual's demands. You never fully explained why this particular reality merited such direct involvement. Why Naruto was specifically brought here rather than countless other possible interventions. Amara's expression shifted to something almost like fondness, genuine emotion rather than diplomatic calculation. Some realities demonstrate particular potential for evolution beyond predetermined patterns. Worlds where beings consistently choose connection over isolation, protection over domination, growth over stagnation. Such realities represent disproportionate value within broader cosmic framework. She gestured toward New Orleans spreading beyond the cemetery walls, a city where vampires, werewolves, witches and humans had moved from centuries of conflict toward unprecedented cooperation within mere months. Your world demonstrates remarkable adaptation capability despite inherent supernatural divisions. The fox spirit's introduction represented catalyst rather than solution, revealing potential already present rather than imposing external resolution. And my role in all this? Catherine pressed, still seeking clearer understanding of why doppelganger bloodline proved so integral to boundary maintenance. Your bloodline was created specifically for boundary regulation, Amara explained. Doppelgangers exist as living anchors between realities, perfect magical replication creating natural resonance with boundary functions. But while previous doppelgangers served primarily as sacrifice in various workings, you chose partnership instead, transformation rather than consumption. She smiled, an expression conveying genuine approval rather than merely diplomatic courtesy. In doing so, you demonstrated exactly the evolutionary potential this reality consistently manifests, finding third options where others perceive only binary choice. Neither sacrifice nor rejection, but integration that preserves distinct identity while creating something greater than individual components. With these observations delivered, Amara's form began shifting further away from human approximation, preparing for transition between dimensional boundaries. The Watchers will maintain awareness of developments here, though direct intervention remains unlikely given current stability parameters. Thank you, Naruto said simply, genuine gratitude transcending complicated questions about her nature and motivations. Gratitude unnecessary but acknowledged, Amara replied with final hint of humanity in her increasingly transcendent form. Your unified essence now serves functions similar to my own, boundary maintenance through conscious choice rather than merely instinctive response. A significant evolution within your reality's development trajectory. With those parting words, she disappeared, not with vampire speed or witchcraft, but with the seamless transition of something stepping between realities themselves. No dramatic energy display or visible portal, simply presence becoming absence between one moment and the next. Catherine and Naruto found themselves alone within the ritual circle, the supernatural community maintaining respectful distance as they processed the transformation they had undergone. Around them, New Orleans began returning to normal functions, magical wards restoring conventional concealment, supernatural beings returning to established territories, humans remaining blissfully unaware of cosmic confrontation narrowly averted. So, Catherine finally said, characteristic dry humor reasserting itself despite the profound changes she had experienced. From running for my life to literal boundary guardian between realities. Quite the career evolution in less than 6 months. Naruto smiled, genuine warmth tinged with similar humor. Adapting to changing circumstances is apparently your speciality. 5 centuries of evidence supports this conclusion. Our speciality now, I suppose, Catherine corrected, still adjusting to the unified essence they now shared while maintaining individual consciousness. This binding is rather more permanent than initially advertised. Regrets? Naruto asked, though their connection allowed him to sense her actual emotional state beyond verbal expression. Catherine considered this with genuine self-reflection rather than calculated response. Strangely, no. 500 years of trusting no one, connecting to nothing, perhaps the universe decided I needed rather dramatic intervention to break established patterns. Through their bond, she felt his appreciation for the honesty this represented, acknowledgement of fundamental transformation that the Catherine Pierce of mere months ago would have neither recognized nor accepted. New Orleans stands as nexus point between realities now, Naruto observed, surveying the city stretching beyond cemetery walls. Our binding ensures boundaries remain properly maintained while allowing beneficial exchange where appropriate. A supernatural immigration checkpoint, Catherine translated with characteristic practicality. With us as permanent customs agents determining what passes through. An interesting governance challenge to add to existing council responsibilities, Naruto acknowledged with slight smile. Though perhaps less contentious than mediating vampire-werewolf territory disputes. As they prepared to leave the ritual site, physical exhaustion finally asserting itself despite their enhanced natures, Marcel approached with news that couldn't wait for formal council session. Elijah Michelson requests audience, he reported. Claims urgent information regarding Esther's current activities and possible connection to the convergence entities we encountered. Catherine exchanged glances with Naruto, both recognizing implications of this development. If Esther had indeed aligned herself with interdimensional forces for purposes of personal power acquisition, her agenda likely continued despite their successful boundary reinforcement. The next challenge arrives before we've finished addressing the current one, Catherine observed with resignation born of centuries surviving crisis after crisis. Some aspects of supernatural existence remain tediously consistent despite cosmic transformations. Would you have it any other way? Naruto asked, genuine curiosity rather than rhetorical question. Catherine considered this as they moved together toward whatever complications Elijah's information would inevitably introduce. The Catherine Pierce who had spent 5 centuries running would have preferred simple safety, uncomplicated existence free from responsibility beyond personal survival. But the Catherine who had emerged through these extraordinary months in New Orleans, the Queen who had found purpose beyond mere continuation, connection beyond strategic alliance, meaning beyond isolated existence, found herself answering with surprising honesty. No, she admitted, both to Naruto and to herself. This is better. Complicated, dangerous, and occasionally involving interdimensional entities with reality-altering capabilities, but better nonetheless. As they departed St. Louis Cemetery No. 1, the unified fox spirit and doppelganger whose binding had created unprecedented boundary reinforcement against cosmic intrusion, Catherine Pierce realized something that 500 years of survival had never taught her. Existence without meaningful purpose represented far greater risk than any physical threat she had ever fled. New Orleans had given her purpose beyond self-preservation. Naruto had shown her connection beyond strategic alliance. Their binding had created legacy beyond mere continuation. Together, they represented something neither could have achieved alone, balanced strength through mutual reinforcement rather than isolated endurance. The boundary between worlds stood secure for now. Whatever challenges approached on the horizon, whether Esther's continuing ambitions or future convergence attempts, would face not merely powerful individuals, but unified essence that maintained distinct identity while creating something greater than separate components. Catherine Pierce, the doppelganger queen who had finally stopped running, walked beside her fox spirit king toward whatever came next, not with resignation or calculation, but with genuine anticipation for possibilities that partnership created where isolation could not. 500 years had taught her how to survive alone. 6 months in New Orleans had shown her how to truly live connected. Some transformations, it seemed, were worth the risk after all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.